Wanna, Wayne? There's nothing like unwrapping a new, pretty toy. Except I couldn't decide if I wanted to keep her or kill her. Maybe a little bit of both. Roland pulled the black cotton hood off her head. She blinked, eyes adjusting to the bright white lights shining from the warehouse ceiling. Water dripped down a wall nearby, and the concrete floor must have felt freezing under her knees. Crates loomed at the edges of the room. My guys stood around, checking their guns and reading magazines. Victor lit a cigarette, and Roland cracked the seal on a new fifth of vodka. What? Where am I? The girl stared at me. Pretty blue eyes, long brown hair. Her body was tight and slender, her round ass stuffed into a pair of dark jeans, her black shirt cut low enough to show off a hint of her round breasts. Her skin was pale and smooth, and I had the absurd desire to see her strip down right then and there in front of my men. Of course, I wouldn't do that. No, I was the jealous type. I didn't like to share. "You're in my warehouse," I said. "Do you know who I am?" She squinted. "I have no clue. My name's Owain. Never heard of you. What's going on? What are you doing?" "Your brother heard of me." I tilted my head and crossed my arms over my chest. "Me and Jason, we knew each other very well." I saw her eyes go wide. Then she sat up on her knees and struggled to compose herself. I had to admit, she did a pretty good job. Her face was almost neutral, though the fear still trickled through. "How do you know Jason?" I was his piggy bank, for a while anyway. Her breath came faster. Her chest rose and fell. "I don't know what you want from me." "I think you do." I smiled a little. "It's always about one thing, especially with Jason, and I'm not talking about the drugs." She looked away. I saw the pain in her eyes. Couldn't blame her. Jason died last week. I heard she found him slumped over his desk in the back room of their little store. I could guess how fucked up and hard that must have been, but I didn't really need to. I had my own memories of finding dead bodies of people I cared about to deal with. I didn't need hers. "Money," she said, her voice soft. She looked down at the floor. "All the money for our store." "That's right, darling." I smiled and spread my arms again. "You figured it out fast." He was going to you. Bingo. Like clockwork. I'd lend him some money and some drugs. He'd go back to you, and you'd be none the wiser. I didn't know much about you, of course, just that he was in business with you. I had no clue his sister was so hot. A flash of something. Anger, maybe. Excitement. No, definitely anger. She looked up at me. "I don't have it. If that's what you want, I don't have it. All that money went into the store." "I know. You two ran a nice little business. You sold the stuff and designed the shirts, and he ran around town pretending to court investors. Really, he was getting high and begging me to write him checks. Why'd you keep doing it?" She narrowed her eyes. "If you knew he was a junkie, why'd you keep giving him money?" I frowned slightly. It was a good question. I had to admit it. "I'm an optimist." She snorted. "What? I believe all people are good at heart." I gestured toward my guys. "Look at these men. Do you think they're good people?" She opened her mouth, then shook her head. "I don't know them." "Come on, boss," Roland said. "We're a bunch of fucking saints, right?" "These guys are scumbags," I said. "Roland especially." Roland laughed. "Fair enough. But if we're scum, then you're king of the scum. You're the scum prince." I grimaced. "Not the nickname I want, but okay." "I don't understand." She sounded desperate, and the fear was coming back. "I thought your brother might be able to make good." "Well, no, I didn't think he could. But I did think you might be able to pull it off." "Why?" "You said you didn't know much about me." "I saw the business. I came in once, bought a couple shirts. I liked what I saw." She shook her head and tried to shift side to side on her knees. "I still don't understand. You wrote him checks because you liked the store, But why give him the money and drugs? Why not come to me if you wanted to invest? Like I said, I'm an optimist. And hey, maybe it would have worked out if he hadn't tried to pump too much shit into his arm and ended up dead. Another wince. The wound was too fresh. She didn't like hearing about her poor overdosed junkie brother, the asshole that hung her out to dry. None of this changes anything. I don't have the money. It's all tied up in the store. Maybe I don't want the cash then. I took a step toward her and bent forward. I was a big guy and she was a small girl. But I liked the way she looked down on her knees in front of me. What do you want? I want you to come work for me. She let out a strange, half-strangled reply. I couldn't tell if she was about to cry or throw up. Work for you? She finally managed. What? Do you want me to do? What the fuck do you think? Roland asked. You're a pretty girl. You seem smart. Use your fucking head. I gave him a look. How about you let me do the talking? He grinned, shrugged, and paced off down to the other side of the warehouse. Victor chuckled and smoked his cigarette. I turned my attention back to Lee. I want you to work for me. Can you do that, little Lee? Can you pay off your debts? I don't owe you anything. My brother borrowed. I didn't know. I didn't know. Unfortunately, that's not how this works. You're on the hook. So let me ask you again. I got down on one knee and looked into her eyes. I saw the fear then, the uncertainty. Can you work off your debt? I won't be your whore. I leaned toward her and looked into her pretty eyes. She stared right back, defiant and gorgeous. God damn, I was half-hard just staring at her. You'll be whatever the fuck I want you to be. She took a sharp breath. I won't fuck for money. I stood up. I'll make this easy then. I turned my back on her, paced away a few steps, then turned back. You come to work for me and do exactly what I tell you to do, and after a few months, you'll have paid off your brother's debts. Or, she asked, or, I put a bullet in your head and parade your corpse around the city so every motherfucker around knows that they can't default on a debt to me without losing someone they love. She sucked in a breath, and I could see the fear and panic return. I could almost see the calculus going on in her head. She thought if she came to work for me, she'd end up being a whore. So she's wondering, can she fuck for money and get out of debt? Can she even survive that? And if she does, what will she be when it's over? Or can she die here and now? I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of a sick fuck. There was some part of me that enjoyed her little dilemma. It was a pretty messed up situation she found herself in, and the way people reacted to difficult situations said a lot about them. I wanted to see what kind of person Lee was. I needed to see if she'd fold under pressure, or if it would make her harder and stronger, like a diamond in a coal pit. I had big plans for her. But none of them would matter if she was going to break down into a dirty lump of nothing useful. Don't think too long, I said. And don't keep me waiting. This is your life we're talking about, and I'm not a patient man. Owain, right? She blinked rapidly. Your name's Owain? That's right, little Lee. Okay, Owain, okay. I think we can come up with another solution, right? She was talking fast, beyond panicked now. Maybe I can sell all my stock off, at a discount just to get some cash. And then I can break my lease. I have some savings. And a car. I can sell my car. Fuck. I can sell clothes. I have some jewelry and a laptop. Do you know how much your brother owes me? She blinked at the floor for a few seconds. I don't know. I don't think I want to know. He owes me $200,000. She groaned like I just kicked her in the guts. Fuck. All of it. She let out a sick, pathetic sob. You were all our investors. Damn right I was. You think your loser brother could find a legit guy to finance your business? We were doing so good. We were going to turn a profit soon, once we paid off the overhead. Another few months at most, and then he died, leaving you on the hook. I walked back over to her and stared down. Come on, little Lee. Can you work off 200 grand? Or do you want to die here and now and be a cautionary tale? You'll be an expensive cautionary tale, I'll admit it. But I think the message will be loud and clear. I can't. She shifted on her knees, adjusting herself. I don't know what to do. Work for me. I knelt down again. Come, little Lee. It won't be so bad. You'll be all mine. I won't share you, I promise. I can't sleep with strangers. I'm not a whore. Your time's almost up. You need to choose. I'm thinking. She squeezed her eyes shut. 200 grand. I can borrow from a bank and pay you back. That way, I'll be on the hook, not you. You won't find a bank that'll loan you that much so quickly. I'm an impatient man. I can find someone. There has to be another way. There's no other way. I leaned closer. I took a breath and smelled her soap. Her lips parted as my mouth brushed past her cheek and toward her ear. You're either all mine, or you're going to die here. I think you know the right choice. She let out another sob. I pulled back, a smile on my lips. It wasn't that I enjoyed her suffering. That wouldn't be accurate. I didn't want to hurt her. But I did enjoy the moment. These sorts of moments where the stakes are so high, they can say so much. They can be so revealing. I loved them. I loved going through them, and I loved putting people through them. I wanted to be tested over and over. I wanted to prove to the world how strong I was. And I loved testing people around me. I'll do it. The words came out like vomit. She coughed like she was gagging on them. Oh my God. I'll do it. I'll work for you. That's a good girl. I stood up. Victor, bag her. Wait, please. She stared at me, panicking again. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I waved my hand at her and walked away. Victor flicked his cigarette onto the ground, stubbed it out, then walked over and pulled the bag over her head. She fought a little, but it was no use. Delicious. Fucking delicious. And my little diamond came through for me. I stood and savored the sweet moment. I closed my eyes and pictured her face as she gave in. My little Lee. Beautiful. I wandered down between the crates toward where Roland stood under a single overhead light, drinking from his bottle of vodka and looking at his phone. He looked up as I approached. You done? He asked. All done. And she's working for you now? Yes, she is. He shook his head. You really do like to fuck with people, don't you? I laughed and leaned up against a crate. Inside was thousands of dollars worth of pills that needed to get sold. Pills that had been sitting in this warehouse for weeks, waiting for my plan to come to fruition. And finally, it looked like it would all work out. You know it's not fucking with her. I'm testing her strength, her resolve. I'm putting her in a situation where she can find out what's important to her and what kind of person she actually is. Roland rolled his eyes. Right. Yeah, I know. You did that shit to me too. Ah, come on. You know how I operate. I spread my hands, palms up. If you want to challenge me to single combat for control of our little crew, you're more than welcome, he grunted. Might take you up on that one day. Please do. But you know the rules. No weapons. Just pure strength. I saw a flicker of fear pass across his face. I was willing to bet he remembered the last guy that challenged me. His name was Marco. He was a big man. Had an inch on me, maybe 20 pounds. He was a fighter, loved to get into shit. Seemed to enjoy pain, like nothing could really hurt him. I smashed his face into a curb over and over until his skull cracked under my palm. Maybe another time. Okay, then. For now, go help Victor get the girl in the car. We're bringing her to my place. He frowned. Your place? Why not the cat house? Fuck the cat house. This one's for me. Your call, boss. He took another sip, then capped the vodka and slipped it into his back pocket. He walked past me and back toward where Victor stood with Lee. I ran my hand over the wooden crate and smiled. I hadn't been completely honest with Lee back there. Yes, I was an optimist, and I believed there was strength in everyone. But that wasn't why I gave her brother money and drugs. I had a plan, a long-term plan, and she was a part of that plan, whether she knew it or not. So far, things were going exactly as I expected. My little Lee. She was going to sell every single one of these pills, and we were going to get very, very rich together. She just didn't know it yet. I turned away and walked back toward them with a big smile on my face. To Lee. They kept the bag over my head until we reached some building. I couldn't tell where we were. All I could see were flashes of light through the black cloth. I stumbled, but Owain held my elbow. Don't worry, almost there. His voice was so close to my ear that I flinched away. That only made him laugh. He marched me up a flight of steps and in through a door. I heard the skinny guy, Victor, light another cigarette, but he didn't come inside. More steps, Owain said. He steered me toward them, and together we climbed to the second floor of a house. I smelled fresh flowers and wood dust. I thought I could hear a television on somewhere playing a football game. We reached the top, and he took me down a hall. The floors creaked beneath my feet. A door opened, he took me inside, and the door shut again. He whipped the bag off my head. I stood inside a bedroom. My eyes took a second to adjust to the light. Here it is, Owain said. Your new office. He grinned huge. He was a big man, tall and muscular. He had light brown hair cut short, a square jaw, small nose, light eyes, high cheekbones. Tattoos covered his skin and disappeared beneath his long-sleeve shirt. He was handsome and radiated a strange, almost seductive charm and power. I had the sudden and stupid urge to touch his chest, just to see if it really was as muscular as it appeared. And then I remembered that I was essentially his whore and wanted to throw up. Don't look so down, he said. You'll get used to it. I took a step away from him and sat at the end of a large queen bed. The comforter was dark blue with a flower motif stitched along it. Multiple throw pillows covered the top. The walls were light blue, and the bureau had fresh flower in a vase. Who lives here? I didn't know why I asked. The room just didn't feel like it could belong to this man. It was feminine, almost soft. This is my house, he said. I prepared this just for you. Do you like it? I don't know. I understand. He pointed toward a door at the end of the room. Bathroom, all yours. The door locks from the outside, I'm afraid, and there are bars on the windows. So please don't make a racket. I'll let you get settled for a little while. He turned to leave. Wait. I didn't know what I wanted from him, but being left alone scared me, almost as if it made this all real. Yes? He tilted his head. Can I have, I don't know, my phone? He laughed. Of course not. Then some clothes. And something to eat. I can do clothes and food. His face remained passive. Anything else, little Lee? I want my newest employee to be happy. I wanted to throw up. No, that's fine. Get settled. Sleep if you need to. I'll be back soon. He left the room. I heard a lock clunk shut on the other side. I fell back onto the comforter and stared up at a ceiling fan. 3 hours ago, I was sitting in the back office of my little retail shop. I designed and sold t-shirts and custom shoes. People could drop off their Vans or whatever other sneakers, and I'd draw designs on them. When Owain broke into my shop, I was doing a Snoopy design for a customer and trying not to think about my dead brother. I closed my eyes. Fucking Jason. I had no clue, but I should have known. He'd always had problems, all through school. My dad died when we were just kids, and that set him off. He spiraled after that, and my mom was too busy working all the time to support us to do anything about it. She tried, but she was way in over her head. I couldn't do much, since he was 4 years older than me, and we were never that close. So he got into trouble all the time and sort of drifted away doing his own thing. I heard from him sometimes, saw his social posts online. He was in San Francisco, Florida, Denver, Texas. He traveled across Thailand. He lived in Japan for a few months. Then, a couple years ago, he showed back up in Philadelphia with a proposal. I design the shirts and run the store, and he'll do the business end. He raised the money, found the storefront, and did all the advertising. Business was going surprisingly well, and I was too stupid to ask him who was investing and where the money was coming from. Fucking Jason screwed me. He screwed me and himself. I could still see him slumped over in the back room, sitting on the floor behind the desk, a needle stuck in his arm. He must have died in his sleep. That was what the coroner said, at least. It broke my mother's heart. She didn't cry at the funeral, but I think she'd already cried all her tears. I wanted to be sad he was gone. 3 hours ago I was sad. I was devastated and trying to figure out how I was going to save the business I'd worked so hard to build with him. And now my feelings are a little more complex. Fucking Jason got all our money from the Mafia, or whoever this Owain guy was. I was screwed. I was so screwed. I couldn't be a prostitute. I barely had any experience with guys, and now that bastard was going to sell me to men until I could pay off $200,000. I tried to imagine how long that would take. Months, years, an entire lifetime. It didn't matter, so long as he got paid. God damn. I was going to die in this room. Owain didn't come back right away. A small clock, glowing red letters on the nightstand, ticked down the time. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. I found clean towels in the bathroom and took a shower just for something to do. I put my old clothes back on and paced around the room, trying to come up with some way to escape. The drawers were all empty in the bureau. The nightstand held a Bible and some gum. I thought I could shatter the vase and use the pieces to cut him. But Owain could rip me to pieces. That much was obvious. He was 6 inches taller and probably 100 pounds heavier. Still, I had to do something. I couldn't end up this bastard's whore. Even though my brother owed him money, that didn't mean he could take me and use me like this. More time ticked past, and I got mad. Eventually, around 7 that night, I heard a sound outside. The floor creaked. I threw myself across the room and stood behind the door, heart racing. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I had to try something. The lock thunked. The door creaked open. "Little Lee," Owain said. "Sorry it took me so long." He stepped into the room but didn't see me. I stared at his back. He held a plate in one hand and a duffel bag in another. He put the bag down on the floor and the plate on the bed. He tugged at the comforter. I made a break for it. I ran around the door and threw myself out into the hallway. I slipped on the floor and smashed against the far wall, but kept running. The walls were white and mostly bare. I heard a TV on downstairs. I reached the top step and went to jump down. Something iron-hard grabbed my wrist and yanked me back. I let out a primal scream of rage and pain. Owain pushed me up against the wall and pinned me there. Now, he said, voice soft. "Come on, little Lee. That was your escape attempt." "Fuck you," I said. "You barely got to the steps. You should have tried to hurt me first, maybe broken the mirror and stabbed me. What do you want from me?" The pressure on my wrist lightened ever so slightly. "That's what I'm here to discuss." I felt my heart racing in my chest. I wanted to scream, or groan, or fight. But I couldn't move, and his lips were inches from my neck. "Do you want to hear what your job will be?" he asked. "I already know what you want from me." He laughed and stepped back. I turned around, rubbing my arm. "You have no clue. Now get back in that room. We need to have a conversation." I hesitated. The last place I wanted to be was back in that room, but I didn't have any options. He smiled at me. He knew I was screwed, so I turned and did as he asked. I walked back into the room. He followed and shut the door behind him. I sat at the end of the bed. The plate had a sandwich on it. My stomach growled, so I picked it up and ate. Turkey, cheese, mustard. Simple, but I was starving. I devoured half in 2 bites, then crossed my arms and did my best to give him an angry stare. It barely worked. I couldn't control the fear that coursed through me. "Okay," I said. "Tell me what you want." "I have a problem that I think you can help me solve. In fact, I think we can help each other." Help each other? The idea of helping him revolted me. "I don't think that's how this works." He held up a hand. "I understand you're confused, but let me start out by saying that I have no plans to make you a whore." I narrowed my eyes. "What?" "You are not going to fuck men for money. You're not going to fuck anyone. That's not what I need from you." A strange sensation washed over me. It was relief mixed with disbelief, mixed with more fear. If he didn't want me to sleep with men, then I wasn't sure I wanted to know what he did want, because it couldn't be good. And it might be worse. "Just tell me," I said. "I'm not sure I can keep dealing with this cryptic bullshit." He grinned and nodded. "Fair enough. You remember the warehouse from earlier today?" "Yeah, sure, lots of boxes." "That's right. I own that warehouse. And I own all those boxes. Can you guess what's inside? Spatulas, cooking utensils. You want to start a chef's store." He shook his head and laughed. "No, but that does sound fun. No, those crates are full of pills. Mostly OxyContin, but other opiates as well. And I need to sell all those opiates." "Of course you do." "That's where you come in, Little Lee. You see, selling drugs on the street comes with risks. My guys get caught, I have to pay their legal fees. It's not as lucrative as you might think. But about a year ago, I came up with an idea. I felt dread spread through me. How do I fit into this? My idea was simple. I find retail space with a legitimate business, and I sell pills out the back." He clasped his hands behind his back and paced across the room. "You see, most fronts, they start out as fronts. They aren't real businesses first. They don't have a track record of sales that you can point to and say, hey, look here, I am a real business. But if I found a retail spot that was growing and truly selling product, I could use them to piggyback off of, in a sense, and nobody would be the wiser." I sat and stared. He came to a stop and looked at me with a little half-smile. His head tilted as he studied me, eyes moving up and down my body. "That's where you come in," he said. "You want my store?" I almost laughed. I almost cried. "I want you to keep running your business. But while you do that, I also want you to run my business. I want you to sell my pills while you sell your shirts. Do you understand? You want to use me as your front." "Exactly. I will launder money through your business. Not too much, not too fast, but enough to make it worth my time. You'll pay off your debt that way, and one day, when we're all squared up, you'll be given the option to stay on." "Stay on? Continue selling or walk away and I'll find someone else. But you must understand that from here on out, your business is mine. All of it is mine, forever. You're being given the option to work off your debt in this manner instead of fucking strange men or getting shot in the head. Do you understand?" I shook my head and tried to process. For the last few hours, I thought this man wanted to make me his whore, when he really wanted to make me his drug dealer. This is crazy. If we get caught, I could go to jail for a really long time. True, but doing time is better than being dead or whoring. I flinched and looked away. How would it even work? We put a sign out front. Of course not. I'll find the customers and handle that end. Don't you worry. All you'll have to do is continue to run your shirt and shoes business and sell to my customers when they show up. We'll work out the details over the next few days." I shook my head and stood up. He looked at me with a curious mix of amusement and desire, and I couldn't tell which one pissed me off more. "I'm not a drug dealer," I said. "I don't know anything about this." "You're a businesswoman. You know how to run a business. That's all you need. I design shirts. My store's called Shirtadelphia. It's not even a clever name." He laughed and shook his head. "I know. It's a terrible name. But it works anyway. This is really all you want? This is it. You work for me, you sell my pills, and we get rich together. Or you pay off your debt and walk away a free girl. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. You're being held back by fear and by some outdated sense of morality. But it's simple. We take what we want and we make a fuck ton of money in the process. I'm bringing you into something big, even if you don't realize it yet. I never wanted to be brought into anything. Too bad. Here you are." He stepped toward me, and I had to force myself not to step back. "Think about it tonight. In the morning, you'll have to decide." "What if I say yes, then I run?" I asked, feeling dizzy with confusion. "What if I go to the police? You go to the police, and I kill you." He smiled and put a hand on my shoulder. "You try to run, I hunt you down, and I kill you. Or I kill your mother. Either way, someone you love dies." I felt a chill run down my spine. "How do you know about my mom?" Jason told me. He squeezed my shoulder. "He's very stupid." He released me and walked to the door. "Think about it tonight. I'm making a good offer here. I'm sorry for all the theatrics up to this point, but I had to test you. I wanted to see what you were made of." "Test me? And what do you think I'm made of?" "Something tough, but brittle." He opened the door, and when he looked at me, I could have sworn he stared deep down inside of my mind. "We'll harden you up, though. Make you less likely to shatter." He left the room and locked the door behind him. I sank back down onto the bed and finished the other half of the sandwich. When I was done, I stared at the floor and tried to understand what was happening to me. If I didn't work with him and sell his drugs, he'd kill me, or he'd kill my mother. I couldn't run, not if I wanted her to live, and I knew I couldn't tell her about any of this. It would break her heart and probably kill her if she knew that Jason got me into this situation, assuming she'd even believe me, which meant I had no choice. Unless I wanted to whore for him for the rest of my life, I was going to sell his drugs. And I didn't know if that was any better. 3. Owain, I got up early the next day and made breakfast. I cooked Lee a feast: eggs, bacon, pancakes. I made fancy pour-over coffees and hand-ground the beans. I even put a little vase with a tiny daisy inside of it on the tray as I piled everything on and carried it up to her room. I smiled to myself. I was a killer and a bastard. And here I was, bringing breakfast to a woman. It was almost comical. But I still planned on bleeding her dry. I unlocked the bolt on her door from the outside and knocked. "Lee, little diamond, are you awake?" No answer inside. I knocked again. "I'm coming in, little diamond, whether you're decent or not." Again, silence. I pushed open the door. She came at me like an animal, all claws and screaming. She knocked the tray from my hands, and her burning hot coffee spilled down my legs. I growled in pain as she raked her fingernails down my cheek. I caught her wrist and shoved her back. She stumbled but didn't stop. She came at me again, throwing her weight into the attack this time. That pissed me off. I caught her and threw her down onto the floor. I heard her breath blow out from her chest in a whoosh. I pinned her down and stared into her face, a snarl on my lips. "I thought we were past this." She glared back at me. "You're trying to turn me into a drug mule. What do you think would happen if you got away? You think your mother would be safe?" I wasn't trying to escape. Her lips curled into a sneer. "I just wanted to hurt you." I stared at her for a long moment. My thigh felt like hell from where the coffee spilled and soaked my slacks, and a trickle of blood dripped down my cheek where her nails caught me. And then I burst out laughing. My God, what a delight. What an absolute perfect delight. She wasn't trying to escape. She wasn't trying to run away. She just wanted to hurt me because she's angry with me, and she was willing to risk her own safety to score some meaningless hits. What a lovely, beautiful, gorgeous creature, stupid but incredible. It's not funny, she said, practically spitting the words at me. Oh, no, it's very funny. I released her and stood, brushing at my leg. Maybe I underestimated you yesterday. I said you were brittle, but perhaps that wasn't quite right. She sat up. Her hair was in a messy bun. She wore a pair of gray sweats and a black sweatshirt. She looked like she hadn't slept at all the night before. Her eyes were rimmed red with big black bags beneath them. How about you just go to hell? Don't worry, my little diamond. I'll be there soon enough. I turned away and gestured at the fallen tray. That's your breakfast. The coffee was good. Sorry you won't get any. Fuck your coffee. I shook my head. I understand why you're reacting this way. You're angry at your situation and you're taking it out on me. But don't forget that it was your brother who got you here. And it's you that's keeping me. I raised an eyebrow and nodded, a smile on my lips. That's right. I'm keeping you. That's a good way of putting it. She looked away. I'm not going to make this easy on you. Good. I took a step closer. Don't misunderstand me, though. I like a challenge, and I like to play rough. But if you try to fuck me over and ruin what I'm building, I will kill your mother in front of you before I tear you to pieces. Fuck you. I'm glad you understand. I turned away. We're visiting your shop in an hour, so get yourself cleaned up, shower, and eat something. She said nothing as I left and locked her door again. I touched my cheek. My fingers came back bloody. I put my fingers in my mouth and sucked the blood away. What an incredible specimen. I leaned against the door and smiled to myself. She was going to be a lot of work, and I had a feeling she'd kick my ass soon enough. But goddamn, I wanted it. I wanted to see how much she could make it hurt. Lee was quiet on the drive over. I couldn't blame her, though. From her perspective, I was ruining her life. From mine, though, I was giving her a second chance. Shirtadelphia was a small storefront on South Street crammed between an Irish bar and a tattoo parlor. I found a parking spot a block over and got out. I walked around to her side and opened the door. She climbed out without a word. Lead the way. I watched her ass in her tight, dark jeans walk ahead of me back toward the store. Her grey t-shirt was a little baggy for my taste, but even if she was trying to hide her figure, she wasn't doing a good job. Nothing could keep those curves from me, and the memory of her attacking me this morning only made my blood boil even more. Sometimes I surprised myself. I should have been pissed she ruined a favorite pair of suit pants. Instead, I was overjoyed that she'd shown some backbone. The sidewalk was damp from the night before and foot traffic was slow. Most shops were closed for the morning. A dry cleaner's neon lights flickered as we walked past. A young couple held hands and carried cardboard coffee cups. I wondered if Lee secretly wanted to be like them. I walked behind her and enjoyed the view until we reached her store. She stared at it, then looked back at me. I don't have my... I took her key from my pocket and held it out. She took it without comment and unlocked the front. Shirtadelphia had a hip, bright interior. She flipped the lights on. The floors were polished, bright white tile. Each wall was covered in shirts, their fronts folded to show the graphic. 2 long couches with gray, faded cushions sat in the center of the space, facing an old, mid-century coffee table with magazines on top. A flat-screen TV hung in the back left corner, and a door led to the back. The counter looked like a trio of vintage washing machines in green, blue, and pale pink. She gestured around, then turned to face me. This is it, my whole freaking life. Beautiful. I beamed at her, then ran a hand down along the back of a couch. Really, you have a great eye for this stuff. I'd say thanks, but also, fuck you. I nodded. You did all this yourself, didn't you? Built everything? Designed it all? Mostly, she said. I had some help building the shelves and the counter. Otherwise, it was all me. Very impressive. I smiled at the shirt designs. Some were goofy, stupid, jokey shirts with idiotic slogans like Blonde Gone Wild and You Coming At Me, bro mixed with Philadelphia-centric designs featuring the Liberty Bell and other iconic imagery. Then some were more abstract, a series of geometric shapes and overlapping circles in different colors and patterns. I don't know how you think this is going to work. Most of my clients are young, you know? Teenage kids. And I doubt you're trying to sell pills to teenagers. I shrugged. Teenagers, preteens, children. Whoever wants it and can afford it, I'll sell to them. She stared at me. Are you joking? Normally, no. But yes, right now I am joking. She looked oddly relieved. I know you're an asshole, but I'm trying to decide if you're a monster or not. Oh, I'm most certainly a monster. I walked over and fingered a shirt featuring Ben Franklin riding a T-Rex. But I don't sell to kids and I don't take stupid risks. Teenagers are inherently untrustworthy, and I'm not trying to get anyone killed. We're selling to seasoned addicts with a proven track record of keeping their fucking mouths shut. Sounds great. She walked over and stood behind the counter, arms crossed. And meanwhile, I'm supposed to run my business as usual? Perhaps not quite as usual, but yes, that's the idea. Because I think someone's going to notice a bunch of junkies coming in and out. You'd be surprised. Did you notice it when your brother was spiraling? She glared at me and said nothing. Truth is, my little diamond, junkies tend to look like normal people. Regular people that got hooked on a drug but are generally high-functioning. Sure, of course there are junkies living on the street, but we're not looking for them. Pills aren't cheap. Heroin's much cheaper. We're selling to upscale clients. Where'd you even get all the drugs anyway? China. Right. Specific. I spread my hands. I can't tell you all my secrets yet, even if we are going into business together. Now, show me the back room. She made a face and turned. I followed her through the door, down a short hall, past a bathroom and a supply closet, and into the back. She flipped on a light. It was a wide room with several tables and racks of shirts piled high. A small desk sat shoved against the far wall with a computer monitor and a pile of files and folders. I imagined her brother sitting right in that spot, slumped over and dead. Not much to see. Computer has all our accounting and stuff. This is where we keep excess stock and pack and ship online orders. She gestured at a pile of boxes and labels. A lot of our orders come online. Right now, we're at 50-50 online and in-store, but I'd like to sell more online soon. I nodded and looked around. Makes sense. You set up the online portal. Yeah, I did. Good. That might be useful. Could be an easy way to take orders. She made a face. That's a terrible idea. You want to pay taxes on your drugs. Yes, actually. That's a problem with drug money. It's not legit if you can't pay taxes on it. So you can't spend it without raising eyebrows. The IRS and the feds pay attention to shit like that. But if sales came in through your online store, say, for a t-shirt that doesn't exist, we could pay taxes on that money and make it legitimate. That's called laundering. Thank you for the lesson on how to be a drug dealer. I really appreciate it. I beamed at her. You'd better learn, because that's what you are now. She threw up her hands. I don't understand this at all. Why me? Why this store? I put my hand on a t-shirt rack and pushed against it. The whole thing wobbled a bit, but not too much. I could already see the place would need some improvements. Her brother was a waste of a man. This store gets enough street traffic that it wouldn't be unusual if it bumped up by a small percentage. And your brother was in my pocket. It's simple, really. You're convenient. She made a face and paced toward the back door. I watched her, curious about how she'd take it. But she turned and paced back toward me. So, I do this for a while. I sell all your pills. Then what? Like I told you. Then you choose if you want to stay and continue running the store and selling for me, or you walk away. Maybe if you do well, you walk away with a financial bonus. You'll really just let me leave, even though I know so much about you and your operation? I chuckled. and felt a strange stab of pride. The girl was smarter than I gave her credit for. Seems stupid, doesn't it? Seems like you'd never really let me leave. Here's the thing, little diamond. For most men, that would be true. Most men would kill you before they let you walk. But I'm not most men. Somehow I don't believe you. I shrugged. Believe what you want. I'll say this, though. I think that after we're through, you won't want to walk. And if you do, then you won't want to turn me in. Because you'll know me by then. And you'll know that I'll find you and cut your throat and murder your mother and make sure your life was a living hell. At least for your last moments. She glared at me. But I saw that glimmer of fear again. I hated threatening her. It wasn't elegant, and it wasn't my style. But she had to understand that this wasn't some kind of game I was playing. A lot depended on me. All my guys looked to me for leadership, and nothing was going to get in my way. The crew was growing and we were going to take over the city. I had my role to play, and I wasn't going to let Hellen or anyone else down. Whatever, she said finally, but she sounded uncertain. For today, you're going to work. Normal day, like any other. Her eyes widened. Really? Really? All alone, too. I don't think you need a leash when you know what the consequences of running away would be. She took a breath. So I just sell shirts like usual? Sure. Ship your online orders. Do whatever you need to do. I'll check on you later. This is another test, isn't it? I tilted my head. What makes you think that? Because you're weird. And you're smiling. I laughed. Damn it. I couldn't help myself. Just sell your shirts, my little diamond. I'll be back later to pick you up. She said nothing as I turned and left her store. I couldn't wait to get started. But she was right. I had to put her through one more test. This was her chance to try something stupid. She'll spend all day thinking about it, weighing her options, making up plans. She might even follow through with something. Before I actually began selling out of here, I had to be sure she wouldn't make this difficult. So I dangled freedom in front of her and let her figure out which path she wanted to take. I was an optimist. I believed she'd do the right thing and keep her mouth shut. But I've been wrong in the past, and I might be wrong again. That was the fun of it. She might let me down, or she might not. Only one way to find out. I left the store, walked to my SUV, and drove off. For Lee, the first 10 minutes alone in my store were surreal. It almost felt normal, like it was any other day. Except, of course, it was anything but normal, since I started the morning as a captive, and likely would end it that way too. Owain played games. I could see it already. He liked it when I attacked him because it proved something to him. He wanted me to lash out and he wanted me to fight. He thought it was fun. I had to use that against him. I didn't know how, though. He still held all the cards. He knew I'd do anything for my mother, and all he had to do was keep threatening her life to keep me in line. So I spent the afternoon trying to come up with ways to get out of this. Customers came and went. A woman tried to bring her dog inside, and I had to kick her out. Some kids bought shirts with "Damn, it feels good to be a gangster" on the front in white lettering. I wondered if their parents would even care. Time slipped past. Morning turned to afternoon. I took cash from the register and bought lunch at the deli a couple doors down. The guy behind the counter was overweight and balding, and he smiled at me. "Sell a lot of shirts?" he asked, and I laughed, although he said that to me every time I stopped in. After lunch, I packed shirts in the back. Late afternoon was always slow. As I finished getting the online orders ready to go out, I realized that I'd stopped thinking about Owain and let myself settle into my normal daily routine. It felt easy to do. I'd been coming to work and going through these same motions for months now. It was comfortable. And right now I craved comfort and something normal more than anything else. I could so easily see how I could fall into his trap. Selling his pills wouldn't be hard. I could fit it into my typical day. Not much would change in my life, and I could drift along on an eddy of routine and easy comfort, until he got what he wanted and didn't need me anymore. He said he'd let me go, but I knew better. There was no way out. If I ran, my mom died. If I tried to bring her with me, we'd both get caught, and we'd both die. If I stayed, I was dead sooner or later. By the time 4 o'clock rolled around and I had 3 hours until closing, the realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I had to kill him. There was no other option. If I killed Owain, there'd be nobody to hunt me. Maybe his men might take it up, but I had a feeling they'd be too busy fighting with each other to try to avenge their leader. I could be wrong about that, but I didn't see any other options. I had to kill him, and I had to do it today, this evening, right at 7, right at closing. Otherwise, I'd never do it. I sat down in the back on the computer chair and stared at the shelving racks and the shirts in neat piles. My heart beat so fast I felt like I might hyperventilate and pass out. Sweat beaded along my back. I never killed anyone before. I'd never been in a fight. Killing a man, even a man like Owain, felt horrible. It felt like the end of the world, like the end of myself. But I had to do it. I had to do it if I wanted to survive and if I wanted to save my mother. I needed a weapon. My eyes scanned the room. Owain was way bigger and stronger. Attacking him like I did that morning wouldn't work. I needed an edge. The racks. They were made of long metal tubes. I remembered how heavy they were from when I built them with Jason all those long months ago. I walked to the nearest one, cleared off the shirts, and began to take it apart. I only needed to remove the topmost shelf, since I only needed a single support strut. I unscrewed it and got it off in about 10 minutes, then stood there weighing the long metal rod in my hand. It was solid and heavy. I swung it and made a satisfying whistle through the air. I pictured slamming it into Owain's head over and over and over until he stopped moving. My stomach twisted into bits, but I made myself close my eyes and picture it again. Hitting him, in the head, over and over, until his skull broke and he died. I gagged. I was so scared I thought I might cry. I was going to do it. Time slipped past. I sold some more shirts up front. A few online orders trickled in. I filled them, even though I didn't think I'd ever get to the post office again after today. I was going to murder someone. 5 came, then 6. I kept the metal rod leaning against the counter. I looked down at it every few minutes and tried to see myself hitting Owain in the face until he died. 6:30 rolled around. A young guy with a buzzed head and his hippie girlfriend laughed at some of the really lame shirt slogans and ended up buying some of my geometric designs. The girl complimented the shop, but I just smiled at her and barely heard it. When they left, I locked up and went into the back. Owain would come soon. I sat in the computer chair and tried to stay calm. I held the rod in my lap and ran my fingers along its smooth tube. I was going to use it to kill him. I was going to bash him in the face until he was dead. I shut my eyes, then opened them again. It was time. I got up and hid right where the door would open. I was going to use the same trick on him again since I figured he wouldn't expect it twice. I stayed still and quiet with the lights off. Soon I heard something up front. The door opened then closed. Of course he had the spare key. He'd infected my entire world and taken it over like a virus. My palms were sweating and I had to wipe them on my jeans. I gripped the metal rod tightly in both hands. I heard his footsteps in the hallway. He walked slowly and deliberately. I knew it was him from his gait. It just had to be him. The door opened. I wanted to scream. I was so scared that I might not go through with it, scared that I might chicken out at the last minute. He stepped inside. I saw him from behind. Tall, muscular, broad, light-colored hair. Handsome as all hell. I had to murder him. He turned in my direction. I stepped forward and swung the rod as hard as I could at his face. And connected. His head snapped back and he grunted in pain. His hands came up to his nose. A satisfying spurt of blood smacked onto the floor. "Fuck," he said. "The fuck." I came at him again. I hit him hard in the shoulder, then aimed for the head. He stumbled back, nose bent and bleeding, eyes wild with rage. The rod hit him in the face again, but it was just a glancing blow. It ripped a hole on his left cheek to match the claw marks on the other side. I swung hard, aiming for his head, but he lifted an arm and blocked it. He growled in pain, and I could only imagine how much that hurt. He moved fast, coming at me. I stumbled backwards, trying to get space. I swung again and hit him in the side, but it didn't even slow him down. He smashed me against the wall. I gasped in pain and arched my back. He grabbed the rod and ripped it from my hand. It made a clattering sound as it bounced along the floor. His fist gripped my throat, and he breathed hard, staring into my eyes as blood dripped down his nose and cheek. He didn't smile this time. I stared back at him, defiant and angry, and so scared I thought I might pass out. He didn't squeeze my neck hard enough to choke me, but I could feel the power there. I knew he could kill me whenever he wanted. He could rip me to pieces. In that moment, I realized it was hopeless. He was a monster, a gorgeous, enormous monster. Even with the broken nose and the scratched-up face, I felt attracted to him. Attracted and repulsed and disgusted with myself. He was an animal, a brute, a maniac. And I still thought the suit he wore clung to his body like a glove, and the way he carried himself with perfect confidence made me want to throw myself at his feet and let him have his way with me. I thought I might throw up. "Are you done?" he asked. I nodded. "No more poles? No more knives? Sharp fucking things? Nothing. Should have tried to stab me." He released my throat and stepped back. He took a handkerchief from his back pocket and dabbed at his nose, then gripped it with both hands and straightened it out with an audible snap. I had to turn away. I retched, but nothing came out. He grunted and took a deep breath. "Better," he said. "You nearly got me." I steadied myself with a hand against the wall. "You're insane. And you're goddamn stupid." He stepped up behind me and grabbed my hair, pulling me away from the wall. "Don't you understand what I'm trying to do here yet? Get off me." He let me go. I stumbled and steadied myself on the table. "I'm trying to give you a chance. You think anyone else in my crew would think twice about killing you? After this, you'd be more than dead, little diamond. You'd be wishing you were dead. But you can't see that, can you? Oh, yeah. You're a saint for using me to sell your drugs and launder your money. What a fucking great guy." He laughed, deep and honest. "I don't need you to like it, but I need you to accept it." I stared at his handsome face and said nothing. He sighed and dabbed at the cuts with his handkerchief. It came away bloody. He dabbed it again, then tossed it onto a table. "Maybe I've taken the wrong tact with you." He leaned against the door and looked tired. "Maybe you need more incentive. What the hell could you offer me?" He smiled. It looked deadly and terrifying. "I could offer you a lot. What do you want? Money? Power? I could give you that if you wanted it. You don't have enough money to buy me." "Oh, don't be so sure." He tilted his head. "How about this? I'll cut you into the sales. I'll give you 10% of the profits." 10%? I snorted. "No, thanks. 10% of around $20 million. That got my attention. I stared at him. 2 million? Around there. Might be more, might be less." He made a vague gesture with his hands. "Depends on how many pills we have. I don't have good numbers just yet. My men aren't great at counting, believe it or not." 2 million. I almost laughed. "You're seriously going to give me 2 million? I promise you on my life, 10% of the profits will go in your pockets. 2 million is the potential if you work hard and sell it all." Fuck. I turned away from him and stalked across the room. "You're crazy. And now you're tempted." He laughed, soft and low. "I knew you would be. It's a good offer. It's dirty money. It's drug money." I turned back to face him. "I just tried to kill you. He shrugged. You failed. It was a good try, though. 2 million. I looked down at the floor. I could do so much with that kind of money. I could start over somewhere and take care of my mother the way she deserved. She could quit her part-time job at the diner and never work another day in her life. She could do whatever she wanted, and I'd have enough money left over to build another business. But here's the deal. If you so much as lift a finger to mess with all of this again, it's over. I gave you 2 chances just now. 2 chances to try to kill me, and you failed both times. You didn't go far enough, little diamond. He pointed at the online orders boxes. There are scissors in there sharp enough to sink deep into my throat. You might have gotten me if you'd tried. I refused to take the bait. How do I know you're not lying? Because I have no reason to. I could keep blackmailing you into working for me. I'd rather you did it for the right reasons, though, and perhaps money is enough. Life-changing money. He stepped toward me, eyes narrowed and intense. But I won't give you a 3rd chance. You make things hard for me one more time, and this is finished. Do you understand? I understand. I felt a trickle of rage, like the dying embers of a fire. Maybe if I wanted, I could ignite it again and burn at him. But I didn't think I had it in me. No, the fire was cooling, dying, replaced by something else. Desire, greed, $2 million, and him. What do you say, little diamond? He walked toward me. Blood trickled from his nose, but his eyes were bright and gorgeous and almost manic. What do you say? Be my partner. We'll make you rich. I don't know. He stopped just in front of me. I breathed deep, picturing his hand around my throat. He reached out and I managed not to flinch away as he touched my cheek with his palm. I can give you so much. I don't know. I kept looking into his eyes. How can I come back from there? There's no coming back. But it's better on the other side. I chewed my lip. Okay? I'll do it. I'll be your partner. Good. He leaned closer. I felt his breath on my skin. I nearly screamed, but I couldn't tell if I wanted to scream from fear or need. We're going to have so much fun together. He pulled back and took my hand. I let him lead me away from the back. I stared at my shop and saw something else in the tile floor, in the neat rows of t-shirt designs, in the retro washing machine counter. I saw my doom. I saw my downfall. But when I looked back at Owain, I saw my future, and I wasn't sure if I liked it. 5. Owain. Igramist as Dr. Chen reset my nose. It hurt like hell and made my eyes water. He adjusted it slightly, then nodded to himself. You'll have some bruising, but it's not too bad. He took off his rubber gloves. How'd you do it this time? Get into another fight? Something like that. Dr. Chen shook his head and ran a hand through his graying hair. He looked more and more tired every time I saw him, but really he was probably tired of my shit. He sat on the coffee table in my living room and had his bag open beside him. You won't need any more bandaging. Just be careful for a few weeks. How about swelling and bruising? Should be pretty minor. Like I said, you were lucky. Broke in the same spot you broke it a couple months ago. Guess I need to stop pissing people off. That almost got a smile from him. Almost, not quite. He cleaned up his medical gear and stood. His shirt sleeves were rolled above his elbow and he wore slim, dark trousers. I'll take a check, he said. I laughed, got up, and found my checkbook. Not a lot of gangsters put cash in the bank, Doc. I know, but you do. Guess I'm old-fashioned like that. Guess so. I wrote the check and handed it over. He slipped it into his back pocket. It was a pleasure, I'm sure. He walked to the door. You know my number. Call if you need me again. He left and shut the door behind him. I stood alone in my living room and breathed in through my nose. It felt a little stuffy from the swelling, but all in all, the doc was right. It wasn't so bad. Clean break. Nice and neat. I smiled to myself. I didn't think Lee had it in her. She was right to try to kill me. That really was the only way out of this mess, at least other than working for me. All her other options must have seemed pretty fucking bad for her to actually try it. But she only went halfway. I kept thinking about those long, orange-handled scissors and their sharp blades. There were probably a bunch of other weapons in that place that would have worked better than a shelving unit rod. Maybe, deep down, she liked me. Or maybe she didn't know how to properly kill a man. I cooked dinner and set it down on a tray. I carried it upstairs to her room, unbolted the door, and knocked twice. "Come in." I opened the door. She was sitting in bed, knees drawn to her chest. "This a bad time?" She gave me a look. "How's the nose?" "It's better." I scrunched it up. "Doc fixed me." "You look good." "I bet I do." I walked over and placed the tray down at the foot of the bed. Chicken breast pounded flat, breaded and baked, steamed broccoli, and some roasted potatoes. Not fancy, but good enough. "Do all Mafia guys cook?" "Pretty much. Yeah, they do." She almost cracked a smile. I liked it when she was withholding, as fucked up as that was. "So, how's this going to work? Are you going to keep me locked up in this room all the time?" "I thought we'd talk about that, actually." She came closer and pulled the tray toward her. I saw hunger in her eyes, but she hesitated for a second, then dug in. She probably figured it wouldn't make any sense for me to poison her. And that was right. I needed her too much to hurt her, and anyway, I wasn't the poison type. When I killed someone, I did it with my hands. "Well?" she asked. I smiled as she took a few more bites of chicken and seemed to actually enjoy herself. "We should establish ground rules. I don't want to leave you locked up in your room all the time. But I also need to be able to trust you." "Okay. I understand that. First rule is you never leave the house without my permission. You don't step foot outside. You don't even think about the outside world. From now on, I'm the gatekeeper." "Fine." She ate some broccoli. "What else?" "No phones, no internet, no email." "Seriously? How am I supposed to live without that stuff?" "You'll survive." "What about my friends? My family?" "Call your mother and tell her you're going out of town for a while. And friends, post it on Facebook if you have to." She waved her fork at me. "They come into the shop sometimes. Then think up a better lie." She let out a breath and kept eating. "All right, fine. No communication with the outside world. No leaving the house. What else, Warden?" "I prefer boss, but I'll accept Warden." She finished eating and put her fork down. It took her less than 5 minutes to shovel it in, and I realized she must have been starving. "How long do you think this can last before someone comes looking for me?" "As long as it has to." She shook her head. "You haven't thought it all through, have you?" "Don't worry about that." I moved closer to her. "Last rule is you do as I say. If you do your job, keep your head down, and don't make trouble, you'll walk away from this with a lot of money. But if you make trouble, you'll get trouble. Do you understand?" "Sure, I understand. I make your life hard, you make my life hard." "Exactly. It's a give and take. We're in a partnership, see? Less like a partnership and more like a dictatorship." I laughed and stood. "I like that. I can be your dictator and you're my little subject." She crossed her arms. "Are you going to let me leave the room now?" "If you want to." We stood in silence. I watched her closely. I wanted to see how she'd react, and I smiled when she finally looked away. "I'll stay in here." "Your choice. I'll be downstairs if you want to come join me." Her face contorted into something confused and angry. I repressed a smile and drifted over to the door. "Wait," she said. "Can I get a TV in here?" I laughed. I couldn't help myself. What a simple, absurd request. But I wanted her to feel like she was at home. I needed to make her feel comfortable and happy. The happier she was, the less likely she'd be to do something stupid and frustrating. "If you want a TV, I'll get you one." She nodded. "Thanks. But one more thing. Some of my guys are going to start working at the shop. They'll show up when I send them. Don't expect them to do anything to help the business, and they will need free run of the back. Anger flashed over her face. So I'm just supposed to let your goons do whatever they want in my store? More or less. Unless you want to be the one who handles shipping and storing the pills? She glared at me and crossed her arms. I guess not. Then my guys will show up and you won't get in their way. I could tell she wanted to argue. The idea of letting strangers into her shop and giving them the freedom to do whatever they wanted probably felt like dying to her. She had an independent streak that I admired, but it needed to be tamped down if this was going to work. Fine, whatever you want. This is your show. She inched closer and nudged at the tray with her toe. Can I ask you something? I leaned against the doorframe and gestured. Go ahead. Who do you work for? What makes you think I work for someone? She shrugged. Everyone works for someone. I couldn't help but laugh. That's a good point. So who's your boss? His name is Hedion. Hedion, she repeated. That's a strange name. It's Russian. He's the head of our crew. I suppose we're a family now, actually. I don't know what you mean. I spread my head. It's a long story. I have time. I considered that for a moment, trying to decide how much she needed to know. Truth was, she could go through this without ever hearing about the details of Hedion and the crew, but I couldn't see the harm in telling her. We used to be a small and distributed outfit. We worked in individual cells. But about a year ago, we took over a major Russian Mafia family called the Volkovs and won a lot of territory. Since then, I've been operating my own little crew under the umbrella of the family. We pay them tribute and take orders from the top, but I mostly have freedom to do whatever I want. So your boss doesn't like to micromanage. As long as the tribute payments flow and there aren't any problems, Hedion lets us all do what we want. He had his own plans to pursue. Interesting. She chewed on that for a moment. Will I ever meet the others? I assume there are other groups like yours. There are, and probably not. If you do, I think you should assume that shit's gone very wrong. She took a deep breath and let it out. Okay. I think I understand how this works now. Try to get some sleep, little diamond. Work starts in the morning. She looked away from me and didn't answer. I lingered there and felt a strange desire to walk back over to the bed and take her hair in my fist. I wanted to pull it hard and make her understand that my boss didn't matter, that as far as she was concerned, I was the only man in this world worth a damn. If she wanted to survive this, if she wanted to flourish, I was the one she needed to worry about. But that was just insecurity, and I wasn't the kind of man to give in to that sort of impulse. I left and shut the door behind me. I didn't bother locking the bolt. It was time to start trusting her. Baby steps at first, but if she proved herself, maybe I'd allow more freedoms. I hoped she learned how to behave, but until then, I'd make sure to lock my bedroom door at night. 6 Lee. The next week was a blur. I drifted from Owain's house to my shop and back to the house again. I barely left the room, and when I did, I made sure that Owain wouldn't be around. He was home constantly for the first few days, but then he started disappearing for hours at a time without a word. I was tempted to push my boundaries. The first time I realized I was home alone, I wanted to jump on the internet and start posting on Facebook. But I quickly realized how stupid that would be. Spending a few hours on social media wasn't worth the risk to my mother's safety. And the more time I spent with Owain, the more I was positive that he meant exactly what he said. There is almost no guile to him. He was straightforward and honest. When he said he thought something, he really meant it. When he said he was going to do something, he always followed through. Most nights, he cooked me dinner, and most nights, it was really good. Work dragged. The guys he promised would show up eventually appeared on the third afternoon. They carried in big cardboard boxes and stacked them in the back. I recognized one of the guys, a man named Roland, but I didn't talk to him. and they didn't bother me. It was strange how quickly it felt normal. Even trapped in a strange man's house, terrified that he'd change his mind at any moment and decide I wasn't worth keeping around, I still settled into an easy rhythm. Until one morning, Owain stopped in front of my shop and grabbed my wrist before I could get out. "Sales start today." I stared at him. "What?" "You knew it wouldn't be this easy forever." He stared, and I thought I saw a hint of pity in his eyes. "Fine. Whatever. Do what you have to do." Men might come into the shop. They might ask for a shirt called the happiest shirt alive. If they request that, take their cash, go into the back, open one of the boxes my men dropped off, and give them one of the bundles. Do you understand? I blinked at him. "How much money are they going to give me?" "Don't worry about that. Just keep the money at the bottom of the register. I'll collect it at the end of the day." "And what bundles?" "They're wrapped in shirts. Also, don't worry, they're all the same." I chewed my lip. "Are you sure about this?" "You can handle it. If they ask for more than one shirt, get more than one bundle." "Right. More than one bundle of drugs." He didn't smile. "I'm trusting you, little diamond. Don't let me down. If you need something, there's a phone hidden at the bottom of the top box. It has one number inside. Call that number, but only if it's an emergency." I looked away, and he released my wrist. "I can handle it." I climbed out of the car and didn't look back. He lingered there as I unlocked the door and slipped inside. I stood in my empty showroom, my heart racing in my chest, as I looked around at all the shirts I'd spent so much of my life designing and selling. Today was the day it all changed. The first guy came in around noon. He was younger than I expected. Patchy facial hair, sweatpants, and a t-shirt. Do you have the, happiest shirt alive?" He looked nervous, like he wanted to throw up, and tossed a wad of cash onto the counter. I smiled, but I wasn't sure why. I wanted to try to make him feel at ease, I guess. "Yep, we have it. Stay right here." I walked into the back and opened the top box. It was full of tightly wrapped black t-shirts. I picked one up and felt the fabric. Cheap cotton weave. Probably cost 10 cents in bulk. I carried the shirt back out front and handed it to the guy. He took it and looked confused. I didn't think it was actually, a shirt." I stared at him like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Because he probably was. But I guessed drug addicts weren't all brilliant people, and felt a strange pang of anger. "That's what you paid for. Now get out of here." He took a step back, hesitated, then turned and left. The door swung closed behind him. I sighed and rubbed my face. I wondered if someone thought about my brother like that at some point. I could imagine Jason, his goofy half-smile, his endearingly dirty hair, his rumpled shirts, standing in front of some drug dealer begging for a bundle of pills and looking surprised when he got a t-shirt instead. I had to lean against the counter and breathe deep to keep myself from getting emotional. I was the drug dealer now. The kid that just came into my shop could be someone's brother. And they might find him dead in his room one day, just like I found Jason. The thought made my heart race and made my stomach twist into knots. Owain was turning me into a drug dealer, and for a second I thought that might be worse than turning me into a whore. A few normal customers came in over the next couple of hours. But just when I started to feel steady, a man wearing a suit with bright eyes and a too-eager smile pushed open the door and approached. "I'm looking for the happiest shirt alive," he said. "Sure. Stay there." I went into the back, got his shirt, and came out again. He took it from me, frowned, stared, looked back up. "What the fuck is this?" "The shirt. Now get out." "I don't want a shirt. I'm here for pills." I stared at him. "First of all, you don't say that, you idiot. And second of all, look inside the shirt. Now get the hell out." He shoved his fist down the bundle and must have felt what he was hoping for, because a look of pure bliss spread across his face. "Adios, pretty girl." He stormed back out again. I wanted to vomit. But another guy came in a minute later. Long hair, light brown skin. And another, 10 minutes after that, a guy with tattoos and a black tank top, and another. I handed out their shirts, and fortunately none of them questioned it. I was exhausted by the time I was ready to close. I hoped Owain would show up soon, because I wanted to get back to his house, hide under the covers and cry until I threw up. Maybe I'd take a shower so hot it melted off my skin. But I doubted I'd ever feel clean again. I prepared to go lock the door when two guys came in. I frowned at them as they looked around the shop. Each was dressed in dark denim. One was tall, broad, and wore sunglasses even inside. He had a thick beard and biceps the size of my head. The other was shorter, thinner, with a gaunt face and a missing front tooth. "Hey, girl," Sunglasses said. "I'm looking for something." "We have lots of shirts," I said, gesturing at the wall. Tooth walked over and grabbed one. "Huh, look at this. Eat my shorts. Like from The Simpsons?" "Put that back," Sunglasses said. Tooth threw the shirt on the floor. I said. "Sorry. Would you mind putting it on the shelf? Would you mind fucking off?" Tooth sneered at me like he wanted to show off his gap. "Listen to this, bitch." "We aren't here looking for shirts," Sunglasses said. "We're here looking for something else. Something you probably don't want to admit you got." My heart started racing. I walked backwards toward the counter as my mind raced. I didn't know what to do if these guys got violent or aggressive with me. They were both way bigger and stronger, and I had a feeling they were used to hurting anyone that got in their way. Owain didn't prep me for this. "I don't know what you mean." "Sure you do." Sunglasses pulled out a fistful of shirts from a display and dropped them on the floor. Tooth laughed and started yanking out more shirts, throwing them onto the couches. "I know Owain's been coming here. Seen him more than a few times." "Who?" I asked, desperation taking over. "Come on, girl. Don't fuck around here." Sunglasses walked over and leaned up against the counter. Tooth kept ripping out shirts and laughing with delight. They piled up on the floor in all different colors, a small mountain of laundry. It would take all day to fold and restock them. Then again, I wasn't sure I was going to survive this moment. "I'm not playing around. I don't know who you mean." Sunglasses sighed and shook his head. "Listen, girl, I've been following Owain around for months. Then he starts coming here, dropping you off, and some of his fellas bring some boxes into your back room. Yeah, we saw that, so we know they're back there. I'm trying to do this all civil-like, but if you keep playing dumb, then there's gonna be trouble." I opened my mouth, then shut it again. I didn't think I could form words. He knew everything. "Fuck the girl," Tooth said. "Punch the bitch in the mouth. That'll get her talking." Sunglasses stared at me with those dark reflective lenses. I could see my face in them, pale and pulled into a mask of fear. "You want that?" he asked. "My friend here will gladly hurt you, girl. You owe Owain some shit or something. You loyal to him?" "No," I said. "I'm not." "Then take me to where those damn boxes are." Sunglasses stood. "Come on now. Don't make this hard." I nodded and stepped toward the back. Okay, just don't hurt me." Sunglasses spread his hands. "If I don't have to, I won't." "I might," Tooth said. "He don't speak for me." Sunglasses grinned but didn't contradict him. I turned and ran. Sunglasses came after me, but I didn't have far to go, and he had to come around the counter still. I reached the back room and threw the door shut, slamming the lock home. Sunglasses rammed against the door. "Open up, you fucking bitch," he said. "You're making a goddamn mistake, you fucking bitch." He slammed against it hard again and again. The door flexed, but the hinges held. I ran to the top box and threw it open. I dug inside down past the wrapped shirts until I felt something hard and plastic. The phone. I ripped it out and powered it up. I paced back and forth trying to stop a scream. I could rush out the back door. It was right there. but a voice in the back of my head said I needed to stay until I talked to Owain. I had to make sure it was safe to leave. The phone turned on. Sunglasses rammed into the door and a screw popped out of the wall. It hit the tile floor and bounced toward my shoe. I kicked it and screamed in frustration. The phone had one number in it. There wasn't even a name attached. Sunglasses hit the door again, and another screw popped. It looked like the door might burst open at any second. "Lee," Owain answered on the first ring like he was waiting for my call. "Men in the store trying to break down the door. Slow down. 2 guys with like denim jackets, like motorcycle guys. One had sunglasses. They know you, Owain. They're trying to break down the back door. Are you in there? Right now. I'm still here. Get out the back. Run. Go." But the door burst open with a loud bang. I screamed and threw the phone. It hit Sunglasses in the chest as he stumbled into the room. He let out a grunt and a growl of anger as he came at me. I tried to get past him, running for the back door, but he caught me and threw me up against a shelving unit. It teetered and fell into the rack next to it. Shirts and packing equipment scattered onto the floor. I lashed out with my fists and nails. I caught skin along his face and he shouted with rage. I felt something hard slam into my gut and doubled over, all the air shoved from my lungs. I wanted to throw up, but all I could do was groan and gasp as Sunglasses grabbed my hair and pulled me back up. "Should have made this easy, bitch," he said. I smelled smoke drift in from the other room. "Asshole. Where's the pills?" "What pills?" He hit my stomach again. I coughed and moaned. He yanked me up again. "Don't make me hurt that pretty face," he said, thumb running down my eye and along my cheek. "I don't want to cut you, bitch, but I will. Where are the pills?" More smoke, thick and black, billowed into the room. Tooth cackled as he came in. "This place is going up," he said. "Fuck, you should see it out there. These shirts really burn." "God damn, Lenny," Sunglasses said. "You can't do shit without burning something." "I just loves me some fire." Tooth grinned at me. "Last chance," Sunglasses said. "Where are the pills?" I opened my mouth to tell him as more smoke rolled past. I breathed it in and started to cough as the caustic black stuff wrecked my lungs and throat. Sunglasses grunted and pushed me down, turning to Tooth. "Go put that out, you dumb fuck," he said. "If this whole block goes up, we're fucked." "Aw, come on. Go put it out, asshole." Tooth shook his head, then plunged back into the smoke. Sunglasses bent and hauled me up to my feet. "Pills now." His fist cocked back. "Or I break your pretty nose." A gunshot reverberated through the room. It was a burst of explosive force from the front. Sunglasses released me, body turning around. He stumbled backwards toward the back door, hand reaching for something in his belt. Owain flew into the room, smoke curling around him. He dropped to one knee and fired twice, the shots like explosions. I covered my ears as bullet holes bloomed in Sunglasses' chest. He staggered back, then slumped down to the floor as red pooled around his legs. I opened my mouth to scream, but coughed instead. Owain turned to me and shoved his gun back into his belt. "Are you okay?" I nodded through my coughing. He pulled me to my feet, then whipped out his cell phone. He dialed a number as he walked me toward the back door. "Roland, get all the guys. Fire at the store." Short pause as he shoved open the door. "Get over here and put it out." He pulled me into the alley behind the shop and flipped his phone shut. I doubled over, coughing. He stood and looked around, arms crossed over his chest, waiting for me to get it together. I leaned against the cool brick of the building across the alley and coughed until my stomach muscles couldn't take it anymore. "You okay?" he asked. "I think so." I took a big, gasping breath of fresh air. "Yeah, I think I'm okay. Fire isn't bad. It's mostly just shirts, but it's going to be a fucking mess." "Should we call the fire department?" "My guys will handle it, and they'll make that dead fuck disappear." Owain turned from me and I could see his body tense. "Who were they? What was that? The guy you killed?" "They're nobody." He bowed his head and took a deep breath. They said they were following you. He turned again, and I saw the rage in his eyes. What else did they say? Just that they were following you and knew you brought stuff into the back room. His jaw clenched. Fuck, I didn't expect this. Who were they? Members of the Jackal's motorcycle club. A motorcycle club? Like a freaking motorcycle gang? Yeah, like that shit you see on TV. Jesus, Owain, what the hell? He shook his head. Me and their leader go back a while, and we don't get along. I see that. But this is too far. He's never come at me like this before. They were going to kill me. His eyes softened, just a touch. I straightened and took another shuddering breath, then stepped toward him. The alley was damp and narrow. A pile of trash bags leaned against a dumpster to the left. Cars moved past on the street 20 feet away. I wouldn't let that happen. If you hadn't come... But I did. You didn't tell me you were bringing me into a war. I didn't know. I clenched my fists. They burned my store. We'll fix it. Oh, Wayne, this is too much. You want to back out now, little diamond? His eyes were like fire as he came closer. I took a step back and stomped into something damp. I chewed on my lip as my back pressed against the brick wall. I just think it's dangerous. It was always dangerous. He stood inches away from me, his body rippled with muscle. He killed a man in front of me 2 minutes ago. I tried not to give you up. I looked away, down toward the ground. I tried to stall them. He softened a touch. I see that. You locked yourself in the back and called me. Yeah, I thought it was the only way. You could have given them the stash. I wouldn't have blamed you. I shrugged a little. I need to earn my cut, right? A smile slowly spread across his face. Little diamond, you somehow managed to impress me more and more every day. He leaned down and I could smell his body, a mixture of grass and smoke. I tilted my chin toward him. Maybe it was the smoke. Maybe it was my gut still aching from where I got punched. Or maybe it was the fast way that he just saved my life. There's no doubt in my mind that those 2 men would have killed me. They weren't the kind of men that left witnesses. His lips came toward mine. I reached out and touched his face. I thought I was stopping him. Instead, I guided him closer and let him kiss me. It spread through my body like a wave. Desire, confusion, revulsion, anger. I held him there and returned that kiss as his tongue and taste flooded my lips. I wanted more, felt my heart racing, my body aching and reacting in a way I'd never experienced before. It was pure hatred and need and disgust and desire. I broke the kiss off. This is messed up. And yet you like it, my little diamond in the rough. He touched my cheek, thumbed my bottom lip, then gently took my arm. Come on, let's get you home. We should stay and make sure the place is okay. Like I said, my guys will handle that. I want to get you back and let you unwind. You just went through something hard. I chewed my lip and let him lead me away from the alley. That kiss lingered in my mouth on the way back. I kept glancing at him and wondering if I was going insane. I hated him. I knew I hated him. There was no question in my mind that I despised him with every single inch of my being. He forced me into becoming a drug dealer and almost got me killed because of some feud I didn't even know about. And yet that kiss sent waves of pleasure through me, and just thinking about it made me hungry for more. I thought I was going insane. Maybe it was just shock from watching a man get killed before my eyes. I didn't know. I didn't care. When we got back to his place, I locked myself in the bathroom and sank down into a tub full of water. My eyes closed, trying to forget what had happened and failing. 7. Owain let Lee decompress for a day before dragging her out of bed early Saturday morning. We've got a meeting, I said, as she sat up and pulled the covers over her chin. She could hide all she wanted, but I still tasted that kiss on my tongue. Meeting? I know I told you that you'd never meet Hideon. Looks like I was wrong. Her eyes got wide. Your boss? That's the one. Get up and get dressed. I left her room and went downstairs. I poured some coffee and sat in front of the TV. The news talked about some gas explosion in the suburbs, about carjackings and a cop that got shot but miraculously survived. But I tuned it all out. I kept thinking about Lee and her lips and her shop and the men that tried to kill her. The place was a wreck. I hadn't let her see it yet. One of the idiot motorcycle fucks had piled up all the shirts on top of a couch and set them on fire. When I got there, a toothless fuck was pouring water on top of it and talking to himself. I took him out with a single shot to the brain, but the shop was fucked. The fire didn't spread too much and my guys were able to come in with fire extinguishers and put it all out. The couch made a ton of smoke, probably since it was old as hell and way too flammable. That smoke seeped into all the shirts, which meant even those that didn't get burnt were still destroyed. The guys gutted the place and were airing it out. Next week, we'd have to rebuild. I didn't know how to break it to her, so I was waiting until I had a better idea of how to move forward. She came downstairs 20 minutes later, wearing a pair of light jeans and a top that hugged her chest. Her hair was piled up on top of her head, and she leaned against the banister with an odd expression on her face. "What? You're giving me some look. I'm just trying to understand how bad things are right now. They're not bad." "You killed a guy." I waved that off. "He's just another body at the bottom of the Schuylkill right now." "I don't want to hear that." "And yet it's true. What else do you want to know?" "That gang, the Jackals, are they going to come back?" "They might." She seemed to accept that. "And this meeting with Hedion. Why are you bringing me?" "Because you're a part of it." I stood up and stretched. "You want coffee before we go?" She didn't move. "Come on. You don't do things without a good reason. You were there when they attacked. And to be honest, I want Hedion to meet you." "Why?" "Because if shit gets worse, I want him to know that you can be trusted." She frowned and tried to process that. "You think he'd kill me if things got bad? He might suspect you of something." "I want to assuage him before we get to that point." "Oh, Wayne, I get it. This is rough. You didn't sign up for this. But unfortunately, this is the reality on the ground right now, and you're going to have to start accepting it." That pissed her off. I knew it would. I smiled a little as anger flashed over her face. "I am accepting it. I'm accepting that you're blackmailing me into being a drug dealer for you. I'm accepting that my store, my freaking life's work, is practically in ashes right now. What I'm not accepting is you putting me in the middle of some war I didn't even know about." "Now you know, asshole. What's wrong with you? You want a fucking list?" I stepped toward her, heart beating fast. I sipped my coffee and stared down into her pretty, defiant eyes. "I want you to be honest with me. I'm bringing you because I think you're useful, and I want Hedion to meet you. That's all there is." She clenched her jaw. "Fine, I want some coffee." I nodded my head toward the kitchen. "Be my guest." She stormed off. I watched her go, stared at her ass, felt my anger wane. It wasn't her fault. She was still dealing with the trauma of those fucks breaking in, smacking her around, scaring her to hell, then getting killed. She'd been through a lot in the last couple weeks, and I knew she was doing her best to keep up. But the girl needed to do better. Shit was about to get more difficult, and I couldn't hold her hand through it all. Even if that was what I wanted. She was silent on the drive over. I parked outside of a plain row home on Mount Vernon Avenue in Fairmount. It was a family neighborhood, and a couple young kids, maybe 10 or 11, rode bikes along the sidewalk. An older couple sat on a stoop nearby listening to salsa music. I turned to Lee and gave her a second to look around. "Hedion's not what you'd expect," I said. "How do you know what I'd expect? You're picturing a mob boss. But that's not what he is. But he's the boss of a mafia, right? Trust me. Try to forget your preconceived notions, all right?" She shrugged. "I'll do my best." and be polite. I opened my door. This is his home. She gave me a weird look but got out. The sidewalk was twice as wide here as in other places in the city. I nodded at the woman with her husband, and she gave me a nice smile as I walked up to Hedion's door. I knocked and waited, while Lee lingered a few feet away. She seemed confused by the family and the kids riding their bikes. Hedion answered a few seconds later. He was tall, broad shoulders, light eyes. Reddish-blonde hair covered his chin and cheeks, which was a new look for him. His hair was a little too long and swept to the side. He wore a pair of round glasses and a shawl-collar cardigan. He looked like a rough but handsome college professor. Nobody would guess that he was the head of the second most powerful crime family in the city. "Owain," he said. "And you brought a guest." "Hedion." I shook his hand, then stepped aside. "This is Lee." "Nice to meet you." Hedion smiled at her and extended his hand. For a second, I thought the girl might be stupid enough to turn him down. But instead, she came up the stoop and shook. "Likewise." He nodded his head. "Come in, I made tea." She gave me an odd look, and I just smiled, then gestured for her to go ahead. She walked past me and followed Hedion into his house. The halls were dim and bare. The main living room had a large, pale yellow couch with several plants hanging from the ceiling and standing in large pots around the deep window. Books were piled on the floor around the television. Hedion took us into the kitchen and gestured at the large oak table. Several newspapers were piled at the far end. I took a seat. Lee pulled out the chair next to me. Hedion brought over a tray with a light grey teapot and 3 mugs. He poured me some, then looked at Lee. "Tea? Please." He filled her mug, handed it over. He finished with himself, then sat, crossing his ankles. His feet were bare and calloused. Lee added milk to her tea and looked like she couldn't decide if this was all some kind of elaborate joke. "So, Owain?" Hedion kept his hands in his lap and looked at me. "I hear you had some trouble." "Jackals. Clifton must have sent them after me." "How'd they know about the store?" "Lee says they followed me around. One of the guys admitted it." Hedion nodded, then sipped his tea. He placed it back down gently on the table. "Clifton's going to be trouble. Your little feud with him has been going on too long." "It never took a turn like this before." "Do you think he meant for anyone to get hurt?" I shook my head. "I don't know what Clifton thinks anymore." Hedion rubbed his eyes with his palms. "This is frustrating for me, you know that, don't you? Just when we were starting to get established, this happens. Business has been very good, Owain. I don't want to risk that because of some squabble." "I understand. I'd be glad to finish it, but I'd need muscle. I'm not lending you any men. What you have will be enough." "If you think so." Hedion frowned ever so slightly. "I thought strength was your thing. I didn't know you'd want help. I'm not stupid. The Jackals have twice as many men as I do. If I had the whole crew—" "You don't have the whole crew." Hedion stared at me. "Your feud got you into this, and you'll get out of it. I'm not going to risk the tenuous peace we've built." I nodded and pushed back against the rising anger. Lee sipped her tea and cleared her throat. "Can I ask what this feud's about?" Hedion looked at her like he was just remembering she was there. For a moment I thought he might get angry that she spoke out of turn. Instead, he tilted his head and smiled. "You want to know?" "I'm curious since it almost got me killed." He laughed. "Do you want to tell her, Owain? Or should I do it? Although I think you'll be more charitable." I grunted and leaned forward. "Clifton and I used to be friends." That's putting it mildly. They were close. Hedion gave me a look. "Be honest, or I'll tell it." I clenched my jaw and stared into Lee's eyes, trying to pretend like Hedion wasn't in the room. In my mind, it was just me and her lying in a bed together, her legs intertwined with mine. "I met Clifton when I was young. 16, maybe. We were best friends. Got into a lot of shit together. We met Hedion a few years later and we both started out in the crew together. But Clifton got into bikes and found a different path. He left the club. No hard feelings. So then why are you in a feud? She asked. When he left, he took money with him. He says that money was his, and I say that money was mine. That's what started it. Then shit spiraled from there. We went at each other for a couple years, fighting each other in the streets. That sort of petty shit. The feud quieted down, but I know he never got over it, and I'm the type to hold on to a grudge. It was about money? Not just money, Hedion said. There was a girl. I looked away, blood boiling. She was nothing. She wasn't part of it. Her name was Alexis. Clifton was in love with her. So what's it matter if he left with her? Lee asked. Unless you loved her too? She's my cousin, I said. Oh. Lee blinked a few times and leaned back in her chair. So he stole money from you and left with your cousin. They're still together, I hear, Hedion said, smiling a little. You all think it's so fucking funny, I said, trying to conceal my anger and failing. But if that was your family and your money, Hedion held up his hands, I'd be angry too. You don't forget that shit. Lee went quiet and picked up her tea. She blew on it, then sipped it and stared at the tray for a long moment. I think I'd be angry too. At her as much as at him. I grunted in reply. Hedion laughed. And now we're all caught up on your drama, Hedion said. So the question is, what do we do about it? I'm here to ask for permission to hit back. If you won't give me muscle, fine. I'll use what I have. But I can't let this go unanswered. Clifton went too far. Hedion nodded. I agree. He went much too far. Good. I looked at Lee. And you should know. She's going to be around. Part of your plan? That's right. Hedion looked at her. A year ago, you never would have met me, no matter how bad things got. What changed? She asked. Power. The dynamics in the city. A lot of things. Hedion shook his head and lifted his tea to his lips, but didn't drink. Are you sure you can handle being around a Wayne? He's not exactly your average man. Lee snorted. That's putting it mildly. She can handle it, I said. She already saved one stash when she didn't have to. All right. Hedion took a sip and put it down. I'm going to give you a lot of freedom on this one. If you trust her, then I trust her. If you want to hit Clifton, then I'll support your play. But that's as far as I'll go. I won't stop you, but don't expect reinforcements. Fine, I can handle that. Good. Hedion glanced back over at Lee. And if I were you, I'd be careful. I don't know what this one has over you or why you're hanging around him, but I'm willing to bet he's a lot smarter than you realize. I smirked at her. She looked back at me. I think you're right, she said. Come on. I pushed my chair back. We won't take up any more of your time. Hedion nodded. Lee took one last sip and stood. She lingered there, her small frame seeming out of place in Hedion's kitchen. I wanted to walk to her, lift her off her feet, tasted the skin on her throat. Thanks for seeing me, she said, and walked past me and into the living room. I glanced at Hedion, and he gave me a small, appreciative nod. I followed her back out, down the front hall, and through the door. She didn't look back as she got into my car and leaned back in her seat. I climbed into the driver's side, but didn't leave right away. The family listening to salsa music laughed about something. You're right, she said, voice soft. He's not what I expected. He's the second most powerful man in the city. Give him a few years, and he'll be number one. I believe you. I leaned toward her. But you, little diamond, you were good. You were very good. Asked the right things, said the right things. I'm very happy I brought you. She met my gaze, and I couldn't read her expression. Are things about to get really bad? I reached out and touched her cheek. Not for you. Now come on. Let's go back to the house and relax for the day. What do you say? She shrugged and turned her head away from me. She looked out of the window and stared at the sidewalk. Poor little diamond, trapped in my house, stuck in a war she didn't want, and yearning for a man she probably hated. I started the car and drove back home. 8 Lee spent the rest of the day hiding away in my room. I heard Owain bang around downstairs, and while I was tempted to go see what he was doing, I kept myself locked away. I felt like I still had the smell of smoke in my hair. But after a few boring hours, I finally pulled on some clothes and wandered down the stairs. It was night out, just past 8, and I found Owain sitting on the couch with a glass of something brown in one hand and his feet up on the coffee table. A football game played on the TV. He glanced toward me and a small smile registered at the corner of his lips. There she is. Thought you might have died. Still alive. I took a few steps toward him, then stopped. You've been here all day. Even gangsters need a day off. Right. I looked at the TV awkwardly, not sure why I felt like I needed to linger. Eventually, I walked past him and into the kitchen. He said nothing, but I felt his eyes on my body as I passed. I made some dinner and took it out to the dining room table. I could see the game from the far seat and eat as quietly as I could. You don't have to hide. He craned his neck to look at me. I know you're living here. Living here, or being kept captive here? He gestured, palms up. Not much difference. I looked away. I'm just trying to be a good guest. He barked a laugh and got up. I watched him walk past me and into the kitchen. He returned with a full glass a moment later and slid it across the table. I stared at it and looked back at him. What's this? Whiskey. Drink up. No, thanks. I pushed it away. I'm not in the mood. So you're going to make me drink alone? Nobody's making you do a thing. He rubbed his face and pulled out the chair across from me. It groaned over the hard wood and creaked as he dropped his weight into it. I got a call from the boys earlier that I thought you might be interested in. I sat up straighter. The store? Not ruined. I felt a strange flood of relief. But there has to be damage. There's definitely damage. We need to do some serious work and all your stock's gotta go, so you'd better start brainstorming some new ideas. I nodded slowly and tried to keep the anguish from my face. What else? It's mostly smoke damage, though the fire fucked up the floors, so they'll have to come out. They're going to redo the whole front, put up new drywall, rip out anything remotely messed up. You can have as much say in that process as you want. Seriously? Seriously. Make it as nice as you want. Don't worry about the cost. I gave him a look. That seems a little much. I feel bad you almost got killed on your first fucking day, so I thought I'd try to make up for it. How about you let me go? That'd make things even. He grinned at me, head tilted, and ran a hand through his thick, light brown hair. You don't want that, little diamond. Come on now. Why do you keep calling me that? He leaned over the table. Because you're hard and beautiful, even if you don't know just how much you sparkle. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. Good line. He bowed his head. Thank you. I guess I'll come up with some new ideas for the store. How long do you think it'll take? Month, probably. In the meantime, I've got another spot you can work. I sat very still and stared. Excuse me? He looked toward the football game. The announcers sounded excited. I've got another store. It's a little piece of shit bodega, but you can work out the back. You almost got me killed and you're still going to make me sell drugs? You won't be selling anything. That's not the job. I threw my hands up. What the hell is the job, then? You're going to sit in the back room and watch TV all day until the jackals come. Then you're going to call me. I dropped my hands and leaned back in my chair, staring at him. I could barely understand what he was saying. My ears started ringing. You want me to be bait? Pretty much. Oh, Wayne. What the fuck? They know what you are. They know you're my little shop girl. So wherever I send you, that's where I've got the stash, right? They'll follow and they'll come again. Different guys, same goal. They're going to kill me. No, they're not. I won't let them. They almost did last time. His eyes turned toward me. I saw a strange, hard intensity in his expression as he leaned closer. I wasn't ready before, and now I am. Come on. I'm not being bait for you. No way. That wasn't part of the deal. Then consider this a new deal. I clenched my jaw. I won't do it. Too fucking bad. Hedion said I'm on my own, and this is the plan. We lure them out, we kill them, we move on. This is your part, and you're going to play it. I want more then. His eyebrows lifted. More? More money. I want more. You said 2 million, right? 10%? I want 12%. He barked a laugh. Fuck that. 15 then. Careful. His voice was dangerously sharp. I'm not joking. You want me to risk my life? Then you better pay up. He opened his mouth, but slowly shut it again. I stared back at him and crossed my arms. My heart raced so fast and my mouth felt dry, but I couldn't back down. I might pass out or puke, but that didn't matter. I couldn't give him what he wanted without getting something in return. Otherwise, he'd walk all over me and take anything he wanted. 12%, he said. That's more than you deserve. Fine. I held out my hand. He took it and shook and held on longer than he should have. He stared into my eyes and leaned forward, then pressed his lips against my knuckles. I felt a strange pulse of something exciting rush through my chest as he looked back up at me. Don't fuck this up. He let me go. I pulled my hand back. All I have to do is sit around and look pretty, right? I can handle that. He smiled. Especially the pretty part. I set you up for that. But I took it willingly. I leaned back in my chair and tried to calm down. I felt sweat break out along my arms. I meant to ask you before. What's the deal with Hedion? He cocked his head and sipped his drink. I don't know what you mean. Why are you so loyal to him? He didn't speak for a moment, then reached out to push the glass of whiskey toward me. Drink with me, and I'll tell you whatever you want. I hesitated, but took the glass and sipped it. The liquid burned a smoky smooth rope down my throat. Why Hedion? He looks like a math teacher. I don't get how he's the head of your little... What do you call it? Crime family? We are just the crew, he said. And I know how Hedion looks. But there's something hard in that man. I still don't get it. He leaned back and swirled his drink. Hedion brought us together. He found us when we were all young and stupid and still looking for a place in this world. He brought us all together. How many of you? 10 to begin with. Lots more now. So he's the brains? Owain gestured in the air. He's the conductor, you know, like at a symphony? Hearing a classical music reference come out of your mouth is a little weird. He grinned and kept going. He keeps the whole thing running, keeps us all bound together. And yeah, in a lot of ways, he's the brain. But he's not the only brain. We have a sort of council. You have a council. We meet a few times, talk about the direction of things and go from there. Democratic? Not exactly. Hedion still has final say, but he takes guidance. Where did you all even come from? How'd he manage to find 10 guys that wanted to get into a life of crime? I don't know, he said. I met Hedion when I was young. It's not a nice story. Tell me anyway. He cleared his throat and finished his drink. I sipped mine as he stared down at the table for a long moment. I told you how Clifton and I got into some shit back in the day. Well, I met Hedion one morning while trying to rob a liquor store. Trying to? I made a face. Doesn't sound promising. I was fucking drunk. Still drunk from the night before. Had no money and nothing to lose, so I figured, why not? I waited for it to open and I just held the gun out. Wasn't so hard, you know? But it didn't go right. No, it didn't. Hedion was there in the store. He just watched. I remember that. him just watching, like it was interesting. He wasn't scared at all. Creepy. Yeah, he kind of was creepy. So I'm robbing the store and waving the gun around, and I turn my back on the cashier to grab a bottle I wanted. And that was when the guy pulled a shotgun on me. Oh no. Yep, he had me. Could have blown me to little pieces. Except Hedion threw a bottle at him as he brought it around. It was like slow motion, the bottle in the air, the shotgun aiming toward me, and I couldn't turn to face him fast enough. That's insane. Seriously, I kind of don't believe you. Believe it. He threw a bottle and it smashed right into the clerk's face. Knocked him back a step and gave me time to turn and shoot. Killed the guy right then and there, left him lying bloody on the ground. First guy I ever killed. I felt my breath hitch and covered it with a sip. How old were you? 16. Jesus. I had a hard upbringing. Drunk mom, dead dad. The usual fucked up story. 16, though, and you killed a guy. Hedion was impressed. He helped me out, taught me the ropes, got me thinking straight. Made me realize that knocking off liquor stores in the middle of the morning was probably a bad idea. Right. So instead you're dealing drugs, among other things. His eyes met mine again, and he grinned. I know what you're thinking. That's worse, right? But you'd be so wrong. Robbing liquor stores is a high-risk, low-reward proposition. Selling drugs is high-risk but high-reward. We pull it off, we get rich. If I manage to rob a liquor store, I get a couple $100. Not a good gamble. Glad Hedion makes you think of the odds more. I am too. He gave me a spot in the crew and let me bring Clifton along, at least until he left and formed the Jackals. I finished the glass of whiskey and sat there for a second trying to get myself together. I felt a little dizzy after his story. I tried to picture a 16-year-old Owain murdering a liquor store clerk in cold blood, but it was surprisingly hard. The problem was, I couldn't picture Owain as anything but a muscular, hard-eyed man. The kid he used to be was too far removed from the man he'd become. But we all had a past. We were all kids at some point, even the big scary gangsters. I pushed the glass away and leaned back. So he saved your life then? Hit some guy with a bottle and saved your ass? That's pretty much it. And here you are now, thriving. He laughed and shrugged. You could say that. Guess I owe him too. If it weren't for Hedion, my brother never would have met you. His eyes darkened a touch. Your brother would have met someone like me sooner or later. You really think so? Your brother was broken. I know you couldn't see it, and maybe you don't want to hear it. But that's the truth. I felt a stab of anger rush through me. He could dangle me out there like bait in his little war, and he could talk about murdering innocent people all he liked. But talking about my brother that way was a step too far. I pushed my chair back. You don't know him. I know him, little diamond. I know lots of guys just like him, and they always manage to find a score whether it's me or someone else. Maybe he would have done drugs. But you trapped him with money. Would have been someone else then. I know you hate to hear it, darling, but it's the truth. Your brother was rotten and stupid, and there's nothing you can do to change that. Go to hell, asshole. I walked around the table, trying to get away from him. He reached out and grabbed my wrist. I barely had time to suck in a breath as he yanked me toward him. I stumbled off balance and fell into his lap. I tried to get up, tried to pull my hand away, but he held me tight and kept me there. I whipped my free hand up and out, slapping him across the face. He grimaced, and his eyes burned fire. I held my hand there, then slowly dropped it back to my side. The bruising around his nose and eyes was a faded mustard yellow from where I smashed him with the metal rod, but I could tell it still hurt him. Be mad all you want, but I'm not the enemy. His voice was soft, but still tinged with a flare of rage. I'm pretty sure you're the one keeping me captive. Your brother dug his grave. You're just the one that has to lie in it. I struggled. Let me go. He held me there another second, staring up into my eyes, then released me. I got off his lap and took a few steps away. I turned and looked at him, prepared to give him more shit. But in a flash, I saw all the things I'd missed. My brother, high as a kite one night, laughing about nothing. My brother coming into work late, week after week. My brother borrowing cash from the register and never paying it back. My brother taking product from the shelves for friends. All the little things that would have added up to something if I could have seen it. Instead, I was so sure that he'd gotten better. Maybe I wasn't so innocent in all this. If he hadn't brought money in, I would have said something sooner. But because he kept finding more checks, I was happy to let him screw around and be a dick. All I cared about was the store. I never asked him where the money came from, and I never questioned his own mental health or what kind of trouble he was getting himself into. I couldn't step back from my own problems and my own world long enough to see that he was suffering. I failed him in a lot of ways. So when he turned to a guy like Owain for money for the store, I couldn't even begin to see what was right in front of me. I turned away from him and stared down at the floor. I was angry, so angry, and I knew I had no outlet. I wanted to rage and scream and fight, but it wouldn't do any good. It wouldn't bring Jason back to life. It wouldn't absolve me of all the guilt I felt. Instead, I walked to the stairs and disappeared back into my room, back into my cage. But at least I was alone and didn't have to squirm under Owain's intense gaze. I could stew in my own self-hatred and self-pity as much as I wanted. 9. Owain. I almost felt bad for the girl. She was still in mourning. That much was clear. The next day, she moped around the house and tried to pretend like she didn't have a hangover from a single glass of whiskey. I hadn't even filled it to the brim. She didn't meet my eye and didn't speak, and I didn't bother trying to pry words from her pretty lips. She hated me, wanted me gone. So I left for the afternoon. Roland and Victor stood in her shop, sweating through their t-shirts. I followed. The front door was covered in cigarette ads. The inside smelled like stale coffee and spilled beer. The shelves were jammed with generic products, and there was a small section for produce and meat products. It was a tiny grocery store, and I knew local people probably treated it that way. There weren't big chain places all through the city like out in the suburbs, and people had to find what they needed at their local corner spots. Fishtown was a nice enough neighborhood, working class, a little rough around the edges, lots of bars and restaurants. Gentrifying, but slowly. Construction on almost every corner, and cars parked along every curb. It was the sort of place I'd consider living if my shop wasn't halfway across the city. Or used to be, at least. Now it was just a burnt-out husk. Sander stood behind a half-inch of bulletproof glass and smiled. He was an older white guy with brown hair and a pudgy face. His shirt was ill-fitting, and he looked like he was sweating through the underarms. "Hey, yo, Owain," he said. "Haven't seen you around in a while. What the fuck's up? You bring me a new employee?" "Good to see you, Sander." Owain smiled and nodded at me. "This is Lee. We spoke about her." Yeah, we did." "All right, how's it going, Lee?" "Good to meet you." "Charmed, I bet." He laughed, a raspy rumble. "So you're setting up shop in the back, right? Doors next to the drink fridge. Do me a favor. When you're in there, restock the milk when it runs low, okay?" "She's not actually working here," Owain said, "so don't make her do shit she doesn't want to do." "I'd be happy to help out." "I have nothing else to do." Sander gestured at me with both hands. "This fucking girl. She's already my favorite employee." "You don't have employees." Owain pointed around them, noting the empty store. Sander rolled his eyes. "You get what I'm saying, yeah? I get that Lee can do whatever the hell she wants around here, and if you think about bullying her into stocking shelves or something stupid, you'd better think twice." "You got it, boss. I wouldn't dream of it." He winked at me, and I couldn't help but smile. He seemed like every other South Philly guy I'd ever met. Loud, charming, obnoxious, but generally harmless. I knew guys like him, grew up with guys like him, and I have a feeling we'd get along fine so long as he kept his hands to himself. Based on the way he looked at Owain, I had a feeling that wouldn't be an issue. "Get yourself settled," Owain said. "I'll be back in a little while, all right?" "Sure." "So I'm just sitting around doing nothing?" "That's the plan. Maybe go for a walk around the block if you want." "That's dangerous, right?" "My guys are watching." He lingered close and put a hand on my wrist. I thought he might pull me up against him. The way his eyes locked on mine, I knew he wanted to strip me down right there and kiss every inch of my skin. Instead, his fingers fell away, and he left without a word. I stood there with a tremble in my legs, berating myself mentally for giving in to his bullshit. He was a pretty face. That was it. Nothing more. I couldn't go all stupid over him because he's attractive and makes my stomach do weird flips every time he's around. I was a captive. I had to keep that in mind. I didn't work for him, even if he said he'd pay me. Sander came out from behind the counter and shoved his hand toward me. "Nice to meet you." I shook it and gave him my best disarming smile. I didn't want him to treat me with kid gloves. "Nice to meet you, too. Come on this way. I'll show you around." He gestured as he walked through the aisles, and I followed. "This here is your average bodega. Where are you from, by the way?" "Grew up in Levittown, but I've been in the city for a while." "Yeah? How you like being a city girl?" "It's fine, I guess. Same as anything else." He snorted. "Nah, that's not true. City people grow a rind on them. You know what I mean?" I laughed a little bit, trying to envision Sander with his big stomach and hairy arms covered in a thick, tough rind layer. "I think I hear you. We're hardy folk. Hardier than the suburb people. Anyway, this is the bodega. Groceries and shit. Your pretty standard stuff. You get a lot of customers?" "Sure, yeah, you'd be surprised. We do okay, actually. Owain doesn't need to inject cash into this place, and I get a nice salary, so it's not too bad. He approached a black door next to the drink refrigerator and pushed it open. A short hall led past a tiny bathroom and into an open stockroom. It looked a lot like the back of my shop. Desk in a corner, shelves with extra stock. The only difference was the low, ratty tartan couch and the old TV set up across from it. "This is your paradise," Sander said. "Looks great. TV gets most channels. I sprang for the good shit. I appreciate that." He leaned up against the desk. "Help yourself to whatever you want out there. No charge. I'll take it out of Owain's account." "How do you know him anyway?" Sander grinned and tilted his head. "You curious about the boss?" "I guess so." I walked over to the couch and sat down on the arm. I met Owain a few years back, before they got all high and mighty, you know. This place was struggling then. The neighborhood hadn't gentrified yet, so it was kind of dying out, right? I could see where this was going already, but Sander warmed up to the topic and paced around the room, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. "I needed a loan to keep the shit going, but unfortunately, I'm what you'd call a very bad person to loan to. Banks won't touch me with a 20-foot pole, all thanks to some shit I got in my past, you know. Some gambling shit. Everyone's got a thing and whatever. You know, playing poker used to be mine." "Sure, I get it. Red wine's mine." He laughed. "Healthy. So, yeah, a friend of a friend introduced me to Owain, and he gave me a loan. Interest wasn't too bad, all things considered. So I said fuck it and dove in. I got lucky, and a year later, things started picking up again. By that time, though, I knew Owain pretty well. Knew he was a legit guy. Stand up, you know? If you don't fuck with him, he don't fuck with you. Can't say that for all the guys." "What do you mean, all the guys?" He stopped pacing and took a breath. "Mafia types, you know." "Right. I hear you." He laughed nervously and paced again. "So like a year ago, when things are good, he comes to me with this offer. A lot of money to buy the place, and I get to keep my job, keep drawing a paycheck. I just have to turn a blind eye to certain things, you know? Like pretty girls sitting in my back room doing nothing, supposedly, all day long." "You're a front for him." He shrugged and ran a hand over his partially bald scalp. "Seems that way. I never got into the crime business, but it sure as hell pays, so I ain't complaining." "Is he a fair boss?" "Fair enough. Plays these tricks sometimes." He made a face and gestured wildly. "Like these fucking tests or some shit? Talks about it all the time. I think it's weird, but hey, whatever. His methods seem to work, so I shut my mouth and do what I'm told." "I notice the tests. He's always been doing that?" "Sure. Says it helps people learn about themselves." "You know what he did to me one time?" "No." "What?" "He came in here with a mask on and fucking robbed me." "Fucking robbed me. Can you fucking believe that shit? Scared the hell out of me. Nearly gave me a fucking heart attack, the goddamn bastard. But I guess I passed, because after he was done ripping me off, he rips the mask over his head and grins and hits me on the shoulder and leaves. That's it. No conversation. Just boom. Done." I can't help but laugh. I shake my head trying to imagine Owain in a black mask robbing poor Sander, but it's a pretty absurd notion. "That seems a little extreme. That's just Owain. He runs those weird tests sometimes, but like I said, you don't fuck him, he don't fuck you. Leaves people alone, lets them do their thing, so long as it doesn't affect him at all. Always seemed real fair to me." "Sounds fair." He took a deep breath and stopped pacing again. It seemed like Sander had to always be moving, like a shark. A balding, pudgy shark with too much arm hair. "Anyway, I should get back up front. Owain, he's a good guy. You tell him I said that." "I will. I'm sure it'll score you some points." He grinned and shook his head. "I don't need points anymore. Me and him were on solid ground. He knows what I'll do, and he doesn't ask for too much. I give him all I got. That's how it goes." He walked past me back to the door and lingered for half a beat, then shook his head and left. I watched him go, wondering how the heck I was going to survive the next few weeks or, God, hopefully not, months with that guy. but he was nice enough, even if he was a talker and a pacer, and I'd get through it. I dropped down off the arm and slumped onto the couch. The TV stared at me, black and motionless. I heard the buzz of electricity and the hum of the refrigerator unit. The back of it stood pressed against the wall 10 feet away with a small door attached to the side for restocking. I could feel some cool rolling off it, and I had a feeling I'd need a sweater once the weather turned. Could have been worse, though. I picked up the remote, pointed it at the TV, and hit the power button. 11. Owain. I took her to the bodega every day for 3 weeks, and nothing happened. Every day I thought today was the day. Today, the jackals would make their move. But at closing time, I'd pick her up in my car, and she'd give me a tight smile and shake her head. I'd drive her home, frustrated, pissed off, but still patient. I was a patient man. Anyone would say that about me. I knew when to wait, and I knew when to move. Sometimes it was best to keep a low profile, like a spider creeping through the grass. We fell into a rhythm at home. It was strange having her around. I couldn't get used to it at first. She was a foreign body in my atmosphere, burning me up inside. I felt her tug like gravity, and we orbited each other, moving from room to room but never staying in the same place for long. We barely spoke to each other, and when we did, it was in clipped sentences and always about domestic shit. More milk, clean dishes, laundry. Then one night, during the start of the second week, she drifted downstairs and sat at the other end of the couch. She had on these shorts, these tiny little shorts that barely covered her ass and showed off those long, lean legs. She put her feet on the coffee table and watched TV with me, sports or a movie, I couldn't remember. And I kept staring at those legs. She was teasing me, tempting me, and we both knew it. But I kept my hands to myself, even if I wasn't shy about looking. That became a ritual. Not every night, but most nights she'd come in this skimpy little outfit, sometimes low-cut, sometimes skin-tight, and we'd watch TV in silence. I'd spend the whole time picturing the filthy, delicious things I could do to her body, and she pretended like she didn't notice me staring. It drove me wild and only made me want her even more. She knew what she was doing. There was nothing subtle about it. She could feel the tension as much as I could, and she knew what it meant, even if she didn't want to admit it. I knew my little Lee was parading herself around the house at night to tempt me into doing something aggressive, something that crossed the line, something that felt damn good. I kept control of myself. It wasn't easy, but we had bigger shit to do than fuck each other senseless. I had to stay sharp like a monk in his cave meditating on the size of the universe. Except I was no monk, and I really wanted to meditate on the feeling of her slick pussy sliding down my rock-hard shaft. After the third week, I felt like I might explode. All that pent-up energy from each night drove me wild, and I knew what she wanted, what she was thinking. It was a Monday afternoon when I finally lost it. I dropped her off that morning like usual. She smiled at me, blew me a kiss, and laughed when I caught it. She thought it was funny to fuck with me. But around noon, a few hours later, I came back with a big black duffel bag. I parked out front and carried the bag inside, slung over a shoulder. "Hey, boss," Sanders said from behind his bulletproof coffin. "What you doing here?" "Go take a break," I said. "Close up for an hour." He frowned and hesitated. You want me to leave? The girl's still back there? Go get lunch for an hour, Sander." I stared at him until he moved. "You got it." I waited until he flipped the open sign to closed and disappeared down the block. I locked the door and headed toward the back. The sound of the TV drifted through the door and up the hall as I approached. She was watching a Friends rerun when I stepped into the room and caught her eye. Surprise flicked across her face. Then her expression turned to confusion. "What are you doing here?" Sanders on break. "We need to talk." I dropped the bag on a table covered in dry goods. Toilet paper rolls leaned precariously to one side. She sat up straight and muted the TV. Okay, sure. What's going on? I gestured at the bag. We're making some changes. What kind of changes? I heard the edge in her voice. This isn't working. This whole wait-and-see thing, it's not enough. Her eyebrow knit together. I thought this was what you wanted. It is, but plans change. I want to speed things along a little bit. Not too much, but just a nudge in the right direction. She shifted in her seat. Okay, right. What's that mean then? I unzipped the duffel and opened it. I tilted it toward her so she could see inside. We're going to start selling again. Her jaw clenched. I knew she wouldn't be happy about this, but she was even worse at hiding it than I expected. She leaned forward, hands on her knees, back rigid. Is that really a good idea? Word needs to spread that you're back in business. Leaving you in here and putting a few rumors out there's fine, but it's not enough. I need to be seen pushing product again and flaunting it in Clifton's face, which means you need to start seeing customers. So I'm your little drug whore then. I smirked and put the bag down. I couldn't help myself. I liked the idea of her as my drug whore, although she meant it in a very different way than I pictured it. You're my partner. I walked toward her, head tilted to one side, hands rubbing together. Remember, you're getting paid for every sale we make. You take a cut. That cash goes into your pocket. And I'm the one hung out to dry when the jackals come calling. I spread my hands then. You were always bait, darling. Still pisses me off. When are you going to accept your role? Probably never. She looked away. Remember that I never asked for any of this. True enough. I walked toward her, then leaned forward, placing one hand on the back of the couch. I loomed over her, getting close enough to smell the faint whiff of her shampoo, lilacs and anise seed. But here you are anyway, very much a part of it. So what? Playtime's over. We get back to work? She stared into my eyes, and the way she said playtime made my blood boil. Something like that. And I can't refuse, of course. No, you can't. You don't get to sit here on your ass watching TV forever. Anger flashed across her face. Good. I wanted her to get mad. I wanted her pissed off and raging. Maybe she'd show a little life. That's not what I'm doing. Yeah? What are you doing then, little diamond? I leaned closer, temptation swimming in my veins. I wanted to kiss her plump bottom lip and taste her tongue. I wanted to make her whisper my name. I've been helping Sander. That's not your real job. I know that. But what else am I supposed to do? Now you're supposed to sell my drugs and make me some fucking money. There it was again. Another flash of anger. Deeper. Hotter. Go to hell. Don't talk to me that way. I reached out then. I grabbed her hair, made her gasp in surprise. I tightened my grip and pulled her close as I dropped down to my knees in front of her, forcing her legs open, pressing myself between them. I leaned my weight onto her body and stared into her eyes as I gripped her hair hard, pulling at her thick, lovely strands. You forget your place sometimes. Maybe I've been too soft. Anger again, but tinged with fear. Let me go. No, I don't think so. Wayne. I leaned within inches of her mouth. Her lips hung open. Her tongue ran over her white teeth. I felt her breath hot and quick on my mouth. Say my name again! Her mouth shut, her jaw clenched. Go to hell! Say it, Lee. I want to hear you say it. Then maybe I'll let you go. Oh, Wayne. It came out a snarl. I like that. I like when you whisper it. When you moan it. I'm not moaning anything. Not yet. I leaned closer to whisper in her ear. But you will. I kissed her neck. She took a sharp breath and I felt her hands grip my shoulders. I couldn't tell if she wanted to push me away or pull me tighter. I had a feeling she didn't know herself. I kissed her throat, moving closer along her chin, up along her cheek. Her lips parted again, trembled for me, red and gorgeous. I couldn't help myself. I wanted a feast, and there she was, just waiting to be tasted. So I kissed her, lips tight against hers, and she gave in to me. I felt her melt into it. I felt the tension leave her body in one great flood of emotion as her tongue slipped into my mouth, and that moan. God damn, that moan. The moan I've been waiting for so long, escaped her throat. I bit her lower lip as her hands moved to wrap around my neck. I pulled her closer, tighter. Her body rolled against mine. It trembled, taut and tense like a bowstring. She quivered, vibrated. I felt my blood racing through my chest, and every hammer of my heart sent another pulse of need up through my lips. All those nights in front of the TV came back to me. All those nights staring at her body and pretending like I cared about some football game, some movie, some sitcom. All that desire shuffled inside of me and broke free in that instant, and my well-honed and sharpened patience shattered like a glass. I pulled back and stared down at her. She stared back, mouth hanging open, chin tilted forward, eyes locked on mine. I released her hair and she let out a little gasp as I moved my hands down her body. I felt her hips, her breasts, and stopped at the button of her jeans. She pushed her hips up toward me as I unzipped her and tugged them off. They came down and off, revealing black cotton panties. Simple, but somehow sensual, somehow fucking gorgeous. I spread her legs wide and moved back to stare at her. She looked angry, but she didn't move, didn't pull away or speak. The moment teetered on the edge. I knew it could go either way. It could break one way or the other. I could get up and leave her there soaking wet and moaning to herself, wishing I'd taken my desire. Or it could end up with her riding my cock until her skin broke out in sweat and her cheeks flushed red with pleasure. One way or the other. A knife balanced on its blade, a die balanced on its corner. Then I leaned forward and kissed her inner thigh. Her fingers twined through my hair and pulled hard. I grunted and smirked up at her, and I knew which way it fell. She pulled me up, and my hand found her soaking pussy as I kissed her again. I teased her, moving up and down her panties before pushing them aside. Her slick spot was dripping down onto the couch as my fingers spread her wide and found her clit. Her hips rolled along with my rhythm as I teased her, slow at first, so agonizingly slow. I kissed her, bit her lip, made her moan into my mouth before pulling away and sinking my fingers deep inside her. Her back arched. Her mouth hung open. "Oh, Wayne," she groaned. That's all I needed to hear. I dropped down between her legs and shoved her panties aside again. I held them there as I licked her, lapping her up with a reckless and wild abandon. I sucked her clit and rolled my tongue around her hard little bud as her hips started to shimmy and pushed forward against my mouth. Her fingers found my hair again, and her moans turned unintelligible as the pleasure mounted higher and higher. I couldn't stop. I needed her taste, needed her moans. All that tension, all that possibility blew up like a rocket between us. It was a rush of emotion and desire unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, full of nuclear pleasure, full of perfect taste. I sucked her faster, licking and rolling my tongue, listening to her moans and learning from her body. My fingers slid inside and I kept going, faster, slower, faster again, harder, then softer, learning her moans, the way she said my name, the tone of her voice, the tension in her hips and thighs. I read her like a book, and I took her right to the edge, right up to that line where she was barely present in the world. So wrapped up in the pleasure racing along her spine and exploding in her skull, eyes rolled back and muscles tensed, legs and arms tight and fingers clutching at my hair, begging for the sweet release, begging and needing it, but hoping it didn't come, hoping she could ride that wave right there, just right there. Her orgasm flowed through her body like sweet rain. Her back arched, spasmed, shook. Her legs tried to tense and close, but I kept going. God, she was delicious. She was beautiful as she came on my tongue. It was one of the most perfect things I'd ever seen. The way her eyes rolled back, her chin tilted up toward the ceiling, my name on the tip of her tongue coming out between garbled moans, the way she shook and half laughed and half gasped, her breaths hitched in her chest. Her skin glowed and her cheeks were perfect and pink. And yes, goddamn yes, I was hard as hell and wanted nothing more than to press her down on the cushions and take her, right there, take every inch of her and use her for my own. But that would ruin the moment. Her orgasm finished in a slow cascade of relaxing muscles. She gasped and let out a breath, blinking fast like she was waking up from a dream. I ran my tongue from top to bottom, tasting her, then pulled back and admired my handiwork. She breathed hard, breasts rising and falling. Her panties were askew, her pussy pink and gorgeous. Her lips hung open, her eyes half-lidded. She looked fucking perfect. I kissed her, and she returned that kiss with a surprising greed. I wanted her to taste herself on my lips and my tongue. I pulled back and slid a finger into her mouth. She sucked it, tongue rolling around my knuckle, eyes locked on mine. I pulled it back and lingered there before standing. Good girl. My voice dripped with husky desire. She bit her lower lip and shimmied her hips as she fixed her soaked-through panties and pulled her jeans back up. She buttoned them as I watched, then tried her best to fix her hair. That was unexpected. I think you've been expecting it for days. I tilted my head. I think you've been dreaming about it for weeks. She looked away. I couldn't tell if that was shame, or if she wanted to hide something else from me. I don't think so. Maybe. I drifted to the door. It took all my energy not to push her for more, but I knew this was delicate. I knew I had to be careful. But remember something. Yeah? What's that? The edge was back in her voice. You work for me. Anger again. Rage, pure and hot. Asshole. Goddamn, you're such an asshole. You can't let it go for a second. She grabbed the remote, the thing closest to hand, and winged it at me. I caught it out of the air and smiled at her. Just don't forget. I tossed the remote back and left the room. Staying there would have been a bad idea. I was patient, and normally I was controlled. But not with her. And not right now. Lee, my little diamond. She was going to break me. Or I was going to break her. Either way, it was going to feel right. 12. Lee. I didn't speak to him in the car that night after he picked me up, and I locked myself in my room when we got back to his place. I felt like an angry teenager. Didn't matter, though. I could hide at the center of the earth or on the moon. I'd still have him in my head. His eyes looking at me as his tongue did its work. His smile as I came. The pleasure of the orgasm bursting through every inch of my body. I'd never come like that before. Never. Not once. It almost made me want to cry. That bastard, that piece of shit, could get me off like that. It wasn't fair. It was fucked up. A man like that shouldn't be able to make me feel so good. And yet his touch, his taste, everything about him drove me wild beyond anything I'd ever imagined before. I hated it. I hate him for it. Hated myself for wanting more. He was arrogant. He thought he could do and say whatever he wanted, and I'd still be his for the taking. The worst part was, I knew he was right. If he said stand, I'd stand. If he said strip, I'd take it all off. If he said get down on my knees and lick his cock top to bottom, I'd suck him so hard my lips would burn blue, then I'd swallow his every drop. The thought drove me fucking crazy. I took a cold shower and went to bed early. I hoped I wouldn't dream about him, but of course I did. It was fuzzy and technicolor like all my dreams, but it was him. It was Owain, kissing my body, making me scream with pleasure. The monster in my closet, the beast under my bed. In the morning I made coffee and eggs. He came down and we ate without a word at the kitchen table. I didn't meet his eye, and he didn't seem interested in engaging me. Fine, whatever. Fair enough. I guess he had his taste, and he was finished. He took me back to the bodega and dropped me off. Don't forget the product, he said. You'll have customers again. I nodded once and stared out the window. How will I know? They'll ask Sander for the daily special. Then he'll send them back to you. All you need to do is take their money and give them a single bottle. None of them will be allowed more than one. Understood. Good. He leaned toward me. For a split second, I thought he might try to kiss me. Instead, he only smiled. Have a nice morning, darling. I'll be thinking about your lips on my tongue all day. I felt a flush of desire and anger in equal measure. I didn't respond as I pushed open the door and stomped into the store. Morning, Lee. Sander grinned at me from behind the counter. I hear our arrangement changes today. I softened a little bit and nodded. So he says, you up for it? The guys and stuff. It's fine. I gave him a smile and tried to put him at ease. He didn't need to worry about me. Mind if I get coffee? Help yourself. He gestured to the ancient industrial coffee machine sitting on the counter to his right. I walked over and filled a to-go cup. It looked like trash, but I knew Sander took coffee seriously and only used the best stuff. I had a feeling he took a loss on it every day, but he didn't seem to mind. I drank the coffee and headed into the back. I only had an hour to try to get myself together before my first customer appeared. He was a skinny guy, bald head, black gloves. Hey, I stood, walked to the duffel and took out a bottle. I faced him and held out a hand. He looked around, then dropped a stack of cash into my palm. I handed him the bottle. Thanks. Have a nice day. He turned and left. Addicts. Fucking polite addicts. I put the cash in a side pocket on the duffel and sat back down. The day went like that. I had 6 customers in the morning, and by mid-afternoon I felt worn out even though I did nothing more than walk to the table, collect money, and hand out pills. A couple guys tried to make small talk and one even lingered for a few minutes, but I made it clear I wasn't interested in them, and soon they all disappeared back out into the world. I tried not to think about my brother dead on the floor. Between customers, I daydreamed. I pictured what my shop would look like one day after the renovations were, though. I got a text around 3 from Owain with a picture of Victor doing work to the floor with the caption, "Hard at work, just like you," which both made me smile and pissed me off. That perfectly described my relationship with him. The day ended and another night passed. I drifted through the evening like I was afraid to break something. I didn't go downstairs to sit with Owain. I wanted to, but I knew what he'd think. I didn't want to give him that power. It went like that for a week. I sold drugs out the back of Sander's bodega. I drank good coffee, ate lunch at the little table, and watched sitcom reruns. I tried to keep my distance from Owain, but I knew that only made him want me more, and it only made me wound up with the thought of his hands on my skin. Sander checked back on me that Monday afternoon. Going out for lunch. You want anything? I'm okay. I'll grab something from up front. Suit yourself. But you can't live on fucking hot dogs and candy forever. Watch me. He laughed, waved, and disappeared. I flipped through the channels, feeling tired and bored. I'd barely slept the night before. I kept dreaming about Owain, and I didn't want him in my head any more than he had to be. There had only been 3 customers so far. An older white guy in an expensive suit, a black guy with a denim jacket and a nice smile, and a skinny pale kid in cargo shorts. They came and went, drifting from my life like a bad dream, like a dream of him. It was late afternoon when I heard the noise up front. I didn't think much of it at first. Sander was always moving around, banging into things, restocking shelves, cursing to himself. Sometimes I sat up there with him and we'd talk about sports, or movies, or music, or he'd complain about the Philly Parking Authority. Apparently he had a long-standing feud and despised the PPA so much that I thought he might have a heart attack every time they came up. So a little banging, some raised voices, they didn't draw my attention right away. It didn't stop, though, and when Sander shouted my name, that's when I finally decided to sit up straight and listen. I crept toward the door and peered out of the crack. 3 guys in denim jackets stood surrounding Sander's bulletproof case. He stood with his hands in the air, his eyes wide. One of the denim guys said something that made Sander shake his head. "I don't know anyone named Lee," Sander said, talking as loud as he could. "I don't know who you mean. Why the fuck is he yelling?" A pale guy with a bandana said. "Why the fuck are you yelling, fat man?" "I'm not yelling," Sander said, clearly yelling. "I just talk this way. Fuck this." The leader was a tall man, thick neck, muscular arms. A series of ugly scars and brands laced his forearms as he gestured toward Sander. "You keep playing dumb and I'll cut your throat myself." "I'm not playing anything, I'm just—" "Albert, look." The last guy pointed back toward me. He was younger than the others, with dark eyes and an ugly hooked nose. Bandana looked back at me and barked a laugh. "There's the little slut!" "Go," Brand said. "Get her!" Bandana and Nose marched toward me. I stumbled back, slamming the door shut and slapping the lock into place. My heart hammered as I sprinted over to the table with the duffel bag and began to shove money and pills inside. They slammed up against the door and it jumped in its hinges. I heard someone curse, someone laugh, and someone slammed against the door again. I could barely breathe as the memory of the fire came rushing back to me. I'd almost died that night, nearly burned to death or choked on smoke or gotten a bullet in the head. Now they were back. I grabbed the duffel and ran to the back door. I threw it open as the other door cracked and buckled. Bandana kicked it one final time and it flew inwards, smashing up against the TV, sending it smashing onto the floor. I threw myself into the back alley with the duffel under my arm. "Get the bitch!" Bandana yelled. "She's going out the back!" "Find the fucking drugs!" Nose said. But Bandana was coming for me fast. I had 1 second to kick the back door shut, but there was no lock, and I didn't wait to look. I ran as fast as I could down the alley. I stumbled, nearly tripped over a board leaning up against a green dumpster, and barely managed to catch myself before slamming face first into slime-colored water that coated the concrete. I smelled puke and piss and my own fear, and the only sound I could hear was the constant bang, bang, bang of my heart. The alley mouth was just ahead. It would spit me out onto the sidewalk. I could turn left, head toward a more densely populated section of the city. I had to hope those bastards either wouldn't follow me there or wouldn't kill me in front of witnesses. As I reached the end of the alley, someone stepped out from the shadows. A single scream tore from my throat. I threw up my hands in self-defense. The duffel flew from my grasp and scattered bottles on the ground. Roland caught me as I barreled into him. He grunted but held me until I came to a stop. "Easy, girl," he said, pushing me aside and dropping to one knee. Bandana flew into the alley behind me. He barely had time to open his mouth as Roland squeezed the trigger and put a bullet in his head. Blood splashed onto the wall behind him as he dropped, and the deafening pop of the gun set my ears ringing. "Come on!" Roland grabbed my wrist and tugged me away. "Wait. The pills." "Fuck the pills. We'll get the rest." He pulled me onto the sidewalk and I stumbled after him. "Where's Owain?" "Nearby." He took out a cell phone and tapped at the screen. He must have sent a text because he slipped it back into his pocket. "I was on duty when they went in. There are 2 more inside with Sander. Please, you have to help Sander." "Fuck Sander!" Roland pushed me toward a boxy black sedan. "Get in. I'm taking you somewhere safe." "But..." "Wait. They'll get the pills. And Sander's still in there." "Get in the fucking car!" he growled. I ripped my hand away from him. "Those pills are money in my pocket. You don't give a shit if we lose them, but I do." "Wait," he said as I turned to head back to the alley. I knew I was being stupid. There were plenty more pills to sell, and my cut of what was lost back in that alley wouldn't amount to all that much. But my ears rang, and my hands shook, and I kept thinking over and over that if I couldn't sell the pills, then this would all be for nothing. And Sander was still in there, and I couldn't abandon him. And a car came screaming to a halt behind me as I reached the mouth of the alley. Bandana's corpse lay in a spreading pool of blood. Nose stood over him, gaping down at his dead comrade. He turned to stare at me and raised a gun. I saw it all in slow motion. Nose couldn't be older than 20. Acne covered his right cheek, and a scar ran down his left. I wondered how he'd gotten it, how he ended up in that motorcycle gang at such a young age. He looked like a baby with softness still in his cheeks. The gun he lifted was too big for him. The silver barrel was long and polished. I wondered how many times he'd fired it, and if he was a good shot. A snarl ripped across his lips as his other hand came up to grip the handle. He fell into a firing position, and I took a single step backwards. That was all I had time to do as Nose took aim at me. He wanted to kill me. He was going to do it. He wanted revenge for his dead friend, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I was stupid. So stupid, and I hated myself for it. Nose pulled the trigger a split second after something slammed into me from behind. I heard the gun go off at the same time I heard a grunt of pain. I felt the wall smashed up against my shoulder, and I let out a shocked breath. Owain was there, big and angry, a red gash on his arm. He spun, dropped down to his knees, and fired off 2 shots. Nose staggered back as red bloomed across his chest. Nose fired wildly, and the bullets ricocheted off the alley floor as he staggered back, then fell on top of Bandana's corpse. Owain stood and moved forward. "Stay there," he said. I gripped the corner of the building and stared as he walked down the alley with his gun ready like a predator. Roland appeared at my back. "I told you not to move," he said. "You fucking asshole." I couldn't leave them. The words felt weak coming out of my lips, and I wished I could shove them back in. "He's going to blame me for this." There was an edge of fear in his tone. Owain stood over the bodies and fired his gun one more time before turning. He ducked to the left as gunshots rang out from inside. The third man. "Owain!" I yelled and took a few steps forward. "Stay there," he said, voice angry, and ducked down, then fired into the room. He fired 5 times, then moved into the room. There was a long silence, then one more gunshot. He came back out a few seconds later and tucked his gun back into his waistband as he walked toward me. His eyes burned with a strange, cold anger. "Clean this up," he barked at Roland. "Make sure Sander's alive and has his story straight." "Got it." He walked off without another word. Owain stood there staring at me, his hulking body tense, his eyes cold and dead. The eyes of a killer. "Get in the car." There was no discussion. I didn't bother trying to argue. I let him lead me away, back into the street. I got into the passenger side and leaned my head back as he got behind the wheel and drove back home. 13 Owain. It managed to keep my temper in check until I got her out of the car and into the house, which was a small miracle, because I was pissed beyond all reason. She stumbled inside and managed to make it to the couch before she dropped down. I knew she was in shock. I could see it written all over her face. She wasn't used to that kind of shit, and watching someone get killed in front of her wasn't easy, no matter how many times it happened. Even still. "What the fuck were you thinking?" She looked up at me. "What?" "When you went back to the alley. What the fuck were you thinking?" She shifted a little. "I was thinking... the pills. I had to get them, right? That's my money." I let a growl escape my throat. The fucking pills. That was the dumbest shit I'd ever heard. There were a few $100s worth in that bag, and her cut would have been minuscule. She risked her life for something like $80 or $90. "God damn it, Lee." I clenched my fists. "I'm trying to keep you alive. You realize that, right?" She narrowed her eyes. "Trying to keep me alive? You're dangling me out like bait." I took a step closer. I felt my anger spike again as her words washed over me. I knew she was right, but it wasn't that simple. "You know what we're trying to do here. Don't pretend like this is something new I'm asking of you. What do you even care? You got what you wanted. 3 dead jackals. It wouldn't matter if you got killed in the process." I shook my head and wanted to shout at her, but I restrained myself. It's one thing to put you in the minimum amount of danger, but it's a totally different thing for you to go running back toward a bunch of angry killers just for some fucking pills. What do you want me to say then, Owain? A spark of anger flashed in her eyes. You want me to get on my knees and apologize? I walked over to her, reached down, and grabbed her arm. I pulled her up off the couch with a grunt as she struggled against me. Come here, I said, growling at her. Get the hell off me. I dragged her to the stairs, and she stopped fighting so much when she realized there was no use. I got her up the stairs and shoved her into her room. She whirled on me, rage lighting up her face. What? Are you going to lock me up? She asked, practically shouting at me. No, I said. You need a shower, and I need you to stitch my arm. Her mouth opened like she wanted to fight me, but her eyes moved down to the wound in my arm. It bled freely, though not bad. It was a graze, a deep one, but still just a graze. It wasn't life-threatening, but it needed to be closed up sooner rather than later. Stitch your arm? She shook her head. You're fucking insane. You know that, right? I grinned at her, showing her all my teeth like an angry lion. Goddamn right I am. Stay there. I left her room and stomped into my bathroom. I had a medical kit in my closet. I pulled it down, made sure I had everything I needed, and brought it back into her room. She paced around like a caged tiger. I'm not stitching your arm. Call that doctor. I held up the kit. You're doing it. Get in the bathroom. No. Call the doctor, you psycho. I don't know how to stitch up a wound. I'll walk you through it. I marched into her bathroom, opened her shower, and turned on the water. I unbuttoned my shirt, then slowly peeled it off. She lingered in the doorway behind me. I felt her eyes on my body as I dropped the bloody shirt on the floor. Blood rolled down my muscle as I opened the kit up and pulled out some clean gauze. I sprayed the wound with an antiseptic and began to dab along its edges and its middle, cleaning it as best I could. Don't just stand there. Needle and thread's inside. It's going to hurt. I'll fuck it up and leave a scar. I don't give a damn about a scar. I grinned at her and half-turned to face her. I had plenty of scars on my body, scars from knives and worse littering my chest and abs. She stared at them like she wanted to catalog each one, like she wanted to understand the pain that had followed them all. She had no clue what I'd been through, and she'd never understand it. Come on, Owain. This is stupid. If you care so damn much there are pills in the kit, get them out for me. She hesitated, but then finally moved with a frustrated grunt. There was a bottle of Percocet at the bottom. She grabbed them, popped off the top, and gave me 2. I dry swallowed them, then showed her the wound. Get to work, little diamond. Is this another one of your insane tests? Could be, or maybe not. One way to find out. Fuck. She closed her eyes. The bathroom began to fill with steam from the shower. Fuck, you're insane. You really are crazy. Sew my arm before you piss me off. She cursed again, but found the needle and thread in the kit, opened the packaging that kept them sterile, and stared at me. Well, walk me through it then. I laughed, took a deep breath, and began to give her instructions. By the time she got the thread ready, the pills kicked in, and the first jab into my arm was only mildly excruciating. She did a shit job. But of course she did. She was still in shock and barely functioning. Hopefully the simple task of sewing up my arm wound took her mind off the trauma of what happened long enough to snap her out of it, at least a little bit. She had to stop and start a few times, and I was sure that a lesser man would have howled in pain, but she kept her cool and concentrated, and eventually, the wound was closed. She sat down on the toilet. Her hands shook as she took out a bandage. I knelt down in front of her and took her hands in mine. Her chin lifted, and she met my gaze. You're okay. Yeah, I know. You're the one with the stitches. I tilted my head and let a smile tug at my lips. You're really okay, Lee. You're fine. You made it through. She chewed her lip. I know. You're going to be okay. I promise. You're okay. I leaned forward and pulled her against me. I held her tight for a long moment and let her body press tight against mine. She didn't cry, but she didn't need to. I felt her slowly relax in my embrace. I felt her fear and pent-up emotions and the shock that threatened to overwhelm her at any moment drift off into the air. Her muscles lost their rigidity and her breathing slowed down to a normal pace. I pulled back and looked into her clear eyes. "Come on. Now, shower." "Shower?" She cocked her head. "Why?" "Trust me. You'll feel better." I gestured at my arm. "I'll do the bandage." I took the kit from her and stepped back. She watched me, and I couldn't read the look on her face, but I got to work cleaning the stitched wound one more time and bandaging it up. Then she stood and stripped off her shirt. I didn't bother looking away. She knew I wasn't going to, and I didn't feel like pretending as if I didn't want her. Her breasts barely fell an inch when she took off her bra and her eyes roamed over to me, giving me this strange, almost shy look as she bent down and took off her jeans. Her smooth, creamy, pale skin drove me wild. I was hard the instant I saw her pink nipples. Her long, gorgeous legs only made my self-control start to wither away. She stood for a moment in just her panties, then took those off, her gorgeous pussy bare for me, just a hint of black hair. She covered herself with her hands, but left her breasts naked for me, elbows pushing them together. We locked eyes. Then she turned, supple ass firm, and stepped into the water. She pulled the curtain shut behind her. I let out a frustrated breath. One flimsy curtain separated me from the woman I wanted. All I needed to do was shove it aside and take her. I didn't care if the wound got wet and it fucked up the stitches. I didn't care if she was in shock. I saw the look she gave me. I saw the desire in her eyes. She wanted me to take her. I took a step toward the shower, but my buzzing phone stopped me. I let an annoyed grunt escape my lips, but I had to get it. If my guys were having trouble, I'd need to take care of it whether I was in the middle of the tightest, sweetest pussy of my life or not. I tore myself from the shower and stomped into her room before answering. "What?" I said. "Hello, old friend. Been a while?" I felt a pulse run through my body. I hadn't heard Clifton's voice in years. It brought back a lot of memories. The two of us down by the train tracks throwing rocks at boxcars, running from cops and ditching them in an abandoned house, stealing bikes and laughing as we got so drunk we couldn't even ride them home, fights and girls and late nights. My old best friend. "What the fuck do you want?" "Ah, come on, Owain. You're still holding a grudge?" "Not really, but 5 of your dead guys probably are." He laughed. "No need to go there already. What do you want?" "I thought we should talk. You know, about what's happening. What's happening is you sent some guys down to try to fuck with my new business. I killed them. Now you're here to grovel. That's not how I see it." "How do you see it then?" "Let's meet and talk, shall we?" "No need to have this conversation over the phone. Let's be civilized about it." I clenched my jaw. Fucking Clifton hadn't changed at all. He pretended to be all literature and intelligence when he was just as much a thug as I was. The bastard wanted to be better than he was. Wanted to be enlightened or some crap. But really, he broke skulls and sold drugs like everyone else. See, you must think I'm a moron. You came at me twice now, completely unprovoked. I have no reason to trust you. No reason to meet with you. Far as I'm concerned, this is open war. Pick the ground. I'll be there. I took a breath and slowly let it out. I heard the curtain open, and a few seconds later, Lee appeared in the bathroom door with a towel wrapped around her middle, her hair dripping wet. She frowned at me, head tilted to one side. She must have heard my growing anger and wanted to find out what was happening. I held up a hand to her. "There's a warehouse across from a storage unit place in the northeast. I'll text you the address. Meet me there tomorrow morning." "Morning? You know I hate getting up early. 7 sharp. Be there or fuck you." I hung up the phone. "Who was that?" "Clifton." I opened a new text and sent him the address. Motherfucker wants a meeting. You're doing it? I'm picking the ground. She frowned. Are you going to ambush him? Maybe. Haven't decided. I stared at her and felt my blood rush to my head. I wanted her, goddammit, but I had other shit to do now. I have to talk to the guys and figure out our next move. Is there anything I can do? Nothing with that towel on. She looked away. Right. I felt almost guilty. Almost. I'll be back in a bit. Don't worry, you're safe here. I left her standing there nearly naked and hated myself for it. But business came first. Always had to come first. She passed my test, though. That was important. She held her shit together during a stressful situation and stitched up my arm even though she wanted to fall apart and puke her guts out. She stepped up, and I was damn proud of her. My little diamond. I grinned to myself as I found a clean shirt in my room, applied a fresh bandage, then left the house to meet with Roland and the others. 14. Lee. Owain parked the car in front of an empty warehouse. Across the street, a storage unit place dominated the block. The neighborhood looked empty and weeds grew in the cracks between the sidewalk slabs. He looked at me for a second and I couldn't read his expression. I kept thinking about the day before, about stitching his arm shut, about taking off my clothes while he watched. I wanted him to watch. Wanted him to think about my body. I knew he wanted me. He made that clear. And he knew I wanted him just as bad. But I didn't get what I wanted. He was so damn hard to understand sometimes. I practically threw myself at him. All he had to do was come in the shower with me, touch my body once, and I was all his. He would have felt me dripping wet, saw my hard nipples, the goosebumps on my skin. He would have known. Instead, he left me angry and confused. We need to be careful here. He stared out the windshield at the building. The windows were boarded up. Graffiti covered the doorways, gang tags in black and purple and green. Are you sure this is a good idea? No, he said. But my guys have been inside for a few hours already. They'll keep an eye on things. Really? They've been here that long? Got to get in first, set the stage for things. Make sure Clifton's not going to try anything. Why does he want to talk now? I looked out the window and slid further down the seat. I mean, he just attacked twice. Seems like it doesn't matter what he says at this point. Clifton thinks he's some kind of tactical genius. He probably thinks attacking without provocation was his way of knocking me off my game. Now he'll try to negotiate for something. Seems insane. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. He opened his door. Come on, you're coming with me. I didn't argue, even though it scared the hell out of me. I knew this was a dangerous situation no matter how much time he had to prep. Things went wrong with guys like this, as I'd already found out twice now. But I'd come this far. I was in it now. Deep in it. I'd seen men killed in front of me, and I was pissed off at that. Nobody had to get hurt. And yet Clifton and his stupid gang thought they were badasses and kept attacking like morons. I wanted that shit to end so I could sell my stupid pills and move on with my life. I followed him around the side of the building. A boarded-up doorway stood facing a field strewn with rocks, weeds, and rotting wood. He yanked a board and pried it free, revealing an opening inside. After you. I sniffed the air. It was moldy and damp. I slipped in through the gap in the wood. He came in a moment later, leaving the board slightly ajar. What was this place? Used to store tiles and other shit here. He walked past me down a short hallway. Several rooms lined the left side, but most of the doors were shut. Black mold bloomed on the ceiling and used condoms, syringes, empty alcohol bottles, and other garbage covered the floor. I couldn't imagine spending any amount of time in a place like this. And yet signs of humanity were all over the place. One of the rooms had a mattress in it and a shopping cart filled with cans parked next to it. Owain turned right at the end of the hall and pushed open a set of double doors that led into a huge, wide-open space. It must have been the main storage area at one point. High windows let shafts of light down onto a wet floor. Stacks of rock and some old, shattered tiles were left over from the building's original use. I didn't see anyone around, but Owain strode into the middle of the space and spread his hands. "Welcome," he said, "to paradise." I made a face. "This is paradise?" "Nah, it's a shithole." He picked up a rock and threw it up at the broken windows. It flew through, just barely missing a bit of the leftover glass. "Easy there," a voice said. I jerked around as Roland walked over with Victor smoking on his heels. "You see anyone?" Owain asked. "Quiet all night." Roland stretched and yawned. "I hate this place. You know that, right? All this fucking mold's bad for the lungs." "Definitely," Victor said, taking a long drag. Owain laughed. "You two sound like such babies. Now get in position. Clifton's going to show up soon." "Roger that, boss." Roland motioned and Victor followed them. They disappeared through side doors. I walked around the outside of the warehouse space and lingered down near the docking area. A big gap in the floor was cut out for trucks to pull up. I imagined men loading them up, straining to lift heavy bundles of tile. This place used to have a life, used to have a purpose, and now it was a crumbling wreck of a building, populated by the homeless and by addicts with nowhere else to go. It was filled with memory and tragedy. I wished someone would buy it and bring it back to life. "What are you thinking about?" I shook my head. "Nothing." Owain joined me near the loading bay. "Come on! You're thinking. Just about this place. All the people that used to be here, and the people that still show up. Not pretty, is it? When an economy falls apart, it leaves a scar behind. I was thinking the same thing. Don't worry too much about it. One scar appears, but another place flourishes. It's all a big cycle. Maybe this place will come back sooner or later." I gave him an odd look and went to respond. But the sound of motorcycle engines sputtering and roaring in the near distance cut me off. Owain grinned big and took a breath. He turned to face the hallway we came in through and adjusted the gun in his waistband. "Almost showtime," he said. "Stand a little behind me, please. If anything happens, jump down into the loading bay and hide." Right. I took a few steps back. The loading bay was the height of a truck, so only a few feet down to the concrete floor. I saw an empty Coke can covered in dust and decay. The motorcycles got louder, then stopped as they parked. We waited in silence together and heard them push their way inside. Footsteps echoed as 3 men stepped in through the far door. The first man looked like a cannonball. He was tan, completely bald, and as wide as he was tall. His denim jacket clung to him like tinfoil. The man behind him was thin, tall, with a patchy beard and dark, dangerous eyes. The third man was the biggest of the 3. He had a wide smile, light blue eyes, boyishly messy hair. He was handsome, and he walked with a confidence that suggested he'd done this once or twice before. I was instantly repulsed by him. "Clifton," Owain said. The third man held up a hand. "Owain, I wasn't sure you'd be here." "I wanted to see how much you'd grovel." Cannonball grunted and looked annoyed, but Clifton laughed. They stopped 20 feet away, close enough to talk, but far enough away they didn't feel like a threat. I knew Roland and Victor waited, hiding somewhere close. I didn't know if this was going to be another ambush, or if Owain really did plan on having a conversation. "I'm not here to apologize if that's what you want." "No, I didn't think you would. Truth be told, you're the one with the dead men." Clifton's smile slipped. Just a little bit. "That's true. I do have 5 dead men." 5's a lot of bodies." Owain grinned and looked like he was genuinely enjoying himself. He adjusted the cuffs of his dark shirt and spread his arms out. "Have your guys started to rebel yet?" "I wouldn't worry about that." Clifton gestured toward me. "Is this your new sales girl? I keep hearing about her." "Don't worry about her," Owain said. "She's just my backup. I figured I'd bring her instead of muscle since I wouldn't need it." "Motherfucker," Cannonball growled. "Easy," Clifton said, his voice soft and low. "If you think he doesn't have us covered right now, you're stupid." Cannonball glared up at Clifton, but took a step back. Patchybeard looked around with a scowl but said nothing. Maybe you're not so dumb. Owain scratched the back of his head. Come on now. You got me all the way out here. What the fuck do you want? There's already been too much blood between us. I want to make sure this doesn't turn into something it doesn't need to be. I saw Owain tense. I will remind you, again, that you're the one who started this. And I will remind you that I don't give a damn. Cannonball smirked and let out a low rumble of a laugh. Give me a reason not to kill you three now and save myself the trouble of having to do it later. I'm moving into the pill business. Clifton looked at his fingernails, then brushed them up against his shirt. And I need you to back out. Owain laughed. It was a surprised laugh, the sort of laugh you do when nothing's funny. It only made me more tense, and I took an involuntary step away. He seemed almost unhinged, and I worried about what he was about to do. I could see he was restraining himself. It was written all over his body. Tense muscles, tight smile. I wondered if Clifton and the others could see it too, or if I'd somehow gotten an insight into the inner workings of Owain in the last few weeks. You want me to stop selling my pills? Not very capitalist of you. I don't give a shit about that. I've been working my way into the market for months, and suddenly you appear and start undercutting all my goddamn corners. You know how much that pisses me off, right? I stared at Owain. I hadn't known about that. He didn't tell me that he'd been undercutting Clifton this whole time and stealing his customers. That explained a lot. Clifton hadn't attacked out of nowhere. As far as he was concerned, he probably thought he was responding to an attack. Not that it made it any better. That's how the market works. I come up with a better product for cheaper, and everyone flocks to me. If you can't handle that shit, then you better go fuck off somewhere else. It was Clifton's turn to look tense. His face twitched as his teeth clenched together. I'm asking for an understanding, he said, speaking slowly and carefully. You take certain territory, I take certain territory. No more crossing over, no more stealing customers. The city's big enough for everyone if we can play by some simple rules. Owain shook his head. We're fucking killers and thieves. You want rules? Doesn't have to be this way. Yes, it does. You came into my store and tried to hurt my people. You burned down Lee's shop. You fucked with me. You killed 5 of my guys. And I'll kill more if you don't back the fuck off. I'm going to sell my pills however I want, wherever I want, at whatever prices I want. If we can at least agree to fixed prices, we'll both profit. Clifton spread his hands. Think about it, Owain. You raise your prices to match mine and I lose half my customers. I'll lose money. You'll make it up on the higher pricing. Bullshit. I made a face. Even I saw that wouldn't happen. If the prices were all the same across the city, then people would go where it was most convenient, which meant they wouldn't have to travel across the city to a specific bodega in Fishtown anymore. They could find their local jackal. Clifton didn't seem to understand that facet of human behavior. His men were inherently mobile, whereas I was stuck in one place. That gave him the advantage. Owain could only compete if he sold cheaper. I wasn't sure if Clifton was dumb, or if he thought Owain was, Come on! This'll be good for the city and good for both of us. We can avoid an unnecessary war. No more blood, only money. That's what we're both in this for anyway, isn't it? That's where you're wrong. Owain's face turned dark as he stepped closer toward the trio. Patchybeard's eyes narrowed and his hand drifted toward his waistband, but Owain didn't seem to notice. He gazed at Clifton like a man appraising a piece of meat hanging in a butcher's window. There was a hunger in his eyes. Don't tell me you're still going on about that testing shit. I like the bloodshed. I like the fighting. You used to know me, you small-dicked cocksucker. You know this sort of shit gets my blood going. I love a goddamn war more than anyone else in this city. You think I'm going to step down to avoid a fight? He laughed, sharp and unhinged. You lost a step. I didn't lose shit. Clifton's voice was a growl. I'm trying to help you out here for old time's sake. You got lucky, Owain, but your luck's going to run out. I got more guys and more guns than you do. If we make this war a real thing, you're going to lose, bit by bit. All that blood'll be on your hands. I tried to be reasonable. Go fuck yourself. Patchybeard took a few steps forward. Fuck this, he growled. I'm going to... A shot rang out. A single gunshot echoed through the space. A board about a foot from Patchybeard's head flipped over and clattered to the floor with a brand new hole in it. Better not move again, Owain said, or Victor won't miss next time. Fear sparked in Patchybeard's eyes, and for a second I thought he might turn and run, but instead he stayed still and glared at Owain like he was caught in quicksand. Clifton reached out and yanked Patchybeard back by the collar. He stumbled and ran into Cannonball, and the two of them pushed at each other, almost coming to blows. I'll be seeing you around then, Clifton said, ignoring his two underlings as they bickered. Can't wait, Owain sneered. Clifton turned and shoved his guys back the way they came. Their footsteps echoed as they moved back down the side hall. Owain didn't move until their motorcycles started up again and pulled off, engines roaring until they faded in the distance. He turned to me, his expression grave. What do you think? I think he's an idiot. You're right about that. So the price fixing's a bad idea? Very bad. You'll lose all your customers. Only reason they come at all is because your prices are lower. But if your prices aren't any better, they won't bother coming out to the bodega. Clifton can ride up wherever they are and deliver. Owain snorted and shook his head. I knew it was a bad idea. I just couldn't put it into words. I let a little smile spread across my lips. That's why you've got me. Guess so, business girl. He laughed and reached out. I let him grab my waist and pull me against him. I stared up into his eyes and smelled his masculine scent, like motor oil and dirt. You were a good investment. So far, at least. Who knows when I'll turn on you? He laughed and let me go, shaking his head. You're not that dumb. No, little diamond. We need each other now. There's no turning back. Clifton knows your name and your face, which means you're in the shit now. I felt my stomach sink down into my toes. Oh, God. I hadn't even realized it. But he was right. Before, I was some girl working in the back. They didn't know who I was or what I looked like, since all the guys that saw me ended up dead so far. I couldn't hide from him now. If I left Owain, I'd still have to worry about Clifton. So, on top of all my other problems, now I had that to deal with. Fucking hell. I was stuck with him, whether I liked it or not. Come on, he said. At least you're getting paid. I guess so. I let out a frustrated breath. Take me home, asshole. I'm done for the day. He laughed, offered me his arm, and led me back the way we came. As we passed by a side door, I caught sight of Victor with a rifle on his shoulder, smoking a cigarette. He nodded to me and didn't smile. I realized I was another one of Owain's soldiers, whether I liked it or not. 15, Owain. The meeting with Clifton only pissed me off even more. So I hired 10 guys and finished Lee's shop in a week. She had no clue. She spent that week in the bodega, slinging pills like I wanted. I kept Victor on her at all times, since I figured the jackals would try to hit her again sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before Clifton worked up the balls to try something stupid, which made me add a few special modifications to the store. They weren't exactly in her specifications, but fuck it. I knew security was going to be an important part of this whole deal from now on. I dropped her off after her shift that Thursday and stayed up all night finishing the place. I came back late, got a few hours sleep, then woke her up just after 8 the next morning. She pulled the covers down and glared at me. I thought I was getting a day off. I've got a surprise for you. Get your ass out of bed. She glared even harder. I didn't know that was possible, but she managed. What surprise? Won't be a surprise if I tell you. So get your pretty ass out of bed and come downstairs. I'll make some coffee. She grunted and threw a pillow at me. I laughed, caught it, and tossed it on the floor. I left her to wake up and followed through on my part of the bargain. I got the coffee going, then made myself breakfast. I heard the shower run and she came down 10 minutes later wearing jeans and an old torn Star Wars t-shirt she probably got off eBay. Why did you wake me up? I was having a great dream. She poured coffee into the biggest mug I owned and drank it black. Yeah? Did it involve you and me on a hammock next to the ocean at sunset? No. She rolled her eyes. Not even close. Right. Sorry. More like you locked in my basement sex dungeon getting your body. Not a sex dream. She sighed and closed her eyes like she was tired of my shit already. And she probably was. Couldn't blame her. I was relentless and funny as hell. I've got something better than a good dream. I don't know. I was flying in this one. Well, I can't make you fly, but come on. Drink your coffee and get in a better mood. We're leaving in 5. Leaving for where? Your surprise. Stop trying to get me to ruin it. I headed into the other room and gave her a few minutes. She ate a yogurt and grudgingly followed me out to the car. I didn't talk on the way over. I let her stew a little bit. She leaned back in the passenger seat and a shaft of sunlight played on her face. I kept glancing at her, at the way the light made her skin glow and reflected off her pink lips. She was beautiful in the sort of way that snuck up on you. Anyone could see it, if they went looking, but sooner or later it appeared whether you wanted to find it or not. She was the decoration on top of a wedding cake, the tile backsplash mosaic in a Roman villa. Gorgeous, functional, delicious. She realized where we were going when I turned onto South Street. She didn't say anything, though, only sat up straight and peered out the window with obvious excitement. I barely managed not to smile. I pulled the car up out in front of her shop. The big steel shutters were pulled down. She frowned a little, head cocked. I don't remember those. I added a few things. They look intense. They are. I got out of the car and walked over to them. She followed and watched as I entered a code into a number pad set in the wall. The shutters slowly rolled up, revealing the front door and the refurbished place inside. She took a sharp breath and shoved past me. I grinned as she looked around. It was barren, but I'd gotten the bones in place. The floors were all brand new, but I didn't skimp on the materials. I had custom shelves built that matched her old shelves, except the wood matched the floor. Her washing machine counter got burned to shit during the fire and had to be tossed, but I had a new version built out of old vintage ovens in teal and green and orange. I had to admit, it looked fucking awesome in there. I can't believe this. Her voice was soft as she turned and stared at me. I didn't think it'd be done this fast. I put more guys on it. But why? I mean, why rush? You didn't have to do this. I wanted to. We need a place for you to work, right? Yeah, but you're not going to miss Sander, are you? She laughed, shaking her head. Not at all. Well, okay, maybe a little. We'll bring him along if you want. No, that's okay. She turned and walked to the counter, running her hand over it. I had to admit, it felt good to see her like that. I didn't expect to get such a rush of joy from seeing her smile, but goddamn, did it feel good to make her feel good. It wasn't something I was used to. I was the kind of man who took. I lived my life like that, taking what I needed, and I only gave back when it benefited me the most. I paid my guys well and spread the loot around, but mostly because I wanted to keep them happy and loyal, not out of the kindness of my heart. This was different. I didn't need to finish this place so fast, and I didn't need to make it look so good. I did it because I wanted to make her happy, and for no other reason. Fuck, maybe I was going soft. Thank you. She grinned at me, shaking her head. Seriously, Owain, thank you. You have some work to do still. Got to get furniture and start stocking the walls again. But yeah, you're welcome. When can I start? Soon. You'll have to keep going to the bodega, but you can start ordering whatever you need. She paused, fingers sliding along the counter. I don't have any money. I'll give you an advance on what you'll earn from the pills. Does that work? She was quiet for a long moment. I thought she might snap at me, but then she looked up, and I saw a strange, probing look in her eyes. Why are you doing this? Lots of reasons. Mostly it's my fault this place got fucked to begin with. That's very true. So I'm making it right, at least. She chewed her lip and nodded. Yeah, you are. So thank you. You're welcome. How does 500,000 sound? That enough to get you going? She almost choked on her words. 500,000? I can do more if... No, God, no, that's more than plenty. I got started on way less last time. Good. I gestured around me. Welcome to your new store. Her eyes narrowed, and for half a second I thought she was giving me a dirty, angry look, until the shop door chimed and I turned around. The man standing in the doorway was tall with broad shoulders and a dark, form-fitted suit. His eyes were light, and a small smile tugged at his lips. I recognized him, though we'd never met before. Excuse me, are you Owain? He smiled a little, almost like he was uncertain, but he fucking knew. Yeah, that's me. I'm Dante. It's good to meet you. I know who you are. He extended a hand to me, and I hesitated. Dante was one of the top men in the Leone crime family, the top Mafia in the city. They weren't our enemies, not really, but dealing with them wasn't technically in my job description. That would be Hedion's world, and I could imagine him getting pissed off if I stepped on his toes. But fuck it. The guy was in my store, so clearly he wanted to talk. I took his hand, and we shook. His eyes drifted from me and over to Lee. Who's this? He asked. This is Lee. Say hello, Lee. Hello. She frowned at him. Nice to meet you. Dante shoved his hands in his pockets and looked around the room. Nice place. Heard you guys have been busy here. We had a little fire, I said. You know how that stuff goes. I get you. He walked around and ran his hand down a shelf. Dangers of doing business, right? I grinned and glanced over at Lee. She looked slightly surprised as Dante turned toward me, arms crossed over his chest. That's how it goes, I said. I've got to admit, I didn't expect the number 2 guy in the Leone family to show up today. And I didn't plan on stopping by, but I was in the neighborhood on business, and I saw this store was open, so... He shrugged and swiveled his neck. What can I do for you? I'd offer you a seat, but that got burned up. I wanted to talk to you about the fire, actually. I tensed, not sure how to respond to that. I didn't think the Leone family would give a shit about some feud with the Jackals, since we were both small-time compared to their family. But if Dante was here personally, that meant he has a vested interest in this, and it couldn't be good. I wondered if Clifton had gone to him, or if this was bad luck. What can I say? Bad electrical wiring, he snorted. More like a bunch of asshole motorcycle douchebags. Them too. They didn't help. I know about the Jackals, and I know they tried to hit you again. What, a week ago? 2 weeks? I'm losing track of time. Lots of shit going down in the city these days. About a week ago, yeah. They're probably not too happy with you right now. No, they really aren't. How's business been since then? Getting a lot of customers? He paced around the room like a caged tiger. Lee gave me an uncomfortable look, and I nodded back to her, trying to calm her down. Dante was dangerous, no doubt about that. He was the calmer, more collected of the top guys in the Leone family. He and Vincent Leone ran their Philly operation, which meant they ran half the city. He probably expected me to bend over backwards to please him right now, and he was in for a rude awakening. I didn't give a fuck who he was or what he did. My business was my own, and I only took orders from Hedion. Business is fine. Jackals haven't been back, but they will be, and that's a bit of a problem. He smiled at me almost apologetically, like he didn't want to be having this conversation any more than I did. I don't see how it would affect you, unless you're trying to muscle in on the pill business. He waved a hand. We have our own business set up and moving. We don't need whatever volume you're moving, to be totally frank. No, I'm more worried about the trail of bodies you've been leaving. I grunted and leaned up against the wall. Why's that? See, We've got relationships with the police, and the police don't like gang violence. When shit like that happens, they turn to us and they tell us to make it stop. If the city remains calm and the bodies don't start dropping, then the police mostly leave us alone. Mostly, huh? Can't ignore us entirely. Gotta make some arrests. Low-level shit, though, nothing that really matters but makes them look good. He gestured like, what can you do? Pretty good arrangement, then. You get to keep making money and your soldiers take all the heat. That's how these things go. But you're starting to see my problem, though, aren't you? I grunted and stood up straight. You want me to stop killing jackals? That's pretty much it, yeah. Here's the problem, though, Dante. The jackals came at me. They tried to hurt Lee over there. They tried to ruin my business. I killed them in self-defense, and to be totally honest, they got off fucking easy. So if I see a jackal, I kill a jackal. That's how these things go. He grimaced a little like he smelled something awful. I totally understand your position, believe me. I've been there. You can't show weakness, not in this business, but sometimes ending a war isn't weakness. Sometimes it makes prudent business sense. In this case, you think it's smart to back off. If you do, I promise you will make it worth your time. Maybe a few more customers come find your shops, yeah? Maybe it gets easier to move your product. All that in exchange for ending a war that doesn't really bother you at all, huh? He shook his head. I just explained how it does. Yeah, right, you said some words that I mostly ignored. I took a step toward him. Now you listen. The jackals started this. You want it to end? Go talk to Clifton. Get him to take your fucking deal. I don't plan on going out there on the hunt. But like I said, if I see them anywhere near my stores or my people, they're going to die. No more questions asked. They already had their chance. Dante sighed and rubbed at his face like this was nothing more than a frustrating nuisance. And to him, that's probably exactly what it was. But to me, this was everything. This was my honor, my life, my crew. I couldn't back down, not after the jackals came at me and insulted me in my own business. They'd have to die for what they did, especially if they came near me again. Think about my offer, Dante said. You don't have to decide right now. Take a night and sleep on it. My answer's no. I stared at him, trying to conceal my rage. You don't own this city, he laughed. Problem is, I actually do. Take a night. Think about it. I'll see you around. He walked to the door slowly, sauntering like his shoes were better than the floor. He disappeared outside and headed down the sidewalk. What the hell was that? I turned back to Lee. She stood with an ashen face and wide eyes. That was the second most powerful mobster in this city. And you just turned him down? Damn right I did. Oh, Wayne, you don't understand the politics here. I walked to the window and stared out down the block. I couldn't see him anymore, but a big black sedan rolled down the street. I understand he offered you more money and customers. That's a huge deal, right? The Leone family is on our side right now. We're in a truce with them. Technically, we're in an alliance. But sooner or later, they're going to fuck up. And when they do, it'll be our turn to own the city. What does that have to do with anything? If we start backing down and doing what they want now, then when the time comes, we'll be too weak to step in. I shook my head and tried to push my anger away. The arrogant bastard pissed me off, thinking he could waltz in here and push me around. We don't want a war with the jackals. Wars cost money and lives, and I want a war. I turned to her, staring into her eyes. I want to kill them. I want to make them bleed. I want Clifton to know that he's a tiny little ant crawling around in a great big forest, and I'm the fucking wolf that's going to stomp on him. I want to hurt him. It's not about business. It's about pleasure. She stared at me, lips parted. I couldn't read her expression, but it wasn't good. And I didn't care. I turned back to the window, seething. I wanted to break something, but I knew I had to get it together. I couldn't lose my temper and go apeshit, not right now. I had to save that for the jackals, Hang out here for a while, I said. Take a walk around, maybe pick out some furniture. There's a computer in the back if you want to get online. Oh, Wayne, I'll be back to pick you up later, all right? I've got some shit to do. I didn't look back as I left the store. I knew I probably shouldn't leave her alone, but I was too angry to stop myself. I got in my car, but before I left, I shot a text to Victor to make sure he could come hang around the shop and keep an eye on her. I was in a shit mood, but I wasn't going to leave her without protection. I pulled the car into traffic and rolled down the block, doing my best to take calming breaths, and failing. 16 Lee. He sat in the back of the bodega in front of the crappy TV and dreamed about my shop. Wayne did an amazing job. I didn't know what to expect, and sort of thought it would look like crap when it was ready. But I was so wrong about that. The place looked incredible, way better than it had before. The custom shelves were gorgeous, the flooring was expensive and high quality, and the counter he had built looked even cooler than the one I had before. I was almost happy about the fire. Almost. Sometimes I forgot why I was doing all this. Sometimes I forgot that I started out as Wayne's captive, that he lent my brother money for drugs, that he blackmailed me with my mother's safety to keep me around. It was easy to forget when he made me laugh, made me smile, made my stomach do flips when he came close. It was like I lost my mind, or maybe I was beginning to see the complicated underbelly. People weren't one-dimensional. They weren't one thing only. Even killers and gangsters and bastards like Wayne were complex and multifaceted. I wanted to get beneath the surface, to really see what made him think and run and act the way he did. I wanted to learn more about him, so much more. And I wanted him to strip me down to my barest essentials in return. Maybe it was only physical. I had an intense reaction every time he came within a foot of me, and it was hard to ignore it. I kept thinking about his lips between my legs, his tongue in my mouth, his taste and touch driving me wild. I wanted more. God, I wanted so much more. But he held it back from me. I didn't know if it was on purpose or what, but the longer I held out, the more I wanted to give in. It drove me crazy. Every day, I got a little crazier. The afternoon after, I saw the new store passed like any other. Wayne was in a dark mood after meeting with Dante, but that didn't bother me too much. I knew his business was stressful, and he'd handle it however he wanted, whether I thought he should do something else or not. So I kept to myself and did my job. There weren't too many customers. I stared at the TV and tried to remember all my old t-shirt designs. I heard Sander talk to someone up front. Then someone knocked on the door to the back and stepped through. He was skinny with bad skin and baggy clothes. His hair was falling out in spots, and he had a white birthmark along his left temple. He itched at the back of his head and bounced from foot to foot the way Jason used to, like most junkies do when they haven't gotten high in a while. "What can I do for you?" I asked, standing. "I need, I'm here for, He grinned, and I saw he was missing a couple teeth. "The pills. I got cash." I frowned a little. "That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay." He hadn't said the right phrase, and he was making me uncomfortable. I'm not a fucking cop. He stared at me like he could hardly believe this was happening. "Do you see that I'm not a fucking cop?" "Sure, you're not a cop. That's not the issue." "What? Issue? What the fuck? I don't have what you're looking for. Can you just get out of here?" He stepped toward me, eyes bugging out. I glanced toward the duffel bag sitting on the table a few feet from him, and he followed my gaze. "You little bitch." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small oblong object. He flicked it, and a knife blade popped up, long and ugly and slightly curved. I put up my hands. "Just relax, okay? Just calm down. Give them to me, you bitch. All of them. Calm down." I yelled it as loud as I could, hoping Sander might hear. "You don't have to freak out, okay?" He stormed over to the duffel and grabbed it. He wrenched it open and a few pill bottles fell down on the floor. I got to my feet. "You're making a mistake. You know that, right? Fuck you. He grinned at me, brandishing the knife. Little cunt. The Mafia owns these pills. What do you think's going to happen when they catch you? Don't give a fuck about them, or you. He threw the bag over his shoulder and turned toward the door. I ran at him. I don't know what I was thinking, but all my anger and built-up frustration spilled out in one brainless, vicious attack. He seemed surprised when I jumped on his back and started hitting him in the head as hard as I could with my right fist. He thrashed and grabbed at my head, and a violent scream ripped from my throat. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to end his life and make him pay for thinking he could walk all over me. I didn't know where it came from, but deep inside I felt like there was an animal trying to get out. I wanted to release all my pent-up rage on this stupid asshole junkie that was trying to steal my money, my goddamn money, all the money I'd worked so hard for and been through so much for. He slammed me back against a storage rack. I gasped and fell off him, sliding down to land on my ass. He whirled toward me, knife in his hand again, eyes wide with shock and fear and rage. And in that moment, I thought I was about to die. I thought the stupid junkie asshole would run me through with his knife and cut open my arteries. I'd bleed out on the floor in the back of some bodega over a bag of fucking pills that didn't really even matter in the long run. The worst part, aside from thinking I was about to die, was that the next thought that ran through my mind was about Owain. I was afraid I'd never see him again. The door to the back burst open and Sander appeared. He held an old shotgun in his hands, the kind with long metal barrels and a wooden grip. He held it out with the butt in his shoulder and his eye down the sight. "Drop the knife, bitch!" The junkie stared at him, took one step, then turned. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Sander pulled the trigger. The shotgun kicked back and made an awful explosion. The junkie screamed in pain and fell forward as his back was covered in pellets. The bag hit the ground and the pill bottles spilled out in a wave. "You okay?" Sander walked toward me but kept the gun on the junkie. "I'm fine. I think I'm fine." I scrambled to my feet and stared down at the guy as he writhed in pain. "Is he dead?" "Nah. I used birdshot." "What? Birdshot?" "Yeah, little pellets. They don't kill him, but they hurt like hell." "Oh, fuck you," the junkie moaned. "Oh my God! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! This hurts so much! You shot me, you asshole! You fucking shot me!" I kicked him as hard as I could in the ribs, then began to collect the pills. "Call Owain," Sander said. "He needs to come clean this mess up. I'll keep him covered. Use the phone up front." "Right." I shoved the bottles into the bag and ran into the main part of the store. Sander's bulletproof enclosure stood open, and I stepped inside. The phone was under the counter, and I quickly dialed Owain's number, surprised that I knew it by heart already. He answered on the third ring. "The fuck do you want, Sander? Is Lee okay?" "It's me. I'm okay." Brief pause. He must have been surprised. "Lee." "Why are you calling from Sander's phone?" "Some guy tried to rob me. But it's fine. Sander shot him with birdshot and now he's lying on the floor really angry. He's not dead or whatever." "Are you okay?" Owain's tone was darker, more insistent. "I'm fine. Seriously, I'm fine." I laughed a little, trying to make him understand that I was physically unharmed. "Sander says you need to come clean it up." "I'm on my way." He hung up. I stood there and stared down at the receiver. My hand shook and my heart raced so fast I thought I might vomit. I dropped down and hugged my knees, sitting on the floor, taking deep breaths to try to get myself under control. I went insane back there. I must have lost my mind completely. That guy wasn't very big or threatening, but he had a knife and he was desperate and he was still bigger than me. I don't know what I was thinking, attacking him like that. If Sander hadn't come back when he did, I would have been dead on the floor. There was no doubt in my mind that junkie idiot would have stabbed me without thinking twice about it. Maybe it was all this time around Owain. I was getting desensitized to violence, and that scared the hell out of me. I wasn't a violent person, and I wasn't interested in hurting people. And yet when I had the chance to attack, I took it without hesitating, all to defend some pills and some money. I risked my life for money. and that wasn't the kind of person I thought I was. I hated it. God, I hated it. But I couldn't run from it either. Like it or not, I was in a violent business now. I was in the drug trade, and that necessarily came with certain facts. That wasn't the last asshole that would try to rob me. The thought sent a chill down my spine. It was going to happen again, and when it did, I had to be ready for it. Otherwise, I'd end up dead. Owain showed up about 5 minutes later. I heard his car screech to a halt outside and his door slam. He flew into the front door with his gun out, his eyes wide and his face red with anger and exertion. I stood up and stared at him, and tried to smile a little bit to take the edge off his rage. Where is he? In the back. He looked away from me and stormed toward the door. Wait, Owain. I left Sanders' cube and followed him. Hold on. Sanders got him covered. There's no need. He kicked the door open and walked into the back. Sanders stood over the groaning junkie with the shotgun inches from his head. He looked up and stepped back as Owain approached. I stood in the doorway and watched as Owain kicked the guy once, twice, then rolled him over and knelt down in his face. Do you know who I am? No, the junkie said. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I got shot. I need a doctor. Owain pressed his gun against the guy's head. You tried to steal from me. You realize that, don't you? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hurt me. I didn't mean... I just wasn't... Worst of all, you robbed her. You picked the wrong place to fuck with. Wait. I stepped over, hands out. Owain, don't. He hesitated. I could tell he wanted to squeeze that trigger and kill the bastard. But he looked up at me with a strange, puzzled expression. Don't kill him, I said. Why not? Give me one reason. Because I don't want you to. That's not good enough. Owain, no. I walked over to him and grabbed his arm. He growled at me like a rabid dog and bared his teeth, but he didn't shake me off. I pulled at him and he stood and let me lead him a few feet away. The junkie started crawling toward the door. Why would you want to spare that little shit? He asked. He's a piece of trash. I can't have people think they can try to steal from me without consequences. Nobody thinks that? He's nothing. And anyway, you'll get blood all over the floor. Come on, you don't have to... The junkie reached the door. He staggered to his feet, leaned on the handle and pulled it open. He fell out into the alley, his face slamming against the hard ground. He grunted in pain, then crawled forward. Fuck this. Owain marched out, closed the door behind him. A loud bang rang through the afternoon. Sanders sighed and leaned his shotgun against his shoulder. At least he did it outside. He shook his head and walked back into the main room. Owain came back a minute later. He stared at me as I crossed my arms and glared back. What? I asked you not to do that. Too bad. This is my business. I make the decisions. I clenched my jaw. I fought back, you know. Jumped on him. Started hitting him. He tilted his head. How'd that go for you? Not great? Yeah, well, don't fight next time. Let them go. No need to get yourself hurt over this shit. You don't seem to get it. This is my money too now, and I'm not letting some idiot rip me off. A little smile cracked across his face. Now you understand why I killed him. I didn't back down. I need to learn how to use a gun. Really? You need to? I have to defend myself. And our pills. Come on, I can assign a guy to work with you. You don't need... Teach me to shoot, Owain. These idiots that come in here will never suspect it. They turn their backs on me and pretend like I'm just some stupid girl. If I had a gun, I could have ended that whole encounter sooner without anyone getting hurt. He laughed then, shaking his head. You want a gun to avoid people getting hurt? I want a gun to keep my money safe. All right, little diamond. His smile got bigger. I'll take you shooting, but once you've got a gun, how do I know you're not going to turn it on me? I smiled back, head tilted. I tugged at a long strand of hair. "You'll just have to trust me then, won't you?" He sighed and slipped his gun back into his waistband. "I guess so." He turned back to the alley door. "I'll send some guys to clean that up. You sit back and relax for now. When do we go shooting?" "Tomorrow." "Early," I groaned. "How early?" "Earlier than you like? Want to complain?" "Nope. Let's do it." "Thought so." He hesitated and looked at me. I couldn't read his expression, but I thought there was a sense of pride in his eyes. He laughed again and left, shaking his head. I sat down on the couch and stared up at the ceiling. This was my life now. One second, I was bored and wishing something interesting would happen. And the next, I was terrified for my life. I couldn't tell if I liked it or loved it. 17. Owain, I got her up at the crack of dawn, a half hour before the sun began to peek up over the horizon. I didn't need to do that. I could have let her sleep as late as she wanted. The shooting range we were going to was owned by another guy in the crew, a man named Brett Crofts. I shot him a message the night before letting him know that I was going to use his facility for a little training, and that meant I could head in whenever I damn well pleased. But she didn't need to know that. She grumbled the whole way over. Big sweatshirt, tight black jeans, large brown boots, and a messy bun. She looked gorgeous, even though she complained the whole time about how early it was and how she didn't have enough time to get ready. At least I was nice enough to stop in at the coffee shop around the corner, right as they opened, and got her favorite drink. I was a gentleman, after all. The range was on the outskirts of West Philly in a large, single-story building with a gun shop attached. I parked out front and led her to a side door with a pin pad outside. I entered the pin. The door buzzed open, and I let her inside. The space was cavernous and completely abandoned. "This is pretty cool." She walked along the shooting stalls and looked out across the range where targets hung from ropes that could be pulled in and out. "Do you normally come when it's empty?" I know the owner. I walked over to a large storage locker and got out 2 sets of hearing protection. No need to fuck up our ears all day for this shit. I walked back over to her and steered her toward the center stall. "So, how's this work? We do some gun safety first?" I snorted. "Probably should. But I take it you're too gangster for that." I grunted and took my Glock from my waistband. It was a 9mm semi-automatic with a custom grip. I kept it in perfect working condition because I knew I needed to ready at a moment's notice. She stared at the gun as it sat there in front of her on the metal shelf. "Pick it up." She hesitated. "Is it loaded?" "Assume any gun you see is loaded." She nodded and hefted it into her hand. The grip was a little too big for her, but not too bad. She immediately put her finger on the trigger. I stepped in behind her, pressing my body close to hers, and helped adjust her stance, her grips, and positioned her finger on the side of the trigger guard. "This feels awkward," she said, moving her feet. "Trust me. Stand like this. You need a solid base so that the recoil doesn't fuck your aim up too bad. I don't see you take a solid base. Heck, nobody does." "We do. You just don't notice because you're too busy freaking out. At least the guys that survive do." She snorted, but let me adjust her to my liking, which was fun for me. I got a little liberal with my hands as I moved her legs, her thighs, and at one point gripped her ass, just for my own pleasure. She glared at me, but she didn't complain. "When do I get to shoot?" "Soon." I stepped back and admired her. Nothing sexier than a hot girl with a gun. "Okay, here's your safety lesson. Assume all guns are loaded at all times, which means whenever you have a gun in your hand, that gun can kill someone. Got it? Never ever aim your gun at another human being unless you intend on killing them. Do you understand?" "Sure, makes sense. That means accidentally as well. Always pay attention to where your barrel is aimed. If you're not sure and you don't want to think about it at all times, aim it down at the ground, angled forward slightly so you don't shoot your foot off." "Okay, fine. The majority of guns don't have safeties, unlike the movies, so that's not a thing. Triggers are harder to pull than you realize. Most guns won't go off if you stick them in your pocket. You need a fair amount of force to get it going. Why do movies and TVs always have safeties on and stuff then? I don't know. It's a cliche, I guess. I stepped up behind her again and raised her arms up. Sight down it like this. Keep your target in focus and let that small notch line up with these two notches. When they're aligned, take a deep breath and as you exhale, squeeze. And it'll shoot? No, it won't. I took the gun from her and removed a magazine from my pocket. First, you have to load it. I showed her how. Showed her how to take the bullets out, how to make sure the barrel was clear. Once we went over that twice and she did it herself, making sure to keep the barrel down range at all times, I let her hold a loaded weapon. It's surprisingly heavy, right? Feels good in the hand. She chewed her lip and got into her stance. Should I shoot? After I put the earmuffs on, you can go wild. Sound good? She nodded. I put the hearing protection over her head, then put on my own. She glanced back at me and I gestured at the target. It was about 20 feet away, so not too far, but not too close. She took a deep breath and squeezed. The gun popped and recoiled. She let out a surprised yelp, but managed to get it under control. She kept the barrel aimed straight down the range. I squinted and tried to see if she hit the target, but couldn't make it out. She stared at me with a strange expression, somewhere between terror and excitement. I gestured again and she started firing. One round after the next. Bang, bang, bang. I caught the metal where I could, but mostly let them pile up on the floor. I'd sweep it when we were done. She squeezed off the full magazine. I gave her another and walked over to a bench to reload the first while she went nuts. She was laughing when I finished and came back over, the second magazine spent, steam rising from the gun's barrel. I took it from her hand, made sure it wasn't loaded, and took off my hearing protection. She removed hers and grinned at me. What do you think? I think that was amazing. She laughed and shook her head. Holy shit. That felt so good. You liked it, huh? Seriously, Owain. I'm against guns. I think they're stupid and dangerous, and the only reason you'd ever own one is to kill someone. But holy shit, that felt good. I laughed and shrugged. I mean, I can't argue with you there. Only reason I've ever had to have a gun has been to kill some motherfucker. I think I kind of get it now a little bit, though, you know? Shooting's fun. Makes you feel powerful. Nothing like squeezing off a few shots at a target and knowing that no matter what, you could kill any bastard that came at you. Exactly. She sucked in a breath and slowly let it out. God, that felt good. I'm glad you liked it because I got a little present for you. I reached back into my waistband and took out the second gun I had tucked in there. It was a smaller Glock, model G19 Gen 4 FS. It was more compact and lighter, but took the same bullets that mine used, which made it a little convenient. She stared at the weapon in my hand and slowly reached out to take it. You got me a gun? I got you a gun. That seems a little... She trailed off, shaking her head. I feel like a real mobster now. That's yours. She chewed her lip, then met my eye. You're really trusting me here, aren't you? I let out a low laugh and stepped close. She backed up against the plexiglass wall that separated our stall from the one next to ours. She met my gaze and held the gun in her hand, but kept the barrel pointed at the ground, just like I showed her. I'm trusting you, little diamond. You could have turned around and shot me at any point just now, but you didn't. I didn't think about that. I'm a gangster. I live with the possibility that I might die all the time, and I'm okay with that. I want you to start being okay with it too. I'm not like you. I'm not a part of your world. But you are, little diamond. I reached up and touched her face. Her lips parted as I stood there, mere inches separating our bodies. I took the gun from her hand and gently placed it down on the shelf as I put my hands on her hips. I am, aren't I? Her voice was soft, almost surprised. I could tell it wasn't a realization she necessarily wanted to make, and in a lot of ways it probably hurt her to admit it. Her brother died because of me. Well, not because of me, But I supplied the drugs that did him in. He would have gotten himself killed one way or the other. But I was the bastard that took her in and kept her as my own, all because I manipulated her brother into taking my loans. I pulled her into my world, kicking and screaming. But she was in it now, shooting a gun and loving it. It was time she accepted that fact. You could have walked away any number of times, but you didn't. You said you'd kill my mother. I smirked and tilted my head. You really believe that shit, do you? She took a deep, sharp breath and let it out slow. No, I don't. I know that's not your style. Killing old, defenseless women isn't something I pride myself on. She shut her eyes and took a few more deep breaths. I could only guess at how difficult it was for her to make this transition in her mind. All this time she could use me as the excuse to keep her around. But now she was going to have to accept that she stayed for another reason. Maybe it was the money, or maybe it was something else. I leaned down and kissed her. She didn't react, not at first, but then she pressed herself hard against me and returned my kiss with a shocking hunger. She groaned as I pushed her harder against the plexiglass wall and bit her lower lip, my other hand coming up to grip her hair. I kissed her neck and let my mouth linger near her ear. You've been thinking about this for weeks now, haven't you? My other hand moved down and unbuttoned her jeans. She gasped as I kissed her neck again, getting her jeans open, and slipped my hand down the front. She was warm and wet. I could feel it through her thin cotton panties. I moved my hand along her pussy and let her soak through her underwear. I kissed her again, bit her lip, felt my heart race as I whispered in her ear again. You're dripping wet. Was it the gun that turned you on? Or was it me pushing you up against this wall? Both, she moaned. I thought so. You like the power, don't you? You like having a gun in your hand and a man at your back. I slipped my fingers down her panties and teased her clit in slow circles. Her body reacted, every inch of her stiffening in response like she could barely control herself. I growled with delight as I teased her faster, sliding down to push my fingers inside, gathering her wet back up around her clit. I like all of it. She said it like a horrible admission, like she hated herself for speaking the words, but she kept moving as my fingers moved faster on her clit. God, I like it all. You like the danger, and you like me. You like when I touch you, kiss you, tease you. You like what I can do for you, the way I can make your body feel. You like when I kill for you. Yes, she gasped. Oh, God, yes. I pulled her away from the wall and pushed her up against the shelf, facing down range. I grabbed her ass, then pulled her jeans down. She moaned as I knelt behind her and bit her ass, then peeled her panties down, revealing her gorgeous pink pussy. I licked her from behind, my cock hard and throbbing. But I didn't stop there. I stood and kissed her over her shoulder as I unbuckled my belt and took my pants off. She turned and faced me, hands moving down my boxer briefs and gripping my thick cock. I grunted my pleasure as she bit my lip and stroked me. I loved her hands on my long, thick shaft, and I pulled her hair, unable to stop myself. I turned her again, pushed her down next to the guns. I spread her ass wide, then slid my hard cock deep into her dripping wet pussy. She moaned and threw back her head. I grunted in response as her tight, wet, warm pussy enveloped my shaft. I took her slowly at first. I gripped her hair and kissed her over her shoulder as I let her get used to my size. I moved my hips, slipping in and out, fucking her nice and deep. I moved my hand up the front of her sweatshirt and teased her breasts, felt her perky nipples as I slid myself deep inside. But I couldn't take it easy for long. No, she was too beautiful, and every moan, every thrust drove me wild. I wasn't the kind of man that could control himself, not with a gorgeous woman that I'd been dreaming of for so long. And that was the truth. Ever since I saw her for the first time, I'd been dreaming about tasting her, about taking her how I wanted. I couldn't push it, though. I had to wait until I knew she wanted it as much as I did. So I teased. I pushed. I got her off and let her dream of how much more I could do if only she opened herself to me. Now I had her. Every thrust, every moan, every muscle strained at the pleasure of her. She gasped and moved back against me, wiggling her hips, moving her back, her thick ass gorgeous in the bright range lights. I spanked her hard and pulled her hair, fucking her fast, sliding in and out before reaching around to roll my fingers around the hard little bud of her clit. It made her gasp my name when I touched it, like I lit a fire inside of her. I knew she couldn't take much more. I rolled a finger along her clit and fucked her rough. Fucked her like I wanted to. I leaned forward and bit her ear, then whispered, "Every inch of you drives me wild, my diamond. I've been thinking about your gorgeous legs, your tight pussy, your plump lips, and goddamn, you don't disappoint. I wasn't sure you could handle a man like me, but now I know you're so much more than I thought at first." She gasped and moaned my name, then kissed me over her shoulder. "Keep going," she whispered. "I want to come. Right here. God, I want to come so bad. Keep going." I kissed her and held her there. I rubbed her clit faster, fingers sliding along her slick spot, cock moving in and out, matching her rhythm. Our bodies fell into sync, gliding, breathing, moaning, pleasure blooming all over me. My nerves felt raw and gorgeous, and I wanted more of her, wanted to taste more of her, wanted to take more. She stiffened, and I felt her pussy clench as the orgasm began to wash through her. She came hard, and it was glorious. I felt her contract down on my shaft as she moaned my name, the words echoing through the cavernous space. I kept going, fucked her through it, took my pleasure as she came hard, her skin flushed, sweat dripping down her back. I slapped her ass as she finished and made her gasp again. But I wasn't finished with her. I fucked her rough and raw from there, taking what I needed, taking my pleasure, until I filled her to the brim. I came deep inside of her and felt her name on my tongue, whispered her name again, "Lee, Lee, fuck Lee," and finished as the burst of intense ecstasy slowly relaxed. I slipped back, and she turned to face me, breathing hard, face red and hair messy. I smirked at her and leaned up against the shelf next to her. "They don't have security cameras in here, do they?" I shrugged. "I'll have him delete the footage." She turned even redder, which I didn't think was possible. I couldn't help but laugh. I kissed her and held her tight against me. "Relax. There's no security camera in here. It's not that sort of place." She sighed and shook her head. "You're such a dick." Can't help myself. I held her there in the firing range. My body vibrated with her, with the need for her, and I wanted to tell her things, tell her how much I wanted her around, how much I didn't want to let her go, how badly I wanted to free her, but I felt her tense up after a minute and pull away. She didn't meet my gaze as she dressed and walked a few feet away like a pacing cat. She finally forced a smile, and I wanted to know what the hell just happened, but I knew I couldn't ask. "So, can I shoot my new gun?" I laughed and pulled my jeans back on. "By all means, go ahead." She gave me a strange half-smile, then walked into the stall, put on her hearing protection, and spent the next hour firing off round after round while I dutifully reloaded for her. But the magic had slipped away. I don't know how or what happened. Something went through her mind. Some thought she kept hidden deep inside of her for moments like this took her away from me. Or maybe it was the sheer fact of our situation, that I was more or less her captor, that I was keeping her in chains for my own self-benefit. She knows those chains are a fantasy, though. She knows I won't hurt her or her mother if she decides to run, and I never would have. But the threat and the situation remained. I'd have to fix that. But for now, I watched her shoot and let myself feel content for the first time in a long time. 18, Lee, in my post-orgasm haze, when every inch of my body felt good and all I wanted to do was melt into his arms and stay there for eternity, one thought ran through my mind. I love this monster. And that scared the hell out of me. It scared me so much that no matter how long I spent shooting after that, it never felt right again. I never got that magic back. I tried not to let it show, but I didn't speak to him on our drive back to his place. He dropped me off, then went out again, and I spent the afternoon in the house, drifting from room to room, trying to decide what I wanted and who I was and what my future would become. I wasn't a captive. Not really. Not anymore. I was sure of that now. He freed me earlier, freed me by admitting that he wouldn't hurt me or my mother if I ran away. I could go now. Go at any point. I didn't have to sell his drugs. If I stayed, it meant I wanted to stay. Nothing held me here beyond my own will, and even if I wanted to pretend like he held some kind of sword over my head, some kind of threat, I knew that wasn't true with certainty now. If I stayed, it meant I wanted to stay. That scared me so much that around 3, I packed a bag and walked out into the comfortable afternoon sunlight. It was easy to get home. I got a train and rode it north. I stared out the window and ignored my phone when it rang. I knew it would be Owain, but I couldn't talk to him right now, not when I had so much to figure out. I got off the train at Levittown Station, which was right behind Bristol Pike. I stood on the platform and stared around at the grass, the trees, the quiet movement of the suburbs, and finally took my phone out of my pocket and called my mother. She answered after a few rings. "Lee? Hi, Mom?" "Lee, honey, I've been so worried. Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine." A stab of guilt spiked through me. After Jason, I shouldn't have disappeared like that. I knew my mom was struggling to accept Jason's death. She couldn't handle her daughter disappearing as well. "Where are you?" "I'm actually at the train station right now. I was kind of hoping you could pick me up." A short silence. I could practically see my mother standing in her small Levittown kitchen like a deer, eyes wide, body still. "Are you hurt? Are you in trouble?" No and no. "I'm fine, honestly." I took a deep breath and prepared to lie to her. "I've just been struggling with Jason dying." "Oh." The word was an exhalation. "I am too, sweetie. Are you at the Levittown station right now?" "Yeah, just got here." "Okay, don't move. I'll be there soon." She hung up. I slipped my phone away and leaned up against a black wrought iron railing. Mom's brown sedan pulled in 10 minutes later, and the nostalgia that washed over me was almost too hard to ignore. I walked down the ramp and got into the passenger side. My mother looked thinner than the last time I saw her. She had reddish hair, freshly dyed and cut short. Her green eyes sparkled out from a gaunt and wrinkled face. I wondered when she'd gotten so old and guessed it was when Jason died. "It's good to see you." My mom leaned over and we hugged across the center console. I felt her ribs through her long-sleeve shirt. "It's good to see you too, Mom. I'm sorry I sort of disappeared there for a while." "Where have you been?" "Around. Just dealing with things. The shop's been crazy." Mom gave me a skeptical look but started driving. "I'm glad that's still going well." I wanted to say, yes, I'm selling drugs out the back now, but figured that was a bad idea. "Sometimes I think it's all I have left, you know, of Jason." "I know what you mean." Mom's gaze out the front windshield sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't imagine what Mom was going through. Not really, even though I'd lost a brother. Mom lost a son. That meant something different. "Are you still going to church?" I asked, grasping for conversation. The question worked, though, and Mom talked about the church ladies for the whole drive. When we got back to Mom's small Levittown house with its blue shutters and ancient brown door, I sat down at the familiar kitchen table and let Mom make some tea and sandwiches. It felt bizarre being home. The house hadn't changed at all since I was a little girl, and everything felt familiar and right. I reverted back to my childhood self the second I walked through that front door, and as much as I wanted to resist the transformation, I knew it was impossible. I looked around at Mom's collection of rooster statues, at the oil painting of a barn, at the large Ansel Adams photographs hanging in the small living room, and I couldn't help but smile. We sat at the table, drank tea, and ate. I almost forgot why I came all the way out here as Mom went on about the church ladies, about her tennis instructor, this strange old man that sat in a folding chair and fed them balls and blew a whistle and grunted as he smoked a cigarette. And I drifted into the familiarity of it all. Once Mom got talking, I knew she'd never stop, and that was almost comforting. The spell didn't last much more than an hour. We finished the tea and Mom poured wine instead without asking. As she sat back down, placing a glass of white with 2 ice cubes in front of me, someone knocked at the door. Mom looked surprised. Who could that be? Probably a package. She got up with a frown and walked to the front door. I took a sip of my wine and stared up at a picture of me and Jason when we were little kids, wearing bathing suits and standing in front of the community pool. Jason's hair was wet, and his freckles looked splattered on his nose. His pale chest looked so skinny, but he was smiling huge, like the world would never break him, even though it did eventually. I stood a little behind him and looked right into the camera, like I was about to tell my mom to stop taking a picture. And I wished I could remember that moment. Remember all the time we spent at the pool together, back before Jason had turned into such a sad person and turned to drugs to feel something better. But I couldn't bring the memories back anymore. Even coming home didn't seem to draw them through. "Honey?" Mom walked back into the kitchen, looking uncertain. "There's a man at the door for you, a very big and very handsome man." I felt my blood run cold and stood. Did he say this name? He was very polite. Said his name is Owain and that he's worried about you. That he's been looking. I had a choice. I knew it, right then and there. I had to choose and choose right, because if I was wrong, the consequences could be so horrible. I could tell my mother that I didn't know Owain, or that he was some stalker, or any story except for the truth and hope that she'd chase him off. And that would be that. I'd move home, get a job, and start my life over. Or I could tell her to let him in. I looked down at the floor, mind buzzing with worry. And the thing that came to mind when I looked at the hardwood floor, at the marked wood where I used to play as a little girl, was the feeling I got when I fired that gun. The strength, the joy, the power. I never felt like that before. And then, when he took me, that was mixed with it. The two experiences mingled irrevocably. I looked up and forced a smile. "Okay, I'll go talk to him." She nodded. "He's waiting out front." I went to walk past her but stopped. I hesitated, then hugged her. "I love you, Mom. I love you too." She patted my back. "Why are you acting so strange? Who is that man?" "Don't worry. He's a friend." I pulled away and walked out front. Owain stood in my childhood driveway where I used to draw hopscotch boards and big fat rainbows in chalk with his hands behind his back, surveying the neighbors like he was a developer looking to buy. He half turned as I approached. "Nice place. My mom really kept it up. How's it going in there?" "Good, I think. She's been worried. I'm sure." We descended into silence. I wanted him to yell at me for running away. I expected him to grab me by the hair and drag me back to his car. He was parked out front by the curb, and I almost thought he left it running. But he didn't do either. "Why did you follow me?" I couldn't help it. I had to ask. Even though the question sapped me of all my power and all my strength, I still had to ask. "Because I wanted to give you another chance." I sucked in a breath and felt my anger rise. "You want to give me another chance?" He nodded. "To come back to work." "Work?" I wanted to laugh, but the idea was too absurd. "You call that work?" "I don't know what else to call it. You sell drugs." "Still a job." He turned to me, hands still behind his back. I stared into his handsome face and felt another stab of rage, mixed with longing, desire, and need. It was confusing and heady. a bouquet of emotions. Come back with me. I don't know if I want to. I'll come inside and meet your mother if you want. Moms tend to love me. I find that hard to believe. I'm polite and charming, and it doesn't hurt that most of them want to fuck me. I rolled my eyes. You're an animal. Yes and yes. I don't know what I want, Owain. Is that why you're out here? I nodded and looked away. I'm trying to figure it out. You felt that back at the firing range. He took a step closer and I felt his animal heat roll off him like heaven. I know you felt it as much as I did. Owain, you can do what you want. If you decide to stay here and you send me away, then fine, I'll accept it. But don't you start lying to me. I sucked in a breath and nodded, closing my eyes. I felt it, okay? I know you did. I opened my eyes again. Doesn't change anything. Jason's dead. And you have me selling drugs. I do. And you think I'll come back to that? When I don't have to? I do. Why? What the hell would make me come back? I'll make you a partner for real. I shut my mouth then and stared at him. I felt startled, and I wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but I knew I was interested. Partner? How? I offered you a cut before, and that'll remain. But I'll offer you a cut on all future sales as well. With each new batch, your cut will increase until maybe one day we'll split it 50-50. You do the work, you earn the money, and you get a say in what the crew does. You'll let me have a say in the crew's business? Damn right I will. You'll get a seat at the table, little diamond. Why would you do that? He stepped closer to me, and I felt a spike of fear and lust. Because you deserve it. You're smart, Lee. You see things and intuit things, and you fight harder than any person I've ever met before, all my guys included. You have no clue how much you've impressed me, and I don't want to do this thing without you anymore. Come back to me and I'll give you whatever you want, and then some. I stared into his eyes. I knew coming out here was a choice, and I knew where it would lead me. Seeing him, being so close to him, I knew it would inevitably lead to me following him home again. But I hadn't thought it would lead to this. Partner, I said, feeling the word in my mouth. You'll make me a part of your crime family. I will, and I'll get a vote. Your guys will be okay with that. They'll get used to it. I stared at him for a few more seconds, trying to come to grips with this new path opening up before me. This new path I knew I was going to walk down. I thought about fighting that junkie. I thought about firing that gun. I thought about Owain's mouth on mine and his cock between my legs. Come inside and meet my mom. I turned toward the house. If you can impress her, I'll come back, and you'll make me partner, and buy me a new wardrobe, and give me a nicer room. I heard his chuckle, low and throaty. Done. Come on then. I walked to the door and held it open for him. He lingered as he passed me, his hand brushing across mine, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I thrilled at him being inside my house. He greeted my mother with a big smile and a polite handshake, and as soon as he asked about the Adams prints on the walls, I knew I'd be going back into the city before the night was over. 19 Owain. Smoke drifted in lazy circles through the room as Victor smoked a cigarette and a few of the other guys puffed on cigars. The wood paneling around the private room was thick with age and varnish, and the chairs had intricate shapes carved into their backs. I passed out glasses of whiskey, shook hands, laughed at bad jokes, and basically played the politician, because I knew shit was going to get tense in a few minutes. I needed to soften the guys up before dropping the hard news. Lee sat at the table away from the others. She eyed them like a caged animal, not sure if they were about to come feed her or kill her. Not that I could blame her. My guys were about as civilized as wild boars. They laughed too loud, drank too much, smoked heavy black cigars, and liked nothing more than getting into trouble. That was the sort of man I needed in my crew, even if it made things a little unpredictable from time to time. At the very least, I knew I could trust them. Roland talked in quiet tones with Victor. The twins, Ivan and Igor, took turns slamming back glasses of whiskey and shouting obscenities at each other in some bastard form of Russian they both claimed to speak, but nobody else could understand. Trey, Danny, Samuel, Martin, and Camillo had a card game going, but I couldn't tell who was winning, and it probably didn't matter. "All right, boys," I said, standing at the head of the table, my hands in the air trying to quiet them down. I figured they'd drunk enough to be happy, but not too drunk that they'd freak the fuck out when they heard what I have to say. I glanced down at Lee and gave her a tight smile as the boys started to settle. "Boss, you're generous as hell tonight," Trey said, grinning at me. He was a young guy, dark hair, big smile. Despite his boyish looks, he was a killer, through and through. Human life held little to no value in his estimation. "Makes me think you got some shit going on." "What, I can't treat my crew to some drinks?" "Not in a private club like this, you can't." Trey laughed and put his cards down. "He's got a point, boss," Camillo said. "What do you have in store for us?" "Something to do with the bitch, huh?" Danny laughed, but I felt a stab of anger drift through me. "First of all, don't talk about Lee like that." I stared at Danny until he stopped smiling. "Second, I've got some news for you boys, but we'll get to that in a little bit." I felt the mood shift slightly. I couldn't help but feel a pang of anger at the way more than a few eyes passed over Lee like she was the cause to all their problems. Danny smoldered in his chair like a chastised little boy, and I had to make sure I didn't lose them. "Look at you little girls," Roland said, afraid of what Daddy's got to say. "Fuck you, Roland," Camillo said. "You know it's not like that. We just know shit's going down with the jackals. Some of us are having fun." Roland gave him a vicious grin. "And some of us aren't stupid enough to jump headfirst into a firefight." Martin's voice was crisp and clear. He was an older man, black hair, bushy black eyebrows. I sometimes wondered what he saw in a life of crime, but he happened to be the best car thief I'd ever met, and so I kept him around in case I ever needed a ride. "You want to talk about the jackals? I'll talk about the jackals." I let my gaze shift over the guys one at a time. 5 of them are dead. How many of you are? A roar of excitement rose up around the table. They banged glasses and laughed as I leaned back and crossed my arms. Lee looked concerned, but a bemused smile grew across her lips as she tilted her head in my direction. I wanted to know what she thought of all this, what she thought of the guys, but I knew I couldn't ask just yet. There'd be time to debrief later. Here's the truth, though. They've been coming after me, trying to stop the pill business, and you all know damn well we can't have that. We show any weakness right now, right while we're trying to rebuild the Volkov family and make it stronger than it ever was, then shit can fall apart. "Why hasn't Hedion sent us more men, then?" Danny asked. "He doesn't think we need them." "Do you think we need more help?" He grunted as Samuel laughed and pushed his shoulder. "Danny has a point," Martin said, his gaze steady and even. He sipped his whiskey, but didn't slug it back like the younger men around him. "The jackals outnumber us, even with 5 deaths. They come down on us in force, and I'm not so sure we can survive. I'll grant that we're a strong crew and got some good fights here, but good fighters aren't a good substitute for good numbers." I nodded my head and glanced at the faces all around me. "He has a point," I said. "I can't deny it. We're outnumbered and outgunned, but we have the drug game locked down, and although the jackals are riding around and trying to steal our customers away, they just keep coming. We have better prices and better supply than they ever will." "Damn right," Danny said, "which means they're not going to stop." Martin stared at me impassively, and he was starting to piss me off. "So, what do you propose?" "I don't propose anything. We're going to war, boys. That's why we're all here. That's what you all need to know." A heavy silence descended over the table. I didn't like blurting it out like that, but the fact was they had to be ready. War wasn't a good thing. Nobody wanted to go to war, except maybe for psychos like Danny and the twins, but otherwise rational humans avoided war at all cost. I couldn't blame Martin for wanting to be cautious, since this was going to be dangerous, but I had some idea about what we could do to get through this in one piece, and how to come out the other end stronger. I know that's not what a lot of you want to hear, I said, trying to keep my voice even and quiet. You want me to say that we already crushed them, that it's all over. They hit us, we hurt them back, and it's finished. But unfortunately, that's not how the jackals want to play it. It's true, I was there. Boss offered them a good deal and they told us to go fuck ourselves. Roland grinned at me and nodded. I gestured my thanks. I've got history with their leader, I won't lie. But I didn't hit first, and I didn't escalate things. That was all them. If anyone hits us, we always hit back. Isn't that what I always said? Damn right, Ivan said. His brother grunted. Hit harder. Hit faster. Numbers don't lie, boss. Martin tapped the table with his fingers. How are we going to deal with that? Clifton thinks he has this locked down because he thinks like you do. He sees his number advantage and he thinks he can't possibly overcome it. But the fact is, battles are won by inferior, smaller forces all the damn time, and there's no reason we can't do it too if we're smart. So you've got a plan then? Martin frowned, shook his head. I hope you've got a plan. We're going to hit the jackals where they won't expect it. I'm going to need you all to trust me on this one, and I can promise it'll be dangerous. But they won't expect us to come right for their heart so soon. I want shock and awe. I want the jackals on their heels, reeling from their wounds. Danny pounded his fists on the table. God damn, do I love this, he said, tilting his head back and laughing. Nothing better than the smell of blood and fear in the morning. Coming from anyone else, I'd think that was incredibly lame. But coming from Danny, I felt a chill down my spine, because I knew he meant it. The men fell into a spirited debate among themselves about who was going to kill the most jackals, and I let them go for a few minutes. Lee watched me with careful eyes, and I wished I knew what she was thinking. This was a display of bravado and stupidity, but it was an important moment. I needed the guys ready. I needed them prepared to lay down their lives for me. My most loyal men, Roland and Victor, they were already down and already killing for me. But the others had to be convinced, at least a little bit. That was how it went when it became a life-or-death situation. I couldn't expect them to rush headlong into gunfire without some reason to do it, and I needed this meeting to give them that reason. It was simple. I had to play up to their masculinity. Martin worried me, since the man was shrewd and smart. But he knew what I was doing, and he'd fall in line. I'd handle him myself if he didn't. I held up my hands for silence after another minute of laughter and drinking. Ivan and Igor shushed the room like librarians, then gestured for me to take the floor again. I nodded my thanks, then held my hands out toward Lee, fingers pointed toward her. You all might have noticed we have a special guest today. We couldn't help but notice, Camillo said, since you brought a little something for the table. Some laughter, but most of the guys looked wary. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, then opened them again. Come here, Cam. He hesitated, still smiling at his own joke, then stood up. What's the matter? Come here. He walked around the table, sauntering toward me with a grin. I waited until he was within range, then slapped him across the face with an open palm. He stared at me, shocked. His cheek turned red, and he let loose an animal growl, fist cocked back and ready to smash in my face. But Roland stood up and grabbed his arm. You fucking prick, Camillo said. What the fuck is with you and this bitch? What are you... I slammed my fist into his face and felt the little bones in his nose crunch and snap. He grunted in pain as blood squirted from both his nostrils, staining his lips, chin, and shirt red. I warned you, I said. I tried to slap some sense into you, but now you went too far, motherfucker. Roland released him, and Camillo dropped to his knees, gripping his face and bleeding on the expensive green and gold rug. I'd have to pay to have that cleaned or replaced, but it was worth it. I stared at the rest of the men. Lee's one of us now. I know you don't like it, and I know you all think a woman can't be part of the crew. But she's a partner in the pill game, and if you all don't fucking like it, you can get up and walk the fuck out of here. You can follow Camillo and fuck off. Silence. Everyone stared. Lee took a breath, let it out, then smiled at the guys. Nice to meet everyone. The sound of her soft, girlish voice, mixed with the pained grunts of Camillo, and combined with the heavy, tense vibe around the table, made every single one of my guys burst out laughing. She grinned at them and winked at me. I shook my head, smiling. Only Camillo didn't laugh, since he was too busy trying to stem the flow of blood from his face. He returned to his seat and shoved a napkin up his nostrils, grunting in pain as Danny jammed his elbow into his shoulder. Lee's taking on a lot of risk to help us move our product. She deserves a seat at the table as much as any of you do. I understand she won't be out there killing on the front lines, but she's already bled for me, more than some of you have. I need you all to get over your macho shit and accept her right now, because I don't have time for you to be a bunch of weak, emasculated little man babies. Hear you loud and clear, boss, Ivan said. She's cool in my book. Girls, boys, I don't give a shit, so long as we all make money, Igor added. I'm glad I have your approval. Lee pasted a smile on her lips and leaned forward. I look forward to doing business with you, gentlemen, Danny cackled. Gentlemen? The girl don't know us at all, boss. I'm a gentleman, Victor said. The room stared at him. He shrugged and smoked his cigarette. That's all I've got for now. I need you all to get on board. More orders are coming down the pipe, and some of those orders might be dangerous. Prepare for war, boys and girl. Now drink, eat, and don't be a dick. I sat down, kicked my feet out, picked up a glass of whiskey, and drank it. Lee stood before the guys could start talking. She raised her glass. To the crew, she said, and to making a lot of money. She got a good cheer from that. The boys drank back their whiskey, and she slammed hers down her throat. I watched her carefully as she sat down, and the boys went back to smoking, drinking, and playing cards. She shouldn't have fit in this room, but somehow she did, or at least she was good at faking it. I had to admit, I was impressed by her performance. Camillo wanted to intimidate and scare her, but she didn't give him what he wanted, and that won her more points with the others. That was good. That was real fucking good. I needed harmony in the crew right now. If they started talking shit about having a girl at the table, then things might start going bad, and with the jackals breathing down my neck, I couldn't have that. Lee was here to stay, and they were going to have to accept it. I drank my whiskey and let the night unfold, and when it was over and the guys left full of steak and drinks and reeking of cigar smoke, I took Lee back to my house, dragged her into my bed, and tasted her until the sun rose the next morning. 20 out Lee. I stood at the front desk of my store and stared out the windows at the familiar view. Couples walked past. Groups of young men laughed and pushed each other. Old women in workout gear traveled in tight-knit packs, and the world moved along like it always had. The shop was different. I couldn't make it look exactly like it used to, and maybe I didn't want that. I was starting fresh, starting a new life, and I needed a decor to match. I sold a few shirts in the morning, and around noon a guy came in wearing khakis and a button-down. He leaned on the counter, looked around like he was searching for cops, then met my eyes. You got the happiest shirt alive. I smiled, nodded, and held out my hand. He plunked the cash down in my palm. I shoved it into a box under the counter, walked into the back, got his shirt with his pills in the middle, and handed them to him. He must have known the drill, because he took the shirt without comment and left. That was my real job. Sure, I sold my own products from time to time, and that brought in money, but the pills were the real goal. Everything else was just a front. I leaned forward on my elbows and stared out the front window again. Just a front. Those words played through my mind all afternoon as a few more pill customers came and went, accepting their shirts without argument. It felt like my whole life was a front these days, a front for something else, Maybe the thing I'd always wanted to be, the person I dreamed of when I looked in the mirror and pretended to see my future self smiling back. When I stood in the shop and smiled and sold my shirts and handed out pills, there was a strange emptiness in my chest that I couldn't quite define. And that disappeared as soon as I saw Owain again. I knew it was him. I didn't want to admit it, even if I knew it, more and more with each passing day, with each passing night spent in his bedroom feeling his body against mine, his sweat on my skin, my lips on his chest, his hands on my hips. He was the thing keeping me in this, not the money or the power or the seat at the table, but him. Every time I got close to that truth, I had to shove it away. I couldn't face it, not really. I couldn't think about it and still rectify myself as the person I wanted to be or thought I used to be, as the girl with a brother and a mother, even if that brother was dead. I couldn't picture myself as enthralled with a gangster, but I was, so much deeper than I ever imagined. The door rang as it slid open. I stood up straight, expecting a customer but finding Roland instead. He smirked at me and ran a hand along the shelf to his left, his fingers brushing over the t-shirts until he got close to the front and stopped. He leaned up against the rack and crossed his arms over his chest. "Place looks good. I hear you had a lot to do with that." He shrugged. "A little bit. What can I do for you? Figured I'd stop in and say hello since we're equals now." I gave him a tight smile. "Yeah? We're equals in your eyes?" He smiled right back. "Owain says so, at least. What's with him and all of you anyway?" I leaned forward on my elbows again, and I caught Roland's eyes flip down to my chest. "Fine by me. Let him look. Maybe it'll keep him distracted and talking." "Not sure what you mean. Why do you all follow him?" I could tell some of the guys weren't happy about the war and all that stuff. Roland waved a hand. "You mean Camillo? Don't worry about him. He's always causing trouble. Just the kind of asshole he is. Although that particular kind of asshole can be very useful in our line of work." "No, I mean, how'd he become the boss?" "Ah." Roland ran a hand through his hand and hesitated. "It's not a real interesting story. You want to hear it?" "I think so." "He killed the last boss." His eyes sparkled and he didn't smile. I knew right away that he wasn't lying. "How'd it happen?" "A few years back, before the main crew splintered into these smaller crews, Owain was another one of the central figures in the whole thing. It's hard to explain, but there was like this council of 12 guys with Hedion at the top. Owain was on that council. So he was like a leader in the original group? Exactly. There was another leader, this guy named Frank. He built our crew originally, got the whole drug network set up. Owain joined up with Frank, and together they got the pill trade up and running. So why would Owain kill him? Apparently they got into some disagreement. I don't know about what, but I do know Frank was stealing from the crew. Not a lot, but a little here and there, you know, getting high on the stash, pocketing a few $100 when he wanted it. Petty shit. Most bosses would let that kind of thing slide. But Owain wouldn't. I let out a harsh laugh. I could imagine how he'd react to something like that. It wouldn't be kind, and it wouldn't be forgiving. No, Owain wouldn't. He got angry. Really fucking angry. And I guess they got into some fistfight. You've never seen Owain fight, not really. But the guy doesn't know how to stop until his opponent's not moving anymore. He goes into it thinking that only one person was going to walk away, and he always made sure he was the one that survived. So he beat Frank to death? With his fists. Yeah, beat him to death. Maybe didn't mean to do it, since Frank was older and couldn't take the beating like some younger guys, but still. Smashed his face in with his fists, knocked all his teeth out and left his face a wrecked pulp. Even if he had survived, he never would have been the same. I shook my head, trying to imagine it, and realized it wasn't hard. Owain could be funny and kind, and even gentle when his hands were on my body and he wanted me to feel a particular way. But the danger always lurked just below the surface, ready to manifest at any time. I don't get why the guys would let that happen, if Frank was their leader. People didn't like Frank all that much. Owain's got a way about him, you know? I do know. Sucks you in, huh? He smirked at me and laughed. Guess so, since he's got you doing his dirty work. And paying me a shit ton more than he's paying you. Fair enough. Roland pushed off the shelf. Fact is, Owain's got that something. Don't know what it is, but some people are magnetic. They pull you into their orbit and don't let you go spinning away even when you want to. It's some cult leader shit. Or maybe the shit politicians have, I don't know. But whatever it is, he's got it out the asshole. Hard to ignore, even if you want to. I noticed. He's fair, though, Owain is. You follow the rules, you do what he asks, and he gives back in spades. He'd take a bullet for any one of us, and even though we don't agree with everything he does, he gave me a pointed look, eyebrow raised. We still respect him enough to go along with it. Thanks for telling me all that. Yeah, sure. You'd hear it all eventually. Might as well hear it from me. He stretched and yawned. Anyway, I'll be outside if you need me. He walked toward the door, then hesitated and looked back. And, hey, just a warning. The guys will accept what Owain says, but that doesn't mean they like it. So be careful around them, especially Camillo, at least for a while. Thanks for the warning. He shrugged and left. As the door shut, Owain appeared, said something to him, then stepped inside. I smiled at him, head cocked to the side as he approached. How's my favorite girl doing? I'm doing good. I was just talking about you. Telling the world how much you're obsessed with me? Pretty much. Can't keep you to myself. He laughed, deep and throaty, and came around toward me. He put his hands on my hips and lifted me up, then set me back down on top of the counter. I wrapped my legs around him as he pressed himself closer, running his strong, big hands through my hair, his lips inches away from mine. I can keep you to myself, though, he said. Every inch of you, all mine. How shocking. A mobster that doesn't like to share. He chuckled again and kissed my lips gently. He lingered there like he wanted to breathe me in and taste me, and I loved when he did that. It always made me feel like the most beautiful woman in the room, like no matter how much he's around me, he just can't get enough. What can I say? I'm a cliché, and yet you love it. I'm starting to get used to it at least. He kissed me again, then gripped my ass. I grinned and kissed his neck, but before things could go any further, he pulled me back down from the counter and stepped a few feet away. I came here for a reason, and unfortunately fooling around with you isn't it. Maybe you could change your mind and come into the back with me. I can put up a closed sign. Tempting. He took a deep breath, then met my eye. I'm going on a hit tonight, and I want you to come with me. I frowned, taken aback. You want me on a hit? I want you in the car, at least. Nowhere near danger. Why? He paced across the room toward the door, looked outside, and paced back. I could tell something was bothering him, but I knew better than to push. He'd spill it eventually. All I had to do was be patient, which surprised me. I was learning about him, how he functioned, without realizing it. I'm afraid they're coming after you. Clifton knows you're important to me, and I think you're going to become his primary target. You don't want to leave me alone. Exactly. I'm bringing all my guys except Martin on this one, and I can't leave only one old man behind to guard you. So I need you with me, as close as you can be. I pulled at my hair, tugging it straight, then letting it go. Are you sure? I'm sure. Like I said, you'll stay in the car, away from the danger. But I need you there. I need to know you're safe. I nodded slowly. If that's what you need, then okay. I'll come with you. Good. The relief on his face was surprising. What if I had said no? Then I would have figured out some way to convince you. And if you couldn't? He tilted his head slightly. I won't force you into anything, my little diamond. We're beyond that now. Partners, remember? Right. I released my hair and let a nervous laugh bubble up from my gut. Partners. And you wouldn't violate that. You know me. There are rules and I follow them, even when I don't want to. True, very true. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, blowing out my cheeks. Do I need to do anything? Should I wear all black? Just be ready. I promise I'll keep you out of harm's way. I trust you. He lingered for another moment, then turned and stalked to the door. I watched him go with a strange feeling in my chest, caught halfway between terror and longing, and unsure of which way I wanted to lean. It didn't matter. I'd do what he asked, and I knew it. After all this, Owain had somehow proven himself to me, and I knew that he would do anything to keep me safe. If he said bringing me along tonight was the only way to ensure nothing bad would happen to me, then I'd go, no questions asked. It was strange, feeling this way for a man I knew was dangerous, and yet it also felt natural, like falling asleep in a warm afternoon. It was easy to get close to him, and the more I resisted it, the more I realized I couldn't stop it. And I didn't want to. Not really. Not if I was honest with myself. 21. Owain. Lee sat in the back seat of my car, pinned between Ivan and Igor. Roland stared out the window at a dark building. The big neon sign turned off. Cars rolled past down a major street, and their headlights reflected off another pair of cars parked further up. The other guys, waiting for our signal. "Are you sure this is it?" Lee asked. "I'm sure." I squinted into the night, trying to imagine what the inside looked like. It had been a long time since I was last here. A bowling alley, though. Why would a motorcycle gang use a bowling alley as a clubhouse? Bowling's fun, Roland said. Plus, the parking lot has a lot of space for their bikes. Lee shook her head and laughed a little. Nobody else smiled. They knew this was for real. Bowling alley or not, this was the Jackal's main clubhouse, the place they spent most of their time, the main front for a lot of their dealings. It was their home, more or less, and they'd do anything to protect it, which was why we were going to burn it down. "What do you think?" I asked Roland, keeping my voice low. "No movement for a while, no lights on, no bikes out front. Could be around back." He nodded. "Could be. But we're in position and ready to go. We're not turning back." He met my gaze and his eyes were steady and hard. "You know that." I grunted in reply and the car lapsed into silence again. I wasn't afraid. That wasn't why I hesitated. I lived with the fact that I might get shot or worse every day of my life, and it had stopped holding me back a long time ago. No, I worried because the alley seemed like too good of a target. Clifton knew me, and he knew I liked to be aggressive, so there was a small part of me that thought this could be a trap, and if it was, they'd set it up perfectly. Roland was right, though. I had the guys fired up and ready. They were in position and eager to get moving. I couldn't stop this even if I wanted to, and so whether this was a trap or not, we were moving in. "Send word! We're going in 10! I leaned back in my chair and watched the alley, eyes squinted against the night, trying to spot any movement that would give away a trap. Nothing happened, and 10 minutes ticked past in tense silence. I could almost hear Lee trying to talk me out of this, but I kept myself centered and focused on my goal. We were hitting Clifton tonight and hitting him hard. When it was time, I wordlessly opened my door and stepped out into the night. Roland and the twins came with me. Igor popped the trunk and took a large plastic canister from the back, handed it to his brother, and took another. We began drifting across the street toward the bowling alley, keeping hunched forward and low. Nothing happened. No flashes of rifle fire, no booms or screams in the night. I saw the other teams move out, crossing the street further down at the far end of the alley, sprinting across the parking lot toward the structure. I motioned for the twins to take point, and Roland brought up the rear. I jumped over a small concrete wall and landed on the pavement. Samuel's team was the closet to the building, their guns out and glinting in the moonlight. Wind blew through nearby trees, and I thought I smelled something strange, something metallic and sharp. And it took me a second to realize that it was motor oil. I didn't know why I could smell oil. That didn't make any sense. The lot was empty and I didn't see any stains on the ground. The smell was pungent, strong enough to linger in the empty lot. Weeds grew through cracks and I thought I saw a shopping cart abandoned near a tree. Samuel and his guys reached the wall as the first gunshot rang out in the night. It was a crack, sharp and terrible. I shouted and ran forward. I didn't know where the gunfire came from, but I saw Samuel get hit and drop to the ground, blood spilling from a wound in his chest. More cracks, more bullets whizzed through the air and smashed into the ground. I grabbed Roland and threw him against the wall. "Open the doors!" I yelled. He grunted and ran forward. More cracks, more shots, and I realized they were on the roof. I caught Ivan's eye and pointed upward with my gun. He nodded and passed the info down as Roland knelt in front of the front door and began to work his magic. The guy was incredible with a lockpick, and I didn't think there was a single door in the world that could stand up to him. More cracks and shots, but the guys were all pressed against the wall. Bullets bounced off the pavement, ricocheting into the air. Roland got one door open and kicked it in. Samuel's team barreled ahead, leaving Samuel behind on the ground, gasping for air as his blood pumped from his veins. There was nothing they could do for him now, and I knew the guys would want revenge more than anything in the world. I felt a growl escape my lips as I followed my boys inside, gun up and ready to meet any resistance. "Spread out!" I barked. "Find the stairs and cover the back. Ivan, Igor, spread the gasoline. We're burning this fucker down." Ivan and Igor grinned at each other and began spreading gasoline from their red cans all over the rug and the tables. The shoe booth and register were straight ahead, the snack stand to the left and a little arcade to the right, and the alleys were beyond the shoe stand, taking up the bulk of the building. The stink of gasoline filled the air as the twins went wild, covering every surface they could find with a maddening glee. I could tell they weren't being smart or careful, but I didn't give a fuck. I drifted toward the left, searching for the stairs. "Haven't found them yet," Victor said, smoking a cigarette. "No resistance inside?" "None." He shook his head. "I only counted 2 guys up there." "You think they're alone?" He shrugged and said nothing. I sent him to scout the lanes while I continued searching for the stairs leading up. I found them tucked away with the bathrooms and kicked open the door, throwing myself forward, expecting gunfire to pin me down. Instead, the stairwell was silent except for the sound of my breath echoing off the concrete. Roland came behind me. I held up a hand, making him pause. I heard the twins laughing, more gasoline splashing. I climbed the steps slowly, gun ready, and Roland followed. We reached the top and I knelt down, listening for any sounds outside. I gestured at Roland to wait as I leaned forward and threw the door open. Gunfire blew it up immediately. I pulled back, cursing to myself. When the shooting stopped, I peered out around the corner and took a couple shots blindly. I saw one sniper leaning up behind a concrete smokestack halfway up the roof, and the other stood behind an air conditioning unit a few feet away. Both returned fire, forcing me back and missing by inches. "Need a distraction," I said. Roland grinned and reached into his pocket. He took out something round and long with a thick wick at the end. "How's this?" "Don't tell me that's a smoke grenade." "Even better." He brought a lighter from his pocket, flicked it on, and lit the wick. It took immediately, burning fast and bright. He moved past me and threw it onto the roof toward the 2 guys. Gunfire popped off, narrowly missing Roland, and one of the snipers shouted something I couldn't quite make out. Roland had the good sense to cover his ears as whatever he threw out there exploded. I grimaced and shrank back. The building shook with a devastating rumble, and smoke and debris rained down outside. I jumped out the door with my gun up and found a huge hole where Roland's explosive went off. Half of the sniper behind the smokestack got caught in the explosion, and his blood, guts, skin, and brains were scattered all over the roof. The other survived, though he remained crouched behind the AC unit. I fired at him from a crouch, forcing him back until he broke and ran. I took a breath, let it out, and squeezed the trigger, hitting him with the last 2 bullets in my magazine. He dropped and went still. "Nice shot, boss." Roland laughed and looked around at the devastation. "Holy shit. I didn't think that would do so much damage." "What the hell was that?" "TNT. You had a fucking stick of TNT in your pocket?" He shrugged. "The guy I got it from said it was stable." "Jesus fuck, Roland. Don't do shit like that." He laughed and walked over to the first dead guy. He picked up a rifle off the corpse, checked it over, and slung it across his chest. "I'll hold up here. You go finish down there." I nodded and went back down the steps. The twins were out of gas, and the stench of it made my eyes water. Most of the guys were destroying things, smashing signs, slamming bowling balls down as hard as they could over and over, splintering the lanes and wrecking the equipment. Victor approached, still smoking that fucking cigarette. I wanted to knock it from his mouth, except I knew it'd make the whole place explode. "What happened upstairs?" he asked. Roland got a little wild with some TNT. "Sounds right. Get the guys out of here and light this place up. I want to be gone in 2 minutes." He nodded and started barking orders. I walked through the men, grabbing them, pushing them back to the door. Danny cackled as he smashed the glass display case in the concession stand, then stole a bunch of candy bars. He stuffed his pockets full of them like a greedy toddler, then followed the flow of guys heading out front. I waited for Roland to come back down, his new rifle bouncing with every step he took, then flagged down Victor. I took the cigarette from his mouth. "Ready?" I asked. "Go ahead, boss." Victor started walking away. "I get the picture." "Pussy," Roland said, grinning huge. "Light her up, boss." I tossed the cigarette into the entryway and watched the carpet flare into an intense inferno. The fire spread rapidly into the room, and the heat was so intense that I had to back out there. "Come on." I pulled Roland away and steered him toward where Samuel lay on the pavement. I knelt down and checked. No pulse, empty eyes. "We gotta go," Roland said. "Jackals might be here any second. Cops won't be far behind." Fuck. I stared down at Samuel and cursed myself for not being prepared for this. I stood, leaving my man behind on the ground, even though he didn't deserve that. Didn't deserve it at all. We ran back to the cars. Lee looked wild with fright as an explosion went off in the alley, and the flames spouted up through the roof. Glass scattered all over the parking lot like snow. "What happened in there? I heard gunshots." She stared at me and reached out. I let her touch my shoulder. "Lost Samuel. Everyone else is fine." "Samuel's dead?" I nodded and started the engine. The twins were silent, both of them staring at the burning building, and Roland shifted in his seat. I could feel the adrenaline still running in my veins. But those fuckers got it worse. 2 dead and their clubhouse on fire. They got what they had coming to them? Roland grinned viciously. "The bastards." Lee took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "It's not enough." Everyone stared at her. I smiled a little and looked straight ahead through the windshield. She was right. This wasn't enough. We might have killed more of their men and burned down their clubhouse, but it wasn't enough. Not even close to it. The jackals were still out there somewhere, biding their time and licking their wounds, and I wanted to make sure that they couldn't come back ever again. I wanted to destroy them and bury them in shallow graves. I drove away as the sound of sirens screamed out in the distance. 22 Lee. The image of Samuel lying on the ground in front of the bowling alley while the building burned was scarred into my brain. I didn't even know him. I met him that one time, and he barely left an impression. But for some reason, when we got back to Owain's house, I was seething with rage and could barely get to sleep. Maybe it was a weird reaction. I couldn't completely tell how Owain felt about what happened. He was happy the alley went up in flames, but upset about losing Samuel, and the whole operation seemed like it was a mixed result at best. I was angry for him, angry for Samuel, and pissed off at the jackals. They thought they could do what they wanted, when they wanted, and even when we hit them back, it didn't seem big enough. I got up early the next morning and made coffee. Owain came down 10 minutes after me wearing a tight black t-shirt and a pair of boxer briefs. He looked surprised to see me and accepted a mug of coffee. "What are you doing up?" "Couldn't sleep." "I hear that." He sat at the table and stared at me. I stared right back. "Something's on your mind." "I've been thinking about what happened last night. The raid." "Yeah, and Samuel and just—" "Was that enough?" He raised an eyebrow and sipped his coffee. He didn't answer right away, and I felt antsy, like I had too much energy to burn. Maybe it was nervous energy, or maybe it was anger, I couldn't tell. But ever since I accepted a partnership into this crew, I couldn't help but feel like everything got a little bit more personal. Now I wasn't here against my will. Now these guys were on my team. "Can't say for sure." He put his mug down and cracked his neck in one violent pop. "Can't say Samuel dying sits well with me. He was one man and you killed two." "True, but he was my man." Owain stared into my eyes. "What are you thinking? Why are you asking me this?" "Because I have an idea." He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "So you're strategizing for me now?" "Hear me out. I'm not sure I want to. I'm a partner now, remember?" He stood abruptly and stalked into the living room. I followed him but kept my distance. Although we'd gotten closer than I ever thought possible over the last few weeks, he still seemed like a caged tiger that could attack at any second. "You're a partner in selling drugs, not in fighting wars. I can't have you out on the front lines. I only brought you last night so that you could see what we were willing to do, how far we were willing to go. I'm in this now. You pulled me into this and promised that I could have a seat at the table. Are you going back on your word?" "I don't go back on my word." His voice was a low growl as he turned to face me again. His arms were muscular and bulged out his sleeves, and I couldn't help but let my eyes roam up and down his body. He showed me his teeth. "Then at least listen to my plan." "Go ahead. Tell me." "No, not here. I want you to hear it in front of everyone." His eyes narrowed. "Excuse me?" "Call the guys together at my store. I'll explain what I think there. We don't do that very often. It's too dangerous to have everyone in one room in case something happens. Take the chance. We need to plan if we're going to attack them." He shook his head nice and slow and took a step toward me. I didn't move, only stared up into his eyes and tried to keep my heart from slamming itself out of my chest. He reached out and touched my cheek, fingers curling down my skin, and stooped forward, lips coming near mine. "Since when did you turn into a little warrior?" "Since you made me like this." "Oh, little diamond." He smiled big, and I could see the real joy in his eyes. "I didn't make you like anything. You made me want to fight." I chewed my lip as he leaned down and kissed my cheek. "I only showed you a path. You decided to walk it. Don't give me that bullshit. It's the truth. I talk about testing people, but my tests aren't meant to shape or mold, only to show what's already there. I call you my little diamond because I found you in the coal mine, but the truth is, my darling, you've always been a hard thing. Maybe you hid it well, and maybe you walked a straight path for most of your life, but inside that chest is pure steel and grit and killer instinct. You can't hide it any more than a lion can hide its mane." He kissed me then and let it linger. I sucked in a breath, then kissed him back, pressing myself against his muscular chest and letting the feeling overwhelm me. I felt like I was going insane, like I was shifting into an entirely different person, and I had no clue who she really was. But maybe he was right, and I'd always had this inside of me. I'd always been ruthless and hard-working, and I never let anything stand in my way. I made my shop work where most people would have failed, and I rarely let my emotions get the best of me. God, his taste flooded through me, and I was so scared that he was telling the truth. Scared, but also excited. I needed him to be right, needed this to be the person I was always meant to be, because it felt too good to ignore. Standing here with him in his living room, knowing that I was about to suggest a dangerous plan that might very well end with my own death, I never felt more alive in my entire life. It was because of him. He pretended like his tests didn't shape and mold, but I saw through that. His tests took me and woke something up inside of me, something that might have never woken if he hadn't guided me. Now I was his, and I was going to use all my newfound strength to help him. I pulled back, breaking the kiss, and ran my fingers through his hair. "Call the guys together. Call them into my shop later today." He let out a frustrated growl. "Make it worth my while." I reached down between his legs and felt his hard cock strain against his boxer briefs. "Promise you'll call." "I swear." I dropped down to my knees in front of him and slid his briefs down to the floor. His thick cock barely fit in my mouth, but I sucked him anyway. Let him slide his shaft deep into my mouth. I listened to his moans as I pulled back and stroked him, staring into his eyes. And I knew in that moment that this was right where I wanted to be, the place I needed to be. I sucked him faster, let him growl and grab my hair, and when he came on my tongue, I swallowed every drop with a smile on my lips. I got to my feet and he kissed me, slow and deep. "This better be a good plan," he whispered, giving me a lazy, drunken smile. I laughed as he grabbed my ass, then went off to make the calls. I stood in front of the crew and let my eyes roam over them. Danny sat toward the front of the room next to the windows, eating a Snickers bar, while the others stood in loose clumps around the shirt racks. I leaned back against the counter, and Owain stood next to me, arms crossed over his chest. "I know we don't get everyone in one room like this often," he said as the tense, nervous conversation died down. "But Lee has something she wants to bring to everyone's attention." I looked around and half expected Camilo to make some comment. Instead, he stared back at me with a flat expression, both his eyes covered in thick black bruises. Last night wasn't enough. I saw a couple angry expressions. Roland looked unhappy, and the twins seemed like they were personally offended. Owain held up his hands before everyone could start talking at once and kept the peace while I continued. "Last night was a start, but if we keep going this way, it'll only drag on for a long time." I took a breath and met their gazes with as much confidence as I could muster. I thought about Owain's hands on my body, his lips close to mine, and pushed forward. I want to do something drastic. The Jackals know about me, and they know I'm directly involved in the pill business. I think they'll come after me if I put myself out there. Owain stared at me with a hint of anger and betrayal. I tried not to look at him because I knew it might change my mind. But the fact was, I was the perfect bait. The Jackals knew me, and they thought I was weak. They'd want to hurt me after what happened last night, after their clubhouse was burned to the ground. If I put myself out there in a position of weakness, I didn't think they could resist. "So you want to be bait?" Martin was the one that spoke up first, which surprised me. He didn't come to the raid the night before. "That's the idea, broadly speaking. I think they'll see me as the weak link here and take any opportunity. I want to lure Clifton out and take him down, chop the head off the snake, and I'm willing to risk myself to make it happen." "No," Owain said. "We're not using you as bait again. It's my idea this time. I don't care." I said no. "If she wants to do it, she has a right," Martin said, his expression studiously blank. Owain's nostrils flared as he turned to the older man. "Watch what you say," he rumbled. "I don't have a lot of patience for you right now. And I don't have a lot of patience for a protracted war. If she thinks she can take Clifton out in one attack, we need to consider it." "He's right," Roland said. "I think she has a good idea here." "Of course you do. None of you gives a shit whether she lives or dies." Owain's hands clenched into fists. "Maybe you're too close to the girl," Victor said. "Motherfucker," Owain started and took a step forward, but I put a hand on his chest. He seethed for a moment, staring at them before turning to me. "Just think about it," I said before he could argue. Clifton's going to want to project strength after what happened, right? What better way than to kill me himself? My plan's simple. We'll leak that there's a new pill delivery coming, and I'm the one picking it up. I'll take a van down somewhere safe with all you guys around and basically wait for the jackals to attack. Once they come for me, you all show up and murder the crap out of them." Roland laughed. "Murder the crap out of them. That's putting it nicely." "You'd be in too much danger," Owain said. "No way we can do it. We'll find a spot that'll work. I trust you guys." Martin snorted. Lord knows why. "She means she trusts me." Owain glared at him again, then shut his eyes and took a breath. I could tell he was struggling to keep it together, which surprised me. I knew he wouldn't like this plan. It really was a big risk for me, but he put me in harm's way once before, and I thought he could do it again. Things changed since then. Whatever bond we had grew deeper, and now that bond was holding him back from making the decision that was best for the full crew. I could see it clear as day. Roland was right. Owain cared about me too much. If he couldn't make the decision, then I'd make it for him. I looked out at the group. "All those in favor of this plan, raise your hand." Hands went up instantly. Owain turned and glared at the group, but it was too late. He was the only person that didn't vote yes right away. "Fuckers," he growled. "We're not doing this. I'm in charge of this crew, and I'm telling you all—" I put a hand on his arm. "Owain, we're doing it." He turned and looked at me, and I could see the pain in his eyes. I was betraying him in a way by taking away some of his power in front of his men. His jaw worked and his muscles bulged, but eventually he hung his head and raised a hand. The room was deadly silent and thick with unspoken tension. "All right," he said and looked up again. "You all want this? Then we'll do it. But if the girl dies, I can promise that each and every one of you will die with her." Victor lit up a cigarette. "No problem, boss." He looked at me with hurt and shook his head, then walked out of the room. He disappeared into the back and slammed the door shut behind him. Martin let out a sigh. "He'll calm down." "He will," I agreed. "But now we'd better iron out these details because I really don't want to die." Danny laughed from his spot by the windows and tilted his head. "You're not so bad, you know." "Thanks, I guess." That's a high compliment coming from him. Roland crouched down and sighed. "Let's get started before Owain changes his mind and comes in here swinging." I laughed, sat on the floor next to him, and for the next 2 hours we talked over the plan as a group. I could have backed out at any point, and I almost thought they expected it. But instead I stayed put. And once we had a decent plan in place, I felt readier than I ever imagined I would. Ready to take the fight to Clifton. Ready to kill him if I had to. I thought about squeezing the trigger in the firing range, and I knew I could do it in the real world if it came to that. Squeeze the trigger and end this stupid war. 23, Owain. I tried not to rage. I really tried. It was hard for me. A man that was used to being listened to. A man used to getting what he wanted, through sheer force of will. It wasn't that she stepped up with a plan and got the boys to vote on it without my consent. That sort of thing happened sometimes, and I'd be a shit crew leader if I let that sort of thing affect me one way or the other. The guys made their own decisions from time to time, and I learned to abide by them when they voted. No, it was that she didn't seem to care about her own safety the same way I did. We didn't speak for the rest of the day. I was too angry, and I knew I'd say something stupid and make things worse. I kept to myself and let them do all the planning. And when it was finished, I had Roland fill me in while Victor drove Lee back to my place. "What do you think?" I asked. He shrugged and stretched his back. "It could work. You know Clifton. He's not stupid. But he's desperate, and she's sort of playing on them. She's right that they'll think she's the weak link." "Because she is." Roland smirked and shook his head. "I'm not so sure about that, boss." I paced around the shop and peered out the front window. Tell me it can work and I'll keep my mouth shut. But I'm not going to stand by and let her get blown to pieces all for some bullshit, half-cocked plan. It can work. I promise you that. I hung my head for a moment, then let out a breath. Okay then, we'll do it. Good. I was afraid you'd have to fight her for control of the crew, and I'm not totally sure you'd win that one. I laughed, unable to help myself. Roland grinned at me and leaned up against the counter. I'm heading back to the house. Stay here and watch the shop. Roger that, boss. I left and took the long way to my car. I passed people on the sidewalk, men in business suits, older women walking little white dogs, packs of young kids on bikes, dudes sitting on stoops drinking from containers covered in paper bags, the whole city teeming with life. Even among all these people, among all the women I'd met and fucked and taken for my own, I never once imagined I'd find someone like Lee, someone that made me feel like this, like I couldn't live without her, like losing her would be worse than losing my own life. It was fucked. It threatened to break me. But I knew she was right. She wanted to move forward with this plan because it had a chance at working, and if it did, then she'd save a lot of lives in the process. I had to trust her, even if it pissed me off. My car was warm when I got inside and headed back home. The sun sat low in the sky, and the head radiated up from the asphalt. I found a spot out front and headed in through the door, the cool AC air rolling along my skin. Lee stood in the kitchen sipping from a mug and staring off into space, and jumped when I approached. Hey, I didn't expect you back so soon. I've been thinking. I stood in the doorway to the kitchen and stared at her. We should talk. Ominous. She smiled a little. What you did today was stupid. You know that, right? You're just mad because you don't want me to do this. You're right, I don't. But you also stepped up and went over my head, which isn't something I'd let pass lightly. You understand how that looked, right? I understand. She chewed on her lip. If it helps, I am sorry. I know you are. I took a step toward her and steadied myself. I felt my heart beating so hard it vibrated my skin. I reached out and touched her cheek, then pulled her against me. I held her tight and kissed her hair. She hugged me back, burying her face in my chest, and for a moment we stayed like that, bodies intertwined. I didn't want the moment to stop. I knew that sooner or later she'd put herself in harm's way, and every time that happened, I couldn't guarantee she'd come out of it in one piece. I needed her, and that really fucked me up. She pulled back, and I stooped to kiss her. She kissed me back, taking a deep breath as she did it. Her taste flooded my lips, and I felt a growl at my throat. She purred like a kitten as I steered her back toward the counter, then lifted her up. She wrapped her legs around my hips as my hands moved down her body, along her hips, and down between her legs. I unbuttoned her jeans and tugged them off, then kissed her neck as my fingers caressed over her panties. She groaned into my mouth, and I could feel her wet making the cotton damp. She wiggled her hips, and I pushed her panties aside, letting my fingers glide up and down her gorgeous slit, making her groan, deep and throaty and gorgeous. I grabbed her hair with my other hand and pressed 2 fingers deep inside her. She groaned, then gasped as I bit her lip and stared into her eyes. I don't want you to go on this stupid mission. I want you to stay here, soaking wet, wearing nothing, waiting for me to come home to please you. I want you to come for me, again and again, because you're mine, my little diamond, my beautiful thing. You're all mine. I'm not the kind of man that shares or risks losing something he wants. And I'm something you want. She blinked, stared into my eyes as I pulled my fingers back and teased her clit. That's right. You know this is right. If it works. If it works, but that's not a definite. If it works, it could end the war before it really begins. I moved faster along her clit as she let out soft moans and gasps. I don't want to risk you anymore. We've come too far for that. You have to. Her body tensed, and she tossed back her head. Oh God, Owain! I'm not about to let you go. I licked her faster as she gripped my hair tight and rolled her hips against my mouth. I could taste her pleasure, and I wanted her to feel it. Wanted her to know how badly I needed her now, how she'd come into my life, and I knew I couldn't let her go. No matter what happened, no matter where we ended up. Fuck, she was mine, all mine. And as she came on my tongue, her moans filling my mind, her taste flooding my mouth, I knew I'd never stop, never back down. I pulled up as her orgasm passed and kissed her. I kissed her long and deep, let her taste her own cum on my tongue, then looked into her eyes. I'll trust you if you trust me. I can do that. Good. I bit her lower lip gently. Then we'll do this together. I pulled her against me and held her tight, my mind a mess of conflicting feelings. But for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had a future, like there was something worth fighting for. 24. Lee. I sat behind the wheel of a rented white van and stared out the windshield at 21st Street. Nothing happened. It was a quiet evening. The moon shone through the trees. An old couple sat on a stoop and watched everyone that passed, and I sat there wondering how I found myself in this position. In the back, crouched down among a stack of wooden crates, was Owain. I couldn't talk to him. That was part of the deal. If Clifton and his guys were watching, then they'd be suspicious if they saw me start talking. The plan was simple in idea, but complicated in execution. Late last night, Owain hid in the back of an unmarked white van, and earlier this evening I went through the motions of renting that van and helping Victor fill the back up with crates. Owain was stuck back there and had been for almost 24 hours. He went in with water, an extra bottle, and some food, since he wouldn't be able to leave for any reason at all, and I hadn't heard a word from him. Since Owain was never around, or at least never in sight, the jackals wouldn't expect him to be hidden back there. After the back was full, I got behind the wheel and took a long, circuitous route through South Philly, almost as if I were trying to shake anyone following me, when in reality, I was going nice and slow and hoping that the jackals weren't so stupid that they'd let me go. I drove down the block and turned left onto McKean Street. I felt my hands tremble, and a strange, nervous sensation came over me as I rolled slowly from block to block, keeping my eyes peeled for anyone following, but not spotting anything nearby. My stop was getting close, and the streetlights didn't feel like they gave off enough to see by, but we'd gone over this step by step already. I saw a car repair shop on my left, followed by a low, grayish building that looked like nothing more than a brick wall with a blue garage door right in the center. I pulled over in front of the door, killed the engine, and took a deep breath. I bent over to unbuckle my belt, and as my face turned toward the ground, I spoke. I hope you're still alive back there. Not supposed to talk. They can't see me. I'm going in now. Good luck. He grunted in response, and I was relieved he hadn't passed out from heat stroke or something. I got out of the van and walked up to the garage door. It was locked with a padlock, but I had a key shoved in my pocket. I pulled it out, took off the padlock, and tossed it aside before rolling up the door. Inside was an empty garage. There were tools hanging from pegs shoved into wooden squares along the walls and several car lifts. Motor oil stained the concrete floor, and the whole place smelled like body odor, cheap leather, and gasoline. Usually this place was full of guys working on cars, but tonight they'd been cleared out. A single man wearing a dark suit came walking toward me out of the gloom. I jumped as he appeared and tilted his head. Dante smiled at me and gestured toward the door. You were followed. I crossed my arms and looked nervously outside. I hope so. They won't attack you here since the jackals know this is my spot. They're not dumb enough to piss me off. That's fine, I figured. Once you leave, though, then you're fair game. That's the idea. He snorted. You really want this to go down? It had better, otherwise I made a really stupid mistake. He crossed his arms and watched me carefully. Can I offer you cum advice? If you have to. This isn't a hard game to play. That's not to say you're not capable of it, but you'd better make damn sure it's something you want. I gave him an angry stare. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not worried one bit. Fascinated, more like, but not worried. There aren't a whole lot of nice, quiet civilians like you that get pulled into this world and find that they like it. I'm the exception, I guess. He shrugged and gestured behind him. Two men I didn't recognize came walking out from the darkness, each of them carrying a heavy duffel bag. They dropped them down on the floor in front of me. Filled with rocks, he said. But it'll look convincing at least. That's fine. Our crates are filled with plastic bottles. He sighed. I guess I'll recycle them. Burn them for all I care. I grabbed one of the bags and lugged it over to the van. I made a show of opening the passenger door and throwing it in as Dante's two guys walked out after me. I opened the back for them and they pulled out the crates, ignoring Owain as he squeezed himself down into a corner where the shadows were deepest. I glanced down the street and tried to spot anyone watching, but if the jackals were out there, they were being smart. I went back in, grabbed the second bag, and tossed it onto the first one. I watched Dante's men finish bringing in the crates, then shut the back. Dante came out and stood on the sidewalk. He smiled at me, head tilted. Tell Owain he owes me one. I'll make sure to pass it along. Good luck. I really hope you survive this. I have to admit, you seem very interesting, and it'd be a shame if you ended up as just another bloodstain on these streets. Trust me, I don't intend on losing. He laughed and waved, then headed back inside. The garage door rolled down, and once it hit the ground, I put the padlock back on and snapped it into place. I walked back to the van, climbed inside, and started the engine. As I bent down to put on my seatbelt, I spoke again. Doing okay back there? Fine and dandy. Pissed in a bottle all day. How are you feeling? Nervous. I don't see them. They'll come. Get moving. I sat up and started driving. I went slow through side streets, edging my way south toward where I was scheduled to drop the fake bags of money. Except I had nowhere to go. For the last week, Owain's guys had been spreading the rumor that we were selling all our pills in bulk to the Leone family. They tried to be as subtle as they could, although I had a feeling some of them were a little more heavy-handed than others. But still, the idea was that the jackals would hear and come after us. They'd see me alone in the car and think, easy target, easy money. They won't be able to help themselves. But as I drove through the quiet Philly streets, I didn't see any motorcycles or hear their engines. Nobody followed, nobody got in my way. I was terrified they wouldn't attack, which would mean we went through all this trouble for absolutely nothing, and I'd have to come up with some other idea to save face. On top of that, we got the Leones to agree to help out, which meant Owain cashed in a favor. I hated to imagine that his favor would come to nothing, and we'd end up with only a couple bags of rocks to show for it. I turned onto Shunk Street deep in the south and rolled past a strip mall parking lot. Houses appeared on either side with lots of green and pretty comfortable-looking brick front porches. It was one of the nicer parts of the city I'd seen, and I took a second to slow down and gape at the park that appeared up ahead. It was a gorgeous, well-manicured green space with concrete walkways and bright street lamps, and a historic-looking house set out in the middle of the park. I wondered what the hell that house was doing out there when a truck pulled out in front of me. I had to slam on the brakes. I was about to lay on the horn when the doors opened on either side of the cab and two guys stepped out wearing jean jackets and denim pants. "Owain," I said. "It's them. It's definitely them, and they're coming for me. Stay calm. Don't move. Do what they ask." "Owain," I sucked in a breath as I recognized the man on the left. It was Clifton, with a big smile on his face as he approached my window, his gun held loosely in his hand. The other guy had a pig-like nose and a bushy mustache and lingered on the passenger side, trying to see into the back of the van, but it must have been too dark. "Window!" Clifton shouted. "Window down!" I rolled it down and stared as he pressed the gun against my face. "Bags!" I nodded. "I'll do it slow." Get the fucking bags, girl. He stared at me, eyes narrowing. You shouldn't have done this alone. What the hell was Owain thinking sending you? I reached over and grabbed one of the duffel bags. It was heavy as hell, and I hefted it up, trying not to show how much I had to strain. Clifton frowned as I flung it at him, using all my core strength to throw it out the window. He was caught completely off guard, and the rocks smashed into his chest, knocking him back a few feet. He let out a surprised and pained grunt as I took off my seatbelt and dove over the seat. When I landed face first, the back door swung open, and Piggy stared in at me. Owain unloaded on him. He staggered back, shock in his eyes as red bloomed in his chest. My hand shook like crazy as Owain moved forward, looking haggard and tired, but kicked Piggy to the ground as he leapt out of the back and landed in the street. He turned toward where Clifton was, but a second car came screeching up behind us. Owain fell back, turning around to the other side of the van, and opened fire on the jackals that spilled out from the car. I counted 3 of them and threw myself back over the front seat, landing on the passenger side floor. Bullets whizzed around, slamming into the car, pinging off the street, and smashing into houses all around us. I reached up and released the glove compartment. My little gun fell out, and I managed to grab it and pick it up. I heard Owain shout something as he returned fire, but we were outnumbered by a lot and he was pinned down. I had to do something before the jackals overwhelmed us completely. I crawled across the front seat and pushed open the driver's side door. I managed to get out, face first, catching myself on the pavement. I stayed down as the deafening gunfire continued, then looked up and saw Clifton standing a few feet away, his back to me. He peered around the side of the van, clearly looking for Owain, and hadn't heard me get out over all the gunshots. I got up and walked toward him at a crouch, trying to stay calm. He turned at the last second, but by then it was too late. I pressed my gun against his head and his eyes went wide. His barrel pointed down at my stomach, and for one agonizing second I thought he might take the shot, even though it would mean his life. I might survive, or I might not, but he'd go down either way. He must have done that math and held his fire. "Drop the gun," I said, shouting so he could hear me. He released his weapon. It clattered to the ground. I kicked it under the van and grabbed his arm, pressing my gun tighter against his head. "Walk toward your guys." He cursed, but I shoved him. He moved, taking small steps like he wanted to delay as long as possible. One of his men spotted us, and the look on his face was incredible. Pure shock mixed with rage and disgust. He held up his hands and shouted something, and the gunfire came to an abrupt halt as Clifton's guys stared at me with my gun pressed against their leader's head. "Drop them!" I said, probably yelling, but I couldn't hear anything over the ringing in my ears. One by one, they put down their weapons. Owain appeared around the van, his eyes wide with surprise and delight. He walked up to Clifton, punched him in the face, then yanked him away from me, and kept his own gun trained on Clifton's neck. He looked back and grinned, gave me a wink, and nodded his head at the van. I understood what he meant. I got inside and waited for Owain to crawl into the back with Clifton in tow. Once they were inside and the doors slammed shut, I drove the van up onto the sidewalk, got around the truck blocking our way, then sped off as fast as I could. "Holy shit," I said. "Holy shit! Holy shit!" Owain laughed, loud and deep and hard. I met his eye in the rearview mirror as he continued to hold his gun pressed against Clifton. I couldn't help but grin as I drove, my hands shaking, my gun on the passenger side seat next to me. I got as far away as I could without making the van an obvious target for cops waiting around the neighborhood. I wanted to scream or throw up or both, and Owain's laughter only made my already frayed nerves dance around wildly. "Plug up your ears, little diamond. I'm going to kill this motherfucker and be done with it." "Wait," I said. Owain grunted in surprise as I pulled the van over and turned to face him. Clifton cowered away and kept his arms over his head like that would stop a bullet. "Why would I wait? I can end him here and toss his body out in the street. We'll be home in 20 minutes. He's too useful to kill." Owain shook his head. eyes wide and mystified. Useful? This bastard's been fucking with us for all this time, and now you want to save him? Listen to her, Owain, I can— Owain smashed his gun into Clifton's face. He grunted, spit blood, and groaned as he curled up on the floor of the van. He has men and resources. We can use him still. I stared at Owain and narrowed my eyes. You know I'm right, but you're still holding some childish grudge against him. I know he's dangerous, and I don't keep dangerous things alive for long. Bring him to Hedion. We'll discuss it, and if Hedion wants to kill him, then I'll do it myself. Owain smirked and shook his head. Not a chance. Clifton's my kill, one way or another. He turned and looked at his former friend lying on the van floor, curled up in a ball, half weeping and half groaning with pain. But fine, you want to bring this to Hedion? Then we will. You can deal with it. Good. I put the van back into gear and drove slowly back to Owain's. We'll lock him in the basement. In the morning, we'll figure out what to do with him. Owain grunted and kicked at Clifton. Hear that? You're lucky she's here. If it were up to me, you'd be dead right now, and I'd never have to think about your pathetic little fucking face again. Clifton groaned, but said nothing. I smiled as I drove back to Owain's. The plan had gone off better than I could have imagined. Capturing Clifton alive was a huge boon for us, and I knew we could turn it into a good deal. If only Owain could get over his stupid, petty rivalry. I parked the van out in front of Owain's house and helped him get Clifton inside. Owain dragged him down the steps and tied him up to a chair nice and tight, then leaned down and stared into Clifton's terrified eyes. If you try to run, I'll kill you. Understood? Clifton nodded. Owain took my hand and led me back upstairs. We stood in the kitchen, and I pressed myself against his chest. He hugged me tight, kissed my hair, and breathed me in. I loved the way he did that, like my smell was his most favorite thing in the world, like the smell of an old book. You sure about this? He asked. I'm sure. You trust me, right? I trust you. Good. I tilted my chin toward him and we kissed, slow and soft. When he pulled back, I squeezed his hand. Keep an eye on him. I'll take the van back. You sure? I'm sure. I turned and left Owain standing in the kitchen, a huge smile on my face. I was a part of this now, deep in the crew whether I liked it or not, and if I was going to be a member of a criminal organization, then I was going to do my damn best to make it stronger. When this was all over, we'd come through better than ever. 25, Owain kicked Clifton in the back of the knee and sent him sprawling down onto the floor. He grunted as his face hit Hedion's hardwood floor. The television played a football game, and Hedion stood a few feet away toward his kitchen with his arms crossed over his chest. Lee lingered behind me, looking lost and awkward. Clifton rolled onto his side and groaned as I kicked him in the ribs twice for good measure. I wished I could put a bullet in his head, but Hedion stared down at Clifton like he was a prize cow at the county fair. You did good, he said. It was smart, keeping him alive. It was Lee's idea. I looked at her and nodded. I wish I could take credit. Couldn't have done it without you, she said. I don't care whose idea it was. I'm just glad he won't be a problem anymore. Before you talk about killing him, I actually have an idea. Lee stepped forward, her hands held up. Hedion tilted his head and nodded. Go ahead. Clifton actually gave me the idea. Him or one of his guys. See, the problem with our sales model is we wait for our customers to come to us. But this is the modern world, and people want their shit delivered. Hedion snorted. You want to do home delivery for fucking drugs? That's the idea. The jackals are already doing it. They have the infrastructure and the knowledge built up. All we need to do is take them over and get them to work for us. Lee looked at Clifton and gestured. Now we have that chance. I stared at her and burst out laughing. It was the most absurd, most brazen, most insane, and most brilliant plan I've ever heard in my life. No wonder she wanted to keep Clifton alive. I let my laughter spill out as I turned and pulled her into a big hug, lifting her up off her feet. Even Hellen smiled at that as my effusive laughter became contagious. She struggled in my arms, but I held her tight, hugging her and laughing, before I finally got control of myself and put her back down. She grinned at me and fixed her hair. I take it you approve. Approve? That's fucking brilliant. That's the best use of this little piece of shit imaginable. One problem, though, Hellen said. How do we know we can trust him? I turned to Clifton and walked over. He stared up at me with real fear in his eyes, but something else as well. Clifton wasn't a stupid man. He'd always been motivated by profit above all else, and now he saw a chance to save his own skin and make a lot of money in the process. It was a tempting proposition, and I already knew he'd fall for it. What do you say, old friend? Think you can reassure my boss here? He struggled to his feet. His eyes were blacked out, and his lips were both swollen and torn. His clothes were stained with blood and rumpled, and his hands were tied behind his back. But he managed to kneel in front of Hellen with some semblance of dignity. I'll work for you, he said, so long as you give my guys a 20% cut. Hellen barked a laugh. Why the fuck would I do that? Your life's in the balance here. They won't work for free. Give them a decent cut and promise you'll pay more if they do a good job. Offer them incentives. He's right, Lee said. Clifton here might agree to this based on the threat of violence, but his guys never will. You have to make it worth their time. Hellen grunted and nodded. All right, 20% of the cut. Spread out among your guys however you see fit. I'll pay more if they prove to be useful. Clifton bowed his head. They'll be worth it, I promise. But you have to swear one thing. Hellen walked over to Clifton and grabbed him by the hair. He leaned forward and stared into Clifton's eyes, their faces inches apart, so close that Clifton could have spit in Hellen's mouth. If you betray me, if you even consider hurting anyone in my crew, I will burn you to the ground. It won't be Owain coming after you, but every single man I have available. It'll be a personal affront, and I promise I'll crush you. I won't betray you. My men won't either. We're not stupid. We know how to make money. Good. Hellen released him and clapped his hands. Let's untie our guest and have some tea, okay? I laughed again, then pulled out a knife from my belt and cut Clifton's bonds. The rope fell away, and Clifton rubbed his wrists, staring daggers up at me until his expression softened. We never should have fought, he said, his voice soft. Even if I had managed to win, it wouldn't have been worth it. I smiled and shoved the knife back into my belt. No need to fight anymore. Now we're partners. I extended a hand and Clifton took it, getting to his feet. I still hated the rat fuck, and I always would, but I was a pragmatic man. I knew that keeping him around would be profitable, and I wanted money above all else. I had my Lee, and now I had a future empire. Hellen led everyone into the kitchen, made some tea, and we sat around the table drinking and discussing specifics of the upcoming arrangement. Lee mostly listened as we hammered out the details. Part of me wondered if I'd snap at some point and murder Clifton, even though we had a deal. But I doubted it would happen. I'm not sure it mattered, though. When we finished, Clifton left on his own and promised he'd bring the men to a meeting the following week. I followed Lee out, but instead of getting into the car, I took her hand and we walked down the block together toward a field on the other side of 19th. I stood at the corner and looked out at a group of kids practicing baseball on the diamond before turning to her. I don't know how this would have played out if it weren't for you. She grinned, got on her toes, and kissed me. You would have been okay. I'm sure there'd be a few more dead guys, but you'd be okay. I smiled and held her against me. I love you. You know that, right? I love you too. That's why I didn't want to let you go. Why I was afraid that second time to use you in that plan. I know. She chewed her lip. But we're past that now, right? You're in this, little diamond. You're in it for the long run. Looks that way. She laughed and kissed me one more time. We stood there together watching the kids play baseball, not speaking, not needing to. The future looked so different than I ever imagined. I never pictured a woman in my life like this. Never thought I'd want to have a future with her, want to marry her, want to get her pregnant and make a family with her. But there I was, standing with her on the sidewalk and feeling like everything was beginning in earnest, like my life had been leading up to this point. From here on out, I couldn't imagine being without her, couldn't imagine taking a single step into the future without her by my side. And I never would. Come on. I squeezed her head. Let's go home. We walked back to the car together. 26. Lee, 2 years later. Thanks for coming. I smiled and waved at the young hipster couple as they left the shop. The door swung shut behind them, and I walked over to flip the open sign to closed. I locked the top bolt and sighed as I cracked my back and looked around. The shop was the same as it always was, at least the same as it had been for the past 2 years. Business had been surprisingly good, although I made far more money selling pills. I cleaned up and straightened some of the shirt piles before heading down the short back hall and into the room that acted as both an office and storage for excess stock. I sat down at the computer desk and stretched my legs before logging in and updating the sales data. I was exhausted and wanted to get home to Owain, but I had to make this business seem legit, since it wasn't. Not exactly. I let my gaze drift over to the big cardboard boxes up against the wall. They were filled with black t-shirts wrapped around pill bottles, the happiest shirts alive, and they were the reason I wore designer clothes and had way too many shoes. As I turned back to the computer, someone knocked on the back door. I hesitated, then got up and peered out through the peephole. Owain's face looked back at me. I pulled it open. "What are you doing here?" He held up a brown paper bag. "I thought I'd bring you dinner." "You didn't have to do that. I was coming home. I wanted to." He came inside and unloaded Thai food. It smelled amazing, and I pulled up a chair to spite myself as he opened up a few containers. I accepted a pair of chopsticks and tucked into some incredible noodles. "You don't surprise me at work as much as you used to," I said. He laughed. "Is that something you want?" "I guess. I don't know. You can be pretty distracting. Truth is, I've been busy. You know we're expanding." "Sure, Clifton's been bringing in the suburbs. Better be careful, though. Those people don't mess around." He waved a hand. "Suburb people are just as addicted as anyone else." I shrugged and took a bite of noodles. I watched him carefully and felt the same flutter of desire as his arms flexed and he leaned forward to grab a bottle of water off the table. Even after 2 years, he still knew how to drive me wild, and as his business expanded, he still remained as insatiable as always. He worked twice as much and twice as hard, but that only meant he wanted to release stress twice as often, which I never once complained about. He put his food down and leaned back in his chair. "You know, I came here for another reason." "Yeah?" He nodded, eyes serious. I slurped up a noodle and put my container down, afraid of what he was about to say. "It all started in here, didn't it?" I snorted. "I guess so. This is where you took me captive. And look at you now. The little queen of the underworld. Is that what they're calling me now?" "Not yet, but they will." "Beautiful. I love it." "Seriously, Lee?" He leaned closer, then got off his chair. "I've been thinking." He got down onto one knee and stared at me. I stared back, heart racing, head a little dizzy. We talked about getting married for a while now, but it was never the right time. Too busy at work, too much danger with other crews, a million different reasons. But there he was on one knee. Thinking, "I love you. You and me. This is serious. This is the rest of my life, and I want to make that for real. I want to marry you. I want that too." He took a black ring box from his pocket and flicked it open. Big diamond, white gold, princess cut. I sucked in a breath and reached for it. simple and elegant. He must have had help picking it out. What do you think? I love you. I took the ring and he helped me slide it down my finger. You'll marry me then? Yes! I laughed, feeling stupid. Of course I will. God, yes, yes, yes. He pulled me against him and we kissed, kneeling on the floor in the back room of my shop, right where it all started, right where I had some of the worst moments of my life. And some of the best. More good than bad now. So many more good memories than bad ones. This was our home, our base, and now we'd do it for real. Let's go out tonight. I want to show you off. Yeah? I blushed a little. Really? I'll take you to one of those Leone family clubs. Let them get a look at my girl and her ring. I laughed and shook my head. Oh, Wayne, we're doing this. He took my hand and squeezed. You and me, nobody else. Yeah, you and me. He kissed me, and I melted into him. I had nowhere else to go, nowhere better to be. This was home. This was love. And I couldn't wait to get started.